Way before.
That was it. Those chairs were.
I don't remember. We could have done with the darker wood color.
It should have matched this.
Yeah, it looks weird. It looks nice. Fine.
Small.
It looks like the cushions come off.
We all set, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor.
Recording in progress.
Great, thank you. Let me go ahead and call this special closed session meeting to order of the Santa Ana City Council for July 19th, 2022. As you know, I'll start with some housekeeping comments and then turn it over to the clerk for roll call. Meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public can access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website, and please bear with us as the technology may interrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, if you'll please call roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez?
Present.
Councilmember Lopez? Here. Councilmember Mendoza?
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Present.
Councilmember Fan? Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Here.
And Mayor Sarmiento.
Here, and if you see our eyes shifting and our heads swiveling, it's because we're looking at almost a brand-new chamber, so it looks great. So thank you to everybody on the staff who made this a reality. I only think it's been since the early 1900s maybe, or the 1950s, that it was last redone, so we get to break it in. It's good. Let me ask the council if there's any member of the council that wishes to abstain or recuse themselves from any matters on the closed session calendar. Seeing none, hearing none. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody that wishes to address us before we go into closed session?
No, Mayor, but I would like to announce that we did receive one written communication, a Santa Ana resident on closed session item number 3, waste management. A complaint was submitted regarding trash service issues. And
Great.
that is
Why don't we
all
go
have.
ahead and recess into closed session? We'll reconvene once we come out.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
here that I'm looking at, so as soon as that's count down, I guess we're recording and we're live. Welcome, everybody. We're back and reconvened from closed session for this regular open meeting of the Santa Ana City Council for July 19th, 2022. Let me begin by just apologizing for coming out so late. We wanted you to enjoy the new surroundings here for a little bit, so I hope you'll enjoy it. I want to thank our staff for these beautiful new surroundings and chairs and amenities for us. I don't think these chambers have been changed in over maybe 40 or 50 years, so you are breaking in some new material for us. So welcome. It's been a couple of weeks since we've met. I believe we had a session that we took off, so we are glad to be back with you all. Let me go ahead and just begin with some opening remarks, and then I'll go ahead and turn it over to the clerk so she can conduct roll. So our meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public can access this meeting by the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. And as usual, please bear with us as the technology may interrupt the flow of the meeting. And I'll go ahead and ask the clerk staff to go ahead and conduct roll.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Here.
Mayor Sarmiento.
Here. And before we do the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk staff to go ahead and make some comments for those members of the public that are joining us either virtually or on the phone.
To request to speak on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, with the exception of public hearing items number 37, please dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time. Please hold your comments until the mayor opens public hearing items number 37 only. Please announce your name and ward or neighborhood you reside within the city of Santa Ana for the record.
Great, thank you for those comments. I'm going to call on Mayor Pro Tem Becerra to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And if all of you will remain standing after that, we'll have some words of inspiration from Bob Barnett, our police chaplain.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. If you would please place your right hand over your heart and begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor and City Council, in just a moment, I'm going to say a very simple prayer, but I was reflecting down there that I've been a police chaplain in this wonderful city for 30 years. I've seen a lot of change, and I came in and I looked tonight, and I counted it a privilege to be here. And one thing I do when I pray is I figure in and of myself, I don't have as much inspiration to give, but when I pray, I ask that God will always inspire you, give you, as servants of the city, the ability to make the decisions and wisdom and discernment that causes our people to always smile at the future and always believe in brighter days. So Lord, I thank you for this night. Fill this place with your presence. Inspire our leaders, Lord, and our whole community to know exactly what decisions to make and how to make them. Bless our people, Lord God, and bless, Lord, those that serve our community, those in law enforcement, those in the fire authority, those in the hospitals, our teachers, Lord. And God, we count it a privilege to be public servants. Bless our people. In the name of the Lord, amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. So we'll begin with our ceremonial presentations. I just want to get a show of hands. How many people are here for item number 39? Anybody? Got it. I'll ask the senior volunteers from the Delhi Center to come and join me up on the stage. If I can have Jose Anaya, David Bazin, Catalina Castellon, Kathy Herrera, Manuel Herrera, Maria Perez, and Guadalupe Rosa. If you guys will join me up here. Thank you. Buenas noches, bienvenidos. Good evening, everybody. So it's my honor to make this first presentation to the volunteers at the Delhi Center. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the center, but are familiar with the neighborhood, it's one of our oldest, most historic neighborhoods in the city. And we have, we're blessed to have families that have legacies there, that have been there for generations, but don't just reside there, but really include themselves as part of the work, part of the effort, and having developed that neighborhood and really, the volunteer efforts, because we're blessed to have a community center there that does so much work for everybody in the city, not just those in the center. But these are the people here behind me are very humble. They've done so much. And we're so proud of the work that they do that we wanted to come and recognize their efforts, because we see this going on throughout the city, but sometimes we don't take a pause and and thank and reflect that we're so lucky to have people that care about their neighborhood, that care about their community. So let me just embarrass them for a little while and tell you about what they do, and it'll be an understatement, because we know they do so much. So the Delhi Center has many amazing volunteers, but I want to recognize these 8 individuals who are not all here, but who have distinguished themselves from others due to their altruism, dedication, hard work, initiative, and most importantly, their eagerness to help their community. They've consistently volunteered since our food distribution began in 2018. The pandemic did not stop these volunteers from providing their much needed help. They always had a great attitude as they were dispensing food and dispensing love and care. These volunteers have been indispensable towards the operation of the food distribution at the Delhi Center. They arrive early to help set up and stay later to help with the cleanup. Their passion for philanthropy is inspiring and motivating to everybody who witnesses their great performances every Monday without fail. So we want to collectively take a moment to thank them for their efforts. And as you all know, food pantries were kind of a rare thing in the city. We always had them, but never to the degree that we had them except during the pandemic, right? Once the pandemic hit, we started seeing, you all remember, lines of cars, lines of people standing, because it was such a difficult time. Businesses were shut down, people were out of work. So the Delhi Center became a very important part of the southern part of our city to dispense food, to dispense a lot of other resources. So we want to, just recognize them, and we have somebody who's really eager to applaud them back there. So we got a young voice back there that's probably been helped. But I want to thank them, and if you'll allow me, I want to say just a few things in Spanish, if that's all right. Les quiero agradecer de parte de toda la ciudad a ustedes, porque yo sé que representan muchas personas en la comunidad y el vecindario Delhi, en el centro Delhi, porque les estoy contando, y ustedes ya lo saben lo que estoy diciendo, pero para los que nos están escuchando en sus casas en español, estamos tan orgullosos, tan bendecidos por lo que ustedes han hecho por nuestro vecindario, pero más importante, nuestra ciudad. Y yo sé que en estos 2 años, estos últimos 2 años de la pandemia, ha sido bien difícil y ha sido bien peligroso. Pero ustedes han sido valientes, han sido cariñosos con su tiempo, y yo como alcalde, de parte del Consejo Municipal y de parte de todos los residentes aquí, les queremos agradecer de todo corazón. Un aplauso, por favor. So, no sé quién quiere ser la persona valiente para decir unas palabras de parte del grupo. Le cedo el micrófono. I'm asking, who wants to be the brave one to go ahead and speak on behalf of the group? So, pase. Adelante, adelante.
Mi nombre es Katy Erra. He tenido el placer y el honor de conocer al señor Sarmiento desde hace muchísimos años. También le pido mucho a Dios, principalmente, para que lo guíe y nos dirija en todo lo que Él hace. Y le agradezco mucho al centro de Delhi por permitirnos ser voluntarios, hacer todo lo que hacemos con nuestro corazón, desde el momento que llegamos hasta que terminamos. Y lo hacemos sin ningún interés. Lo hacemos porque somos ciudadanos, porque tenemos que querernos nosotros para querer a los demás. Cada persona que pasa con su bolsita, para nosotros es una bendición, y es una bendición tenerlos a todos ustedes aquí y principalmente al señor Sarmiento para que él nos siga ayudando y él haga lo que está haciendo, el trabajo tan magnífico que él hace y el centro del High principalmente también. A cada compañero, a cada secretaria, a cada oficinista que trabaja ahí con el alma y con el corazón. Muchas gracias.
So if I try to translate that, I will never do it justice, right? So I just want to, just the summary is that I think, what was said is sometimes it's more valuable to give than to receive, right? I think that's the sort of the whole moral of this is just to let you know they do it from their hearts and with love. So we are so grateful, we are so thankful that you do that because we know everybody that comes before you, you treat with dignity, because it is a very difficult thing to be to ask for help. And we know that sometimes all of us need that. So the fact that we treat people with dignity as we're helping, as we're supportive, just fills my heart. So before I get tearful, let's go ahead and pass out some certificates of recognition. Let me begin with un aplauso. Yes, please, please. So these are very humble, simple gestures on behalf of a grateful city. For all of you. And let me begin. These are certificates of recognition from the entire City Council to recognize your work at the Delhi Center as volunteers and contributions to the community. Let me begin with somebody who I admire everybody up here, but I've known Doña Cata for a very long time. Doña Catalina, gracias, felicidades. Ahí le va su certificado. That's you? Okay, let's give David Basin a big round of applause. He didn't want to be overlooked. Y Doña Kathy Herrera. ¿Herrera? Herrera. Mira, creo que le agregaron una. Te lo vamos a hacer otro.
Mi apellido es chiquito como yo.
So we've got a typo here. Do you mind if we keep this and we correct it for you?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
we're going to correct it for you. Okay, we're going to get.
Manuel Herrera.
And Manuel
My
Herrera.
husband.
Don Manuel. Felicidades.
Estamos juntos por 60 años.
Oh, she.
Ya le dije yo.
She just said they've been together and married for 60 years. Man, that deserves a round of applause. Felicidades. So we're going to correct Don Manuel's as well. José Anaya. Felicidades, Don José. Y Guadalupe Rosa. Not here. Maria Perez. Anastasio Miranda. Not here. And we're missing one. Oh, you're together. You guys are going to share that? Okay. Well, listen, thank you all. Muchas gracias de parte de todos. Que Dios los bendiga. ¿Sí? Oh, una foto. Let me go ahead and invite Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Councilmember Peñalosa, and Councilmember Mendoza to the stage. They are going to be making extending a recognition to the Santa Ana Police Department, recognizing them for their 136th year of service. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to them.
If I could have Chief Valentin and Deputy Chiefs Esparza, Enriquez, and Sergeant Lopez come on up here.
And the next mayor of Santa Ana.
Make him sing happy birthday.
Yes, where is he?
Yeah, don't be shy, guys. Well, thank you for joining us up here. We got a nice large group of our officers here. So today we are joined by all of them to celebrate Santa Ana Police Department's 136th birthday. So 17 years after the city was founded back in 1869, the city of Santa Ana was formally incorporated. That would be in 1886. So after the council got together, in their ordinances, which were all handwritten at the time, they adopted 4 other ordinances, which involved business licenses, setting up a meeting location, all that really fundamental basic stuff. And then on the 5th ordinance, they adopted an ordinance that created our Santa Ana Police Department. So back in 1886, the Santa Ana PD consisted of a chief of police, Charles Peters, who held the title of town marshal. And he had a whopping 6 part-time officers patrolling a city of 2,000 at that time. So at the age of 3 years old, as in the department's 3-year-old birthday, Santa Ana PD was gifted with its first city jail by a local business owner named Joseph Hillbrunner, who turned the basement of his jewelry store in downtown into the city's jail. This jail served not only Santa Ana, but the county for 27 years. So at 35 years old, Santa Ana PD, as many 35-year-olds I guess would do, got its first motorcycle back in 1921. And with it, the city's first motor officer, Harold Deloitte. To continue, I'd like to bring up Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, 7 years after the motorcycle, in 1928, the Santa Ana PD, as an industry leader, hired Edith Hay as its first female officer. All right, women. When a new city hall on Main Street was built in 1935, the Santa Ana PD, at the age of 49, moved to City Hall. In the 1970s, under the leadership of Chief Ray Davis, the Santa Ana PD introduced community-oriented policing, COP, a method of policing that is still in practice to this very day. Santa Ana PD continues to be recognized as a national leader in community-oriented policing and is one of 25 national community-oriented policing demonstration sites. In 2009, then, our Chief Paul Walters was invited to the White House to accept the Department of Defense Freedom Award for the Santa Ana PD's support of employees who were called up for either the National Guard or reserve duty. All right, to our military and the police. And now, my colleague, David Peñalosa.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza, and thank you, PD, for being here with us. And in 2018, our city manager appointed David Valentin as its 21st police chief. Can you say hello? There he is. Who was born and raised in the city of Santa Ana, and he also graduated from Saddleback High School. Go Roadrunners. By 2019, the Santa Ana Police Department has grown from the original 6 part-time officers to over 380 sworn officers, over 200 civilian employees, 10 canine units, which includes 7 apprehension canines, 1 narcotic detection dog, 1 bloodhound, and my favorite, Shadow, 1 therapy dog. who's a little overweight now, but we're working to give her some walks daily so that she could, get a little healthier. And a 10-officer equestrian unit. Today, SAPD continues its regional leadership in training and emergency preparedness in critical incidents. On July 12, 2022, our Santa Ana Police Department celebrated its 136th birthday. Today, we would like the members of the Santa Ana Police Department to know that their honorable and dedicated service to protecting the community has not gone unnoticed. And we thank you. And that's it. Happy birthday.
Don't be shy.
And we'd invite you to say a few words if you want on behalf of the
Sure,
police.
sure. Council members, thank you very much for this recognition. The Santa Ana Police Department is made up of some incredible men and women. We have a deep, rich history in community engagement, community policing, and it's no mistake that we serve as a local and regional and national leader in this area. And I can't say enough about the opportunity to serve as chief here in the city that I grew up in, and really leading the men and women of this department. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, everybody. You guys don't look a day over 135 years old. So. Let me go ahead and, that's right. Let me go ahead and ask Councilmember Hernandez and the volunteers from the East End Block Party, please to join him up on stage so they can be recognized as well.
Charlie coming up too? Awesome. All righty, we got Charlie's tattoo coming up as well. Let's make some noise for this amazing group of individuals from our city. All right, I want to get everyone up here. So thank you everyone so much for being here today. Well, first and foremost, thank you everyone for being here and joining us at this council meeting. Today, July 19th, 2022, it is an honor and a joy to present a certificate of recognition for the outstanding contributions to the community. I am presenting this to the East End Block Party, the sponsors and the volunteers. Santa Ana is a community about service where we do more for others than we do for ourselves. And these important sponsors that we're going to be acknowledging today, I'll be saying their names in a minute. And then secondly, there's a special group of volunteers. And it's these wonderful groups of people here. And something that I want to share with you all is that the East End Block Party has been part of the city of Santa Ana for the better part of a decade now. The East End Block Party recently was held on June 10th, 2022. This is a free community event that includes local artists. It includes local businesses. It includes local vendors, and it includes music, food, a car show, and much more. The majority of the folks that are involved as performers and organizers have grown up in the city of Santa Ana, or call Santa Ana home. This action-packed event drew thousands of people who came out and had a great time. Sponsors and volunteers spend upwards of 6 months planning this event, and They have been hosting this for the better part of 10 years. This is an event that I'm extremely proud of, and I know that they have big plans for next year. It is honor, and it is our joy as a city to acknowledge you and thank you for all your efforts for hosting a successful community event. So let's please make some noise for them. So I want to start first and foremost by acknowledging this important company that I'm about to list. This company was founded by Santa Ana residents who live in Ward 5. This wonderful family not only is raising their kids in the community that they love most, but they're raising their grandkids. And as they raise their grandkids and they raise their family, they raise a community. And I am looking forward to celebrating. Moving forward, let this be the first of many. Charlie's Tattoos and Supplies, if you can please come up to the front here. Come on over. We'd like to formally thank you guys for your contributions to this wonderful event. Te queremos agradecer por todo lo que han hecho por nuestra comunidad y juntos estamos más fuertes. So, muchísimas gracias. Thank you. Make some noise for them. I'd like to acknowledge Gallitos as well. Gallitos, if you can come up here. Gallitos, thank you so much for your contribution, sir. Thank you. Gus's world famous fried chicken. Gus. Thank you. Thank you. Is your name Gustavo? I wish. All right, there you go. There you go, brother. Thank you. And more importantly, volunteers are the lifeline to this event. We'd like to first acknowledge Priscilla Alana. Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you so much. Thank you. We would like to acknowledge Daniel Park. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, sir. Sarah Marshall. Not that we're forgetting Sarah Marshall, but Sarah Marshall. James Phelps. James Phelps is not here. I will give this to you, Tyson. Carlos Cerda, a.k.a. Droops. Wendy Youngs. No worries. Hadley Brito. Thank you, Hadley. Thank you, brother. Jaime Barragan. Jaime Barragan. No worries, here. Please take this. Thank you. Make some noise for Jaime. Donna Borges. Thank you, Donna. My sincerest apologies. I think this may have gotten stuck. Could you kindly assist? Thank you so much, Donna. It is a pleasure and an honor. Eduardo Ponce, one of the best photographers out here. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Ed Visions. Ed Visions not here. Thank you, sir. Efraín Martinez. Gracias, señor. Thank you, hermano. Thank you, brother. Allison Leon. Thank you, Allison. Thank you so much. Yes. Andrea Santos. Andrea Santos. I will give this to you, sir. Thank you. Let's make some noise for that. Ashley Din. Hi, Ashley. Please make your way to the front. We don't want to not include you. When we say it takes a village, we really do mean that, and we like to acknowledge everybody who makes up this village. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ashley Lacambra. Ashley Lacambra. I will give this to you, sir. Gunther Supply Co. Please give them a round of applause. And last but not least, this brother is so humble. You didn't even put a request for yourself. Tyson, I want to bring you up. Come over. Thank you, brother. Thank you. As the council member that represents Ward 5, I want to personally thank you because I know that being a leader means you have to put yourself last every single day. And from the bottom of my heart, I honor your work, I honor your leadership, and I thank you for everything that you do for our community. Thank you. Can you say some words? Can someone say some words? Can you say some words about the event?
Now, just on behalf of the whole crew, the East End Block Party, it's our great privilege to be able to produce this event for you guys. I know Tyson puts in a lot of hard work to make this happen for you guys, and we do a lot of concerts around the community, but that's our one event to be able to give back to the community for supporting all our paid events. And we have a group of good guys up here, and women. So it's just like, we appreciate everybody in the city of Santa Ana, and I appreciate you and everybody here for presenting these awards.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Make some noise. All right. Let's get a picture. All righty, y'all.
Shorty's in the front.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Great, thank you, everybody. Let me go ahead and thank you all. Let me call on Council Member Jessie Lopez to present her certificate of recognition to the folks from Catalyst Cares. So those of you on behalf of Catalyst Cares, come on up, make your way up to the stage, and allow us to thank you and recognize you as well. And while you're walking up here and while the council member is coming down, I want you all to pay attention to this digital reader board to my right, your left. This is an amazing piece of equipment because it not only will allow you to follow the meeting and it transcribes everything, but for the hearing impaired community, this is extremely important. And I'm so glad that staff anticipated this and did this for so many in our community that have challenges with hearing, and now we'll be able to come to our meetings and follow what is being addressed and what is being said. So thank you, staff. I couldn't be prouder of looking at this. Let's give that a big round of applause. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, everyone. So we are here to recognize the Catalyst Cares team. They will be receiving a certificate of recognition for their outstanding contributions to our community. But before I do get into the team and allowing them to, or giving them the opportunity to introduce themselves and talk about the work that they do, I do want to thank Elliot Lewis, who is the founder and CEO of Catalyst, a cannabis company here in the city of Santa Ana over by Pullman, if you ever want to, if you're in the area and want to check them out. But, for the work that they do in the state of California and creating a very impactful footprint for the throughout our state, and a company that values community, their existing communities, labor, and the best prices, which is, I think, driven by their ethos of weed for the people. So I do want to introduce the Catalyst Cares teams. We recently did a park cleanup at Park Santiago, and we had about 20 volunteers. We picked up about 15 bags of trash. I want to thank our Public Works Department for stopping by and picking up the bags. We didn't want to just leave them at the park. And Catalyst Cares, they take their philosophy beyond the stores, trying to reach the communities that they work in. They do community service, they do policy advocacy and civic engagement. And I think that they take their lens in a very social justice and social equity lens, which I think is what drives their values and the mission that they do. And in addition, with the passage of time, they also have integrated outreach and aid to the community throughout various initiatives, such as the Last Prisoner Project. And it is a fundraiser that addresses the impacts on the war of drugs, and they help those people that have been incarcerated because of cannabis-related crimes across the country. They support women-owned cannabis businesses in our local stores. They provide mentorship and career advancement support. They also, support unionizing and paying their employees not only fair wages, but also they provide benefits. And last but not least, they have Catalyst Care, which is an ambassador program that does leadership development, community service, and civic engagement. And as I said earlier, on the 20th of May, the Catalyst team joined forces with our office, and we put out a flyer to recruit folks to come out to the community and participate in our park cleanup. It's something that I hope that we continue to do throughout different parks in Ward 3 and eventually in the city of Santa Ana. And I just want to give a huge thank you to the team for coming out on a Saturday morning. And Catalyst Cares remains focused on not just operating in the communities they move into, but really becoming a valuable community asset. And I really appreciate that and take that to heart. So I want to introduce Alejandra. So please feel free to share a couple words and introduce the rest of the members.
Primero que nada, quiero darle gracias a Jessie López por esta oportunidad y por darnos este reconocimiento a Catalyst y Catalyst Cares, por esta oportunidad de estar aquí, darnos las gracias, y este es solamente el comienzo de muchos más. Aquí está mi equipo Catalyst, es Kelly, Des, Sabrina y Martin. Aquí están con nosotros y este es uno de muchos más. Muchas gracias.
Hello, my name is Sabrina. I'm an inventory manager at Catalyst in Santa Ana, and I am just super grateful to be here. Never would I think that I would have the privilege of standing up here talking to all of you. So with that being said, cannabis is definitely something to be taken more seriously now. I work for a unionized job. We are definitely out in the community trying to do our best to make sure that we are making changes for the people that are right there in front of us. We are looking to really reach out and be able to provide good jobs for low-income families. And we're also looking to lower taxes for cannabis too. So just look out for us. We are definitely making some moves to make everything better so all of us can get along and build a foundation for us all. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Let me grab your certificate. Okay, so we present the certificate to Catalyst Cares. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you for that presentation. Let me go ahead and now call on Councilmember Mendoza, who's going to be recognizing a great group as well, America on Track. So I see Claire and the team. Why don't you guys come on up, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Mendoza to go ahead and make this presentation.
Yes, please come on up, America on Track. They were instrumental in getting that ban passed, that ordinance here in Santa Ana, in case you haven't heard about that. And so we're fortunate to have such a great group of people, of young people who are already interested in activism, in protecting your health, your communities, and working really hard for the benefit of others and being totally unselfish with their time. So come on down, move on down some more. And so I want to say that joining us today here are the volunteers of America on Track. And as a team, these volunteers worked together on a policy issue that was important to them. It was a ban on flavored tobacco. Together, these volunteers collected 812 signed endorsements. Imagine how long it took them to get that many endorsements. They collected these endorsements from the Santa Ana residents over the course of 3 months at various community events. They participated in numerous coalition meetings and a press conference with the media. They even attended several city council meetings and made public comments. They had individual meetings with their council members as well as other key stakeholders to provide information on the importance and urgency protecting youth from a lifetime of nicotine addiction. Their efforts did not go unnoticed. Back in March of this year, the City Council adopted an ordinance banning the sale of flavored tobacco products in the great city of Santa Ana. Join me in thanking all the volunteers, Daniela Hernandez, Ceci Rivera, Catalina Inestra, Verónica Garcia, Verónica Olmedo, Sonia Hernandez, Leticia Moreno, Rocío Guzmán, Lourdes Juárez, Leti Zanaida Nolasco, María Ortiz, Cecilia Mora, Eder López, Hugo Cota, Jennifer Noria, y claro que también Claire. She was the instrumental adult, and she's the one that was behind these young people. And so we owe it to this group of volunteers and what they've done for the future of our youth, and to make sure that vaping is eliminated, and hopefully one day those things will never be brought to the city of Santa Ana, so that we can keep our youth very healthy. So today I'd like to ask Claire to come up and say a few words, and then I'm going to ask a few of the people to come up because they are really good at public speaking. They're not afraid, and they're going to say a few words as well. Claire?
Yeah. Thank you so much for this recognition of these amazing volunteers. I'm so proud to be part of the City of Santa Ana, to have our company headquartered here, and just really appreciate the city always looking out for the health and wellness of its residents. So thank you so much, and I'm going to turn it over to my youth volunteers here.
I would like to say that Ceci Rivera, she's one of the middle college high school students where I'm a teacher, and she is amazing. You're going to see her here as a future city council or maybe as a city attorney, because she's going to go to law school. And next week she's going to Harvard for a fabulous summer program. You see what these young ladies and young men can do? Amazing. So Ceci, would you like to say a few words?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ceci, and as Councilmember Mendoza just said, a lot of you may not be aware of the movement that's happening here, but we worked really hard for a couple of weeks to bring about an ordinance that would ban flavored tobacco products. Now, why is this important? We need to give our kids the best chance that they can to succeed, and we need to get rid of every obstacle that is in their way to succeed. A lot of students struggle with substance abuse and face so many hurdles, so we owe it to each other and to our kids to do everything that we can to get rid of those hurdles and really support them in every way that we can. And for today, that was the way that we did it. So thank you so much. Thank you for your support, Councilmember Mendoza. I am honored to be here, and we're giving back to our community in every way that we can. And we look forward to what's to come. But thank you as well to America on Track, huge supporters. Thank you.
So on behalf of all the volunteers from America on Track, we do have a thank you card, and it reads, City Council members, thank you for protecting Santa Ana youth from a lifetime of nicotine addiction. Nicotine addiction is not sweet. So thank you for supporting us in this ordinance, and I hope you support us in the future too. Thank you.
So let me go ahead and ask if the Youth Water Poster Contest winners can join us up here on stage. I'm here with Councilmember Fan to do a presentation on that, and we're very fortunate to be doing this presentation. So do we have any of the Water Poster Contest winners in the audience? I only see one. We got more than that, I know that. So I'm just going to give some high-level comments, and I'm going to go ahead and turn the microphone over to Councilmember Fan. We are both very grateful to be doing this presentation because we know how important right now the issue of water is in all our lives. And we're all going through a difficult moment right now because we know there is a drought. We live in an area that's very arid, and we can't control how often it rains. The hydrology in our region is very, very difficult to gauge. So what we've tried to do is educate people, and more than anything, educate young people and let them know how important water is. There's a saying, water is life. There's certain things you can't live without, and this is one of them. So the youth that we're going to be recognizing here tonight went out of their way to make some beautiful posters and artwork. And that is one way that they can go ahead and develop that concern, belief that we have to be more careful with these resources that are so sensitive. So I want to go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Fan, who represents us on the Metropolitan Water District, where we import close to 25% of our water resources. But we're blessed because we live above what's called a groundwater basin, so we're fortunate that we can draw from that, and that really helps us not only reuse and treat the water that we use, but also it keeps the cost down, because many communities have to import 100% of their water. And we're blessed here that we don't have to do that much because of the groundwater basin that we have and the management of that system. But today is a day for the kids that did some incredible art, so I'm going to go ahead and make sure we recognize them. So Councilmember Fan, let me go ahead and have you come on up and do the presentation.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I'm very excited about this. I do remember doing water poster contests as a kid. I never won. So I'm also very excited to have young children because I always get stuck behind the young children with a less fun presentation. Many of you do not know, but the Metropolitan Water District provides 25% of the water we receive here in the city. Most of the water we get is pumped from underground, and that's why Santa Ana residents actually pay less for water than most residents in the county. However, it's really important to think about where our water comes from and who's paying for it, how much do we have left, and who's fighting for it. And so I would like to recognize some of the winners. I will call out everyone's names, but we do have 3 people we want to specifically recognize, and there's several categories. So the first category are for ages 5 to 8. I can't imagine being a 5-year-old actually being able to draw anything that you can recognize, but here we are. We have finalist David Cobian of Greenville Fundamental School. We have finalist Brian A. Cano, Martin Elementary School, and the grand prize winner, Yuk Mantue Nguyen from Jim Thorpe Fundamental School.
Hi everyone, my name is Yuk Mantue. I would like to honor being here today. I'm very grateful.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yay.
Okay. That was awesome. Second category, ages 9 to 12. Finalist Sophia Molina, Martin Elementary School. Sophia? Do you want to say something? Oh, she's ready to go.
Hi everybody, my name is Sophia Molina, and I want to appreciate my teacher that gave me this chance to do my art to get a certificate.
Yay.
We have finalists Rolando Regalado, Jim Thorpe Fundamental School, and grand prize winner Sophia Jung, James Irvine Intermediate School.
My name is Sophia Chan, and I'm very grateful to the City of Santa Ana for allowing me an opportunity to advocate for a cause that I truly believe in, and that's for the environment and saving our water. Thank you.
Gen Alpha is going to save us all, y'all. Our third category, ages 13 to 14, we have finalist Kimberly Barajas, Lathrop Intermediate School, finalist Michelle Perez, Lathrop Intermediate School, grand prize winner Juliana Gallardo, Lathrop Intermediate School. Wow, they're really killing it. Fourth category, ages 15 to 18, we have finalist Sofia Sevilla, Samuel Academy, finalist Ashley Flores, Chavez High School, as well as grand prize winner Laisha Echegoyan, Santa Ana High School. So please congratulate them with me.
All right, thank you, everybody. Let's move on to the next section of the meeting, which are the presentations from staff, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to the city manager, who's going to be giving us an update on the homelessness item.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight for the presentation, I'm just going to focus on one topic item, and that is California's Care Court. So what is it? Care Court, which is an acronym that stands for Community Assistance, Recovery, and Empowerment, is a new statewide plan to provide support and care to individuals with untreated mental health and substance disorders. Care Court includes services such as housing, treatment, care and monitoring, decision-making help, and ways to address underlying needs. As proposed, an individual in need will be connected with a court-ordered care plan and a supporter for up to 24 months. The court order can be initiated by family, social services, health providers, or first responders if certain criteria are met. This includes a diagnosis of schizophrenia or other psychotic disorders, along with being at risk of harming themselves or others, or being unlikely to survive on their own. Participants would receive legal counsel and a range of mental health services, medication, and supportive housing. After a series of check-ins during a 12-month period, the participant could either graduate or be referred to an additional year of services. Mental health and substance abuse disorders can also lead to other issues, such as homelessness and incarceration. By addressing these disorders firsthand, the state hopes to prevent an increase in those issues. And we believe that this is an avenue that would provide great relief for those that are homeless. Senate Bill 1338 is the bill that actually established Care Court. It has successfully progressed through the policy committees in the legislature and also received approval by the Senate in May. State officials expect that the Care Court will be approved by the August 31st deadline to be signed into law by the governor. And further, Governor Newsom anticipates that he will have $14 billion that he can dedicate towards a homeless budget, and included in this budget would be approximately $5 billion to assist in building the mental health treatment beds and the homeless housing that would facilitate the Care Court programs. Of note, this year's budget does include $1.5 billion for interim treatment beds while permanent units come online. So we are excited about this potential program. We hope it kicks off and that the County of Orange embraces it, because we do believe it's one more avenue of services that will be able to assist those that are living on our streets. I should mention, though, it's not a prerequisite to be a homeless person. This care court services can be offered to parents who have adult children who are suffering from these very same issues. And that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you, Madam City Manager. Let me bring it back to the City Council to see if there's any questions or comments on that update. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Madam City Manager, for the update. When I first heard about this, I was a little bit concerned just because we do have issues related to conservatorship and things like that. We've had a history of institutionalizing individuals who have mental illness. That has been, it's truly a terrible mark on our history and the way we've treated, and they were primarily people of color in the state of California. It was primarily Latinos. But in speaking to the governor's staff and looking into this issue, it definitely seems like, you know, what we have now isn't working. And so we have to try something. And I do want to kind of reassure the public that this is supposed to address those who are severely mentally ill, who really are a danger to themselves and or the public. And this will help them get treatment, and it's time limited. One thing I do want to ask, Madam City Manager, is do we or our lobbyist have any dialogue with the state, or looking to have dialogue with the state? Because last I checked, there is a state-owned mental health facility that used to operate in the city of Costa Mesa. And so it seems like that would be a quick and easy way to get something up and running here in the County of Orange.
So I believe, Councilmember, you're referring to Fairview. And for a number of years, many cities have engaged in dialogue with the state as potentially using that for this very nature. We can certainly revisit that idea now that we do know that with the county's implementation of Care Court, they are going to be looking for and definitely expanded beds. But we'll revisit it. But it's been something that's been requested for several years.
Okay, well, maybe with this funded program, we'll have something that, you know, can really tie it to that. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Any other questions or comments from the council? I simply was going to say and echo the same thing that Councilmember Fan said. Yeah, this state, and I think, you know, nationally, we don't have a good track record of having worked with our residents and our fellow, you know, citizens who are mentally ill. And so I know that it makes me very nervous that we are going and trying to provide some care and find a conservatorship process where we can help. But I have also spoken with the governor's staff, and you know, one of the things that I think to me drew my attention to supporting this is that right now many of our severely ill that are on the street can't make informed consent. And so they are living without any resources, and the threat of public health to their lives is very dangerous as well. They get preyed upon. They are in a very precarious position. So to the extent that I think this administration is going to do its best efforts to make sure that people's rights and their autonomy and their independence is protected as they're providing care, I feel confident that the advocacy groups that are questioning this are going to continue to work with the governor's team to make sure that this is done in a compassionate, thoughtful way. So we will continue to monitor. And just so you know, Santa Ana belongs to what's called the big city mayors. It's the mayors of the 13th largest cities in the state. And we have supported this. I've supported it with the caveat that we make sure that these protections are in place when they go and extend these efforts to make sure that there aren't any violations of people's autonomy and rights and civil liberties. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next
Mayor,
item.
sorry, I do have a comment.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, so I'm very supportive of Care Court. I've expressed that to our staff. I've expressed that to the governor's staff. But since we're on the homelessness issue, I did want to just relay quickly to Ward 3 residents that I have continued to pursue a working relationship with Supervisor Foley. We have submitted a letter to her office asking that the Orange County Board engages with the city, works with our personnel here that is addressing the mental health issues here in the city of Santa Ana. And specifically, I've asked that they allocate 5 full-time clinicians to the city of Santa Ana because we only have 1 that works part-time. And so I'm very excited to just let Ward 3 residents know that there is a meeting that I will be having with Supervisor Foley. I have also invited her to tour Ward 3. She has accepted, and so that is going to be coming, and hopefully folks from our office can join. But you know, on my end, I'm continuing to explore all aspects, not just, I don't want to just wait for care court. I think care court is going to be beneficial, but what can the county do that they haven't been doing? How can they support our city and our residents? And so I'm hoping that we can get some clinicians allocated to the city of Santa Ana. Thank you, that's all.
Great, thank you for those comments. Seeing no other, let me go ahead and turn it back over to the city manager for their update on the feasibility of a public health agency or director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Health Management Associates has been working with us since August of 2021 on our study. Daniel? Can you get that? Out as sharing. They provided an update earlier this year, the council may remember, and tonight they're providing their second update and seeking final feedback on the final steps in the process. So tonight I reintroduce Christina Altmeyer and Jonathan Friedman with HMA, who will be giving you a brief update on their progress.
Good evening. Thank you all for having us back. We have an update in response to some of the questions that came up at our prior presentation in February. Thanks for your patience. So as you can see here, this is where we're nearing the end of our project, and we came back. In February, we presented an overview of the functions of public health departments and reviewed some of the feedback that we heard from both our community assessment and meeting with members of the City Council about your priorities. This evening, we're coming back with some of the more fiscal-oriented information about our comparative analysis of the costs, looking at other public health functions, and also providing some high-level cost estimates of what it would be for the city to create its own public health agency. So just as a reminder, we talked about 4 domains of public health responsibilities: health assessment and epidemiology, health protection, which is environment and much of the inspection functions, the focus on communicable disease, and also health promotion. So we're not going to go through that, but just by way of kind of context, provide that as a reminder to you. We also gave an example about how public health requires the simultaneous execution of multiple related functions, epidemiology, using the example of if there was a outbreak at a daycare center, and you can see here, as shown on the graphic, that it requires the coordination and simultaneous response from multiple different functions in those examples, which really highlights some of the complexity of a public health function. In February, we talked about, as I said, what are the city's priorities for public health, and you had asked us to come back with the estimated cost and potential revenue and the necessary steps for 2 different models: a city public health department, as well as what we called a community health strategist model, which would be an alternative. So that's what we're returning to this evening with. Let me start with the cost analysis. So our approach was really to provide a fiscal evaluation of what it would be required for the city to have a public health agency. And we looked at the County of Orange and 2 other examples of public health services in Southern California that provide that full scope, the city of Long Beach and Pasadena. I want to put some caveats or limitations on this, is that it's difficult to compare public health functions because there isn't a standard of care that's required in all these functions. So when you think about public works, for example, oftentimes there's a maintenance of effort that's required, which creates some standards around costing. Those same principles aren't applicable within public health. So local health jurisdictions have discretion about providing a higher level of service or additional services around what's mandated. There aren't independent benchmarks that would say, per capita, you have to spend this amount. So local health jurisdictions can organize the function in a variety of different ways, and we've taken some approaches to try and standardize that for comparative purposes. So you can see here we looked at the County of Orange, the City of Pasadena, and the City of Long Beach. We've done some comparative analysis to show that where the functions of public health are placed varies across these jurisdictions. So public health within the County of Orange is a department within the broader healthcare agency that also includes direct medical health services, correctional health services, and mental health services. Within the City of Pasadena, you have the public health function within the Health and Human Services Department, which also includes homeless services. Within the City of Long Beach, you do have a dedicated public health department, but it also includes housing and homeless services. So our project was to try and develop some consistency and look for some common basis to do comparative analysis. And you can see here that the total per capita spending for public health functions really varies. So our job was to try and normalize that so that we could provide an effective comparative analysis. So as you can see here, this is a little bit about our methodology, where we tried to make adjustments in looking at these budgets to account for the non-public health functions or discretionary services to the degree that it could be identifiable. And we tried to organize their budgets in a consistent format so that we could do some comparative analysis. When you see this data, though, we certainly recognize that a full apples-to-apples comparison, so to speak, is complex. But in aggregate, I think we've been able to provide that, even though the detail, you'll see some anomalies when we look at the detail by the functions. So as you can see here, we've tried to do this adjustments, and you can see that we've got these different categories of budget functions. But when we do a comparative analysis at a net per capita basis, you can see that the range becomes much more narrow. And the per capita costs are somewhere between $66 and $94, with the County of Orange being the lowest expenditures in the net per capita public health cost investments, and Pasadena being the highest. And then when you exclude public health costs that are related to environmental health, so those are your inspection costs for different facilities, things like restaurant inspection costs, and you net those out, because in most cases those are going to be revenue neutral, that are going to be covered by fees for inspections, the band of expenditures becomes even more narrow, somewhere between $54 and $69. I'm going to pass it on to my colleague, who's going to talk a little bit more about this is the different methodologies that we employed, as well as the revenue.
Thank you, members of the council. We identified the types of revenue that can pay for public health. And you're going to see on a subsequent chart how we've applied that revenue to different cost areas of a range of type of public health department for Santa Ana, of a low to a high estimate. But the revenue sources, just to get your understanding of this, is that there are fee-based revenues. You're familiar with that, like in your building permit portfolio of your city, similar types of revenues like that. There are state and federal revenues that support particular types of public health concerns like sexually transmitted diseases, tuberculosis control. There are sometimes discretionary grant revenues that flow in for public health. We looked at the revenue capture ability of the peer agencies, and we applied those ratios here. And we make it an assumption that if you created a public health department, you would be eligible for all those grants. That's an assumption. That's not an automatic, I would like to point out. However, there will be a shortfall. There will be a city obligation if you establish a city public health department. And the things that would pay for that obligation would be what is known as realignment money. Those are dollars that are allocated currently to the county. The county gets those and allocates them into public health as well as other health-related functions. Santa Ana could seek a proportionate share of those dollars from the county. There's not an automatic process at the state level for a city to access those dollars. County property tax, your share of the county property tax that's collected, as well as city general fund resources. So those are broadly the revenue streams. So this is what our analysis looks like. Focus on the far left, those are the functional areas: epidemiology, environmental health, disease control, health promotion. We then established essentially a low estimate, a staffing estimate based on those comparator departments, and we also established a high estimate. And this has to do to give you a range of the level of effort in public health is discretionary to you. How much public health do you want in your community? So we've provided this as a range. Each one of those rows has a revenue potential in it. You can see there in the middle column, we applied a revenue potential to those estimated costs, and then we calculated the net local costs by those functions. And that's on the last columns on the right there. We also applied a factor for city overhead costs that would be borne by the city to bring up a new functional capability that has to do with space and IT that we did not reflect up above there. And we came to a gross cost estimate, on the bottom where it says total projected budget of a $19.6 million agency ranging up to a $31.5 million agency to have a public health department in your city. And of that, $8.5 million to $14 million in our estimation would be borne as a local obligation for that type of department. And as a check back to that per capita cost that my colleague was presenting to you, we expressed what those departments that level of effort would look like on a per capita cost element, $63 per capita to $102 per capita. And you can see the peer agencies we looked at range from $66 to $94. Now, we presented a lot to you there. There are a number of assumptions built into this about the revenue picture and how those revenues could get reallocated to the city. How would you create something like this? There's also another factor, which we did present last time here, which relates to the state's process to creating a public health agency. And I just wanted to refresh you. I'm not going to go into detail to all of these components, but the state, in reaction to some cities looking at this, you're aware the city of West Covina has already initiated this, and the state is contemplating a process by which it would define in which localities can create new public health departments. And this information is derived from the city of West Covina's presentations. This is the state's presentation there. But the state is proposing to issue regulatory authority, essentially a pathway to an application process where a locality would need to initiate an application, have to meet a number of minimum sets of requirements here. This is not published. This is what the state has represented to one of your sister cities in Los Angeles County. There's a series of provisional approval, and after an application, a full approval of process as well, and a series of requirements that need to be met in terms of base capabilities, a rationale for need, a feasibility study, a timeline, any MOU for anything that's contracted other than for things that are provided other than by the city, a community health assessment and a site visit, and a series of steps. So there is not necessarily an automatic path for you from a legal and regulatory scheme of public health. From the state's perspective, you'd have to go through a state process to establish this. I'll turn it to my colleague.
So at the last session, we introduced this concept of maybe alternatives to public health, creation of a public health agency. And based on the feedback that we received in our interviews with city council members, many of you expressed the interest on focusing on health promotion and what the city could do in order to ensure that you were providing, that the county and the public health function was more responsive to the unique needs of the residents of Santa Ana. And one of the models that we introduced at that point was this idea of a chief health strategist, which is receiving increased recognition on a national level of a newly envisioned role that's focusing on system level, a strategic player in local communities that responds to the changing needs, that is leading work to build local partnerships, and really focusing on building leadership, visibility, community partnerships, and a strong focus on data and elevating disparities that may exist within communities. So we present this as an alternative. This is, as you can see in this title here, the proposed role of a health strategist based on work that's been done at the national level on creating a 21st century public health infrastructure, on developing strategies, analyzing data, fostering collaborations, and partnering with community-based agencies who can really advance a more comprehensive and community-responsive focus on public health. And your recent HEAL grant provided an example of how this could potentially work. I'm sure you're all aware of this, the 2-year, $4 million federal grant to address health disparities. Based on our engagement and interviews with your staff, it certainly provides an opportunity and is fostering some collaborative strategic partnerships and provides a platform. Some of the lessons learned is that there has been challenges in terms of the staff capacity and having the necessary data infrastructure to facilitate that work, and that you have been able to develop some effective CBO partnerships, but those require some continued support to ensure their readiness and their ability to respond moving forward. So one of the things that we did is to estimate what would be the annual cost. This cost assumes that 3 positions, as you can see in this table, the responsibility is to really actively pursue federal, state grants as well as philanthropic grants, to continue to monitor, and the data analyst position working under the guidance of a chief strategist position would be really focused on how are we monitoring trends in Santa Ana and how are we also elevating disparities. There would be, an internal strategy development related to community services, potentially in land use, and strong advocacy with county public health to ensure that strategies are being tailored to the unique role and the unique needs within Santa Ana. So we've estimated the cost should you decide this as an alternative approach. We're happy to answer any questions. Some of the things for the city to consider moving forward would be, as John indicated, monitoring the guidance that may be coming forth from the Department of Public Health, CDPH, the California Department of Public Health. We anticipate that they will formally come out with guidance for cities that are considering creating a public health agency. One of the things that you would also need to look at would be what would be some options for local funding. And then alternatively, we would encourage you to consider the public health model, as well as, would the county be open to the city assuming a greater leadership role in public health, what responsibilities would the county be open to, given as an alternative approach to a full public health function? And we're happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you both for that presentation. I know it's been a while since we had a chance to revisit this, so we certainly appreciate the data that you came back with and some more, concrete numbers and some more guidance on this. So let me bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions or comments or remarks. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. So as far as what you're describing with the realignment funding, so how likely is it that, let's say like a West Covina or any other local city that's attempting to form their own healthcare agency, how likely is it that they would possibly be able to realign those funds from the county health agency to the city?
Yeah, you are experienced local government officials. You're well versed in the state fiscal relationships here. A dynamic that goes on with the cities in the state also occurs between the county and the state over health and human services. So there are realignment dollars, sales tax and vehicle license fees that are formula driven and distributed to counties for buckets of functions there. The counties can move those dollars to other governmental entities to do services by contract. That's clear. Whether those funds are reallocable in the formulas, there are questions about that legally, whether that's a statute, whether that even is provided for in the current statutes. And I've been working in this space for a long time. There are also views of this that these dollars are also constitutionally protected there. So it's a difficult road, I would say, to it's not a turn of the switch to make the money flow differently.
No, I appreciate that.
It's a navigation, yeah.
Well, and it sounds like it's not really battle tested at this point.
Correct, that is correct.
And then I guess this probably leads into my next question, which is we should probably wait at this point, or possibly to see what the California Department of Public Health does with its guidelines, because it sounds like they haven't formulated anything yet. It sounds like the legislature hasn't adopted them yet or adopted any sort of legislation yet.
In the state's mind, the agency's mind, they have authority to issue regulations already and they don't need legislative.
Okay.
Because we may recall it last time, the state controls the space and the localities are following a state framework. So the state health officer has what we call plenary power over the local health officers. They can instruct, and in fact, you all watched this happen in the pandemic. The state issued orders different than what the locals wanted. So in that same construct, the state believes it has authority to set the pathway for new public health departments. How urgently they're doing that, I don't believe they're all that urgent there. But there's not a legislative mandate to do that. There are some cities that are, I know in particular in Los Angeles County, that are quite frustrated with this and have initiated legislative activity. But the state, regulatory-wise, their intent is to lay out a pathway for localities to become a department. It's different, and this is one of the challenges, council member, is that regulatory process is somewhat fully, frankly, independent of the financial issue that I just outlined to you.
Right. Well, it just sounds like it's ambiguous at this point.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as this chief health strategist option, just to use West Covina as an example, are they strongly considering that, or are they going more robust with it?
They actually went a step further. They initiated, their read of the law was that they have the authority and cities can activate it. They went ahead and started it. They've been in a discussion ever since with the state about this issue and also with the county, because in that chart that I showed you we showed you with the different functions that have to be simultaneously capable, the city is picking and choosing which functions. And the county is saying, you need to either take it all or you can't just pick and choose there, because there are, just imagine, you've seen interagency work, when agencies have to come together on an incident, how it fits together can be quite complicated. So the city, and they have meetings, and it's on the city council agenda, they've identified a health officer and so forth, but it is not fully activated.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your report to us tonight, and it really sounds like what you're encouraging us to do is really just to monitor what's happening. I think the council's, expressed our interest in trying to do something, especially in light of what happened during the pandemic and what we saw from the county and the state. But it just sounds like there's so many different moving parts, really. I mean, truly different moving parts at different levels of government that it's something that hopefully we'll see more guidance from the CDPH, but we aren't seeing that yet.
I would agree with you. It's not a clear path. You have a very strong interest, as demonstrated through our interviews and your comments here, around public health issues.
Right.
Here, and you've initiated already.
Right.
Here, and the concept of a strategist is to bring some additional value into your community. Here, it would be a burden, a financial burden, but it would be a purposeful burden for that, as something, as a mid-course alternative to, while either you watch what happens in Sacramento, or this might be the strategy to pursue.
Right. Well, and that's a good point. And I would like to ask our staff, just in addition to their work when it comes to the monitoring, I'd also like us to engage our state lobbyists to really also kind of have an extra set of eyes and ears and to express our collective opinion on this issue, because I think it's something where, more creating that echo chamber of a sense of urgency to try to do something here. It would be really wise, I think, in addition to their expertise, but to also have our lobbyists pushing as well.
We certainly can do that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments or questions on this item? Councilmember Fan.
Thank you so much for that thorough presentation. It was really helpful and eye-opening for me because I'm not a healthcare expert. I don't run any healthcare agencies. I'm just a city attorney. But it is really scary to look at least with a full, if we were to move in that direction, which we don't even know if we're allowed to or how that would work. The $8.5 to $14 million is quite huge. And I of course am supportive of, the focus on Santa Ana and bringing these health issues to the fore rather than waiting on the county to try to do something about it. But that is a huge lift, and at least as of right now, despite the regulatory rigmarole that we don't even know how that will work, I don't think I guess it's not even clear that this net local cost that you have in here includes the early infrastructure builds that you mentioned in later slides, right? We have to kind of do early infrastructure investments prior to even going forward with some of these programs?
Yes, we gave the snapshot that we've given you on page 13 is what it might look like on your budget. Okay.
On an annual basis,
yes,
right? So there might be additional one-time
correct.
investments.
That is not in
before.
we didn't put into the analysis
right.
the capitalization costs, the ramp-up costs.
Right, we might have to build another Ross Annex just to
correct.
accommodate.
We didn't add that to the analysis.
So for me, I'm actually not even particularly interested to have our lobbyists pursue looking at the CDPH program, because at least at this time for me, this is extremely cost prohibitive, and to look at, to even follow, even if it were legal, right? I'm thinking this might be something 5 or 10 years out if they get a program in place, and if any other city is truly getting a program up and running, and if they even seem successful, because often these types of things can revert back if it ends up being a massive failure, they're not meeting the state and federal regulations that they need to meet. On top of that, I do like the idea of a potential chief health strategist. Of course, it's not exactly the same as our environmental planner or the new position that we just approved for Director Ty's department, but I think there's a little bit of an overlap, given that in both cases, we're talking about environmental justice issues, environmental concerns, and those are very related to health. And so, at least for me at this time, I'd love to look at a chief health strategist, at least to public health education and bringing forth kind of, maybe not all of the roles that we have here, but some of it. Things, grants and programs that we can pursue that the city can get money for in order to actually educate our residents. For example, I tell people that, yes, an electric stove is very expensive to have at home, but what a lot of people don't know is that the Cal EPA and our air quality, right, is air quality, and our state regulators, they regulate outdoor air quality. But every time you cook with a gas stove at home, the air quality inside actually exceeds the legal amount of air pollution outside from a gas stove. So that, when I learned about that, it was extremely disheartening because I grew up with asthma. So many people in my family have asthma, and so many low-income families deal with those types of issues. So seeing how we can get a grant, working with our environmental justice planner, and actually collaborating to bring these types of public health education and services to our residents, I think may be a better step forward to address some of the concerns that we have as a result of the lack of COVID resources that the county gave us. So that would be my direction to staff. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Any other, Councilmember Lopez?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's really well presented to us, so I appreciate that. I don't necessarily know that I have direction for staff. I do want to sit with this a little bit longer because it's a lot of information, and so I just want to have the opportunity to process it. So nothing against the presenters.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa, then Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to follow along the lines of Councilmember Fan. I definitely see how cost prohibitive this could be for our city, and don't think that today, it's something that we could sustain, and something that we could even, I think it'd just be duplicative of what, the county is doing, the state. So my question would be or I guess my desire would be to also look at the chief strategist position, and, Spanish, first language. So that would be my desire.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mendoza.
I heard that. Your question was about the infrastructure required for the staff of this model. And we did not include in our analysis like a building, the build out, other types of things that would be required to have an agency.
Thank you. And I also had a question as to the cost per capita. Is this something that would be out of pocket from the residents, or are we looking for them to get some maybe Medicare, Medi-Cal, some kind of stipend or government assistance?
Very good question. The factor per capita is a reflection of the level of effort. It's not a bill that goes to your community there, although your community does pay local taxes there, so it would contribute at some level to the cost obligation if you were to create such a department here. Your question about whether payer programs like Medi-Cal, Medicare, other types of payers, we've accommodated that in our analysis. It's not dollar for dollar. They're little bits and pieces of public health functions that can be paid for by other payers. You need an administrative structure to go capture those revenues. They're not going to fully offset the costs of your programming. These are, as an example, when you do a disease control suppression with a rodent, there's nobody to send the bill to on something like that, as an example. So they can't pay the full ride.
Thank you. Councilmember, any additional questions? Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, let me just wrap up by saying I think you've heard some good feedback from members of the council. We certainly appreciate the presentation and the deeper dive that you've done. Just for a little bit of historical context for members of the public who may be wondering why this is before us. So this came before us because this was part of an effort to try to understand how the city could navigate a public health crisis like we just went through and what we just lived through with the pandemic. But we had public health issues prior to the pandemic here in the city that are well documented. We have a very unique city of the 34 cities in the county with different needs. And so the discussion was, how do we approach not just the next pandemic, but the next public health challenge that is going to be constant, right? So that is something that is not a variable. We know that is going to continue. So we received some monies from the federal government through the rescue plan to use for this feasibility study and for this study and analysis that you gave us, unlike the city of West Covina that just ventured out without doing any sort of this front-end work because they were compelled to do it because they realized their city didn't fit with the LA County model. That said, our unique challenge here in Santa Ana is that we had over 1,000 people lose their lives that shouldn't have lost their lives had we had our own department like Long Beach or Pasadena, or even our own advocate like a chief health strategist, right? So I guess we can quantify this, and if we look at what the chief strategist position is calculated at, it's right now forecasted at about $190,000 a year. But what's the price of losing a life, right? What's the price of having a good healthcare system and good delivery of that care in an equitable way? We know that when resources were received by the county from both the state and federal levels, they didn't make it to Santa Ana in an equitable way as they should have been done to the rest of the county. So I guess, for me, this whole question about CDPH not having, a system for cities to transition and have their own health departments or health agencies, that will come. That's a problem. That I think is an issue that will resolve itself in time, because you have a county like ours with 34 cities and 3 million plus residents, and expect to have equitable delivery of health care is just very, very difficult to believe that that's going to be done well. So I think this is going to happen more and more. I do agree that maybe a chief, because this is kind of a binary choice. It's basically going with a full service agency or going with an advocate on behalf of the city for good public health delivery. So I think that maybe what we could look at this as is a transitional. And maybe this, maybe having a position, again, and I like the idea of it being combined, maybe with our environmental justice director, because they both involve public health, because there's a nexus between what we're trying to do with both those positions, and maybe that's a way that we could fund that. Public health also involves mental health. And I know there are a lot of mental illness dollars out there that the federal government has made available to public agencies. And if we have a health strategist, maybe we could advocate more aggressively for those dollars. But the idea is we need to do something, because what we have, which is no seat at the table, really right now. So we have very little on behalf of Santa Ana when it comes to advocating for good quality health care for our residents. And we know that our residents here are even more deserving and needier because they have higher rates of, underlying conditions, right? They're lower income. So these are folks that are at much higher risk. So to the extent that there is, no system to help them, it is a responsibility of ours to take a look at that. So I'm in agreement with those that spoke about looking at the chief health strategist. I was a little confused because I know the position is, forecasted at $190,000, but we have a total cost with, I don't know what OH is. What's the OH?
overhead that's
Okay.
associated with it. We also assumed some additional positions that
Right.
you may want to consider to support that.
I mean, we're a big enough organization that I think, those positions of grant writing and analyst, that could be absorbed by existing internal staff. So I see this as a much smaller number than the 580,000 a year. I see this as something that we can augment or reduce by looking at, some of the federal mental health dollars that we might be eligible for, and the state as well. So I would say, Madam City Manager, it sounds like you've heard from many that we research that. To me, as a transitional point, because I think by the time we get somebody on board with that role, CDPH will start moving its wheels. This isn't a question that's unique to Santa Ana. This is going to be asked by many other cities that I've heard want to move in this direction. So thank you both for that presentation. Thank you to staff. I think you've received a lot of good feedback from the council, and we appreciate you. We'll be checking back. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. So let me go ahead and move along and ask the city attorney if she has anything to report out of closed session.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and also members of our public. We had 5 closed session items this evening, and we do have reportable action on 2 items. I'd also just like to report out that on the Monsanto case, listed as item number 1, the city has accepted a settlement in the amount of $2.9 million. In item number 3, in the matter of the item of potential litigation, the City Council has directed staff to gather evidence of Waste Management's non-performance in terms of leaving trash uncollected on the city's streets preceding the transition of the Waste Management Services contract to determine the city's legal recourse on behalf of its residents and business owners. Staff was also directed to prepare a report and to provide an update on the status of trash pickup services in the city, and that will be forthcoming. Finally, with respect to item number 5, in the matter of the public employee matter, the City Council has dismissed the clerk of the council in accordance with the employment agreement. Items number 2, 3, and 5 were taken on a unanimous vote of all 7 council members, and that's all the reportable action we have this evening.
Great, thank you for that. Let me go ahead and move us along to the public comment section of our meeting. And this is a time and place for members of the public to go ahead and address the council. We will be hearing you both in person and virtually. You will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name, and you don't need to tell us your address, but let us know if you know which ward you reside in. Go ahead and do that. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council can engage in any comments with you. We will simply just be receiving your comments on matters on the agenda and matters that are not included on the agenda. So, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody? Actually, what we're going to do first, I'll call on people that are physically here that filled out green card to go ahead and request to speak, and then I'll turn it over to the clerk so they can call on people that are online or waiting virtually to address us. So let me begin with Delilah Snell, followed by John Hanna, followed by Melina Ramirez.
Good evening. My name's Delilah Snell. I own Alta Baja Market. I've been here a few times over the past couple of months. I'm sure you have all seen Main and 4th and Main and Santa Ana Boulevard are under construction right now for the OCTA streetcar. It's a disaster. It is even more catastrophic for downtown businesses than before. And there's very little that's been opened up as a result of these intersections being closed down. My fellow business owners are texting me, telling me that they get 1 sale a day. And that's if they're lucky. That is insane. I can't even believe somebody's creating a living out of this. I'm watching these workers operate, and they're going home at 2 or at 4. This whole weekend they weren't there. This is a major intersection of this downtown, an artery. They should be working twice, 2 shifts, 3 shifts, literally all the time. And they should be working the weekends. This shouldn't take 8 weeks to get done. I don't even know how a business can survive this. And the holidays are coming. How do you expect people to make money to pay for the holidays? You're cutting people off at their knees. Why is Santa Ana Boulevard still closed? At a recent public meeting with OCTA, I asked them this, and they actually said that the city needed to create a bike lane. Is this true? Because if it is, get it done or don't do it. We don't need it. What we need is access for our customers to come to our businesses, because these intersections are just killing us, having them closed. speaking of customers, they're having such a negative experience this entire year due to the streetcar construction, and I really fear for the holidays because they probably don't want to come to downtown to spend their money. They can go to so many other places that have easy access and free parking. And why would they want to come to downtown after a whole year of construction where they don't know where to go? I really think it's important. I'm planning my holiday season already. My holiday starts in early October, and I really feel like this entire downtown and all of this leadership and staff should come together and try and come up with a big plan for the holiday season, because we need something. We need to come together, and we need something more than just, Christmas lights. We need something that will bring us together and that will help people, the public and customers, to see that this downtown is important, that you need to come and spend money here, because this whole year has been disastrous for everybody. The other thing is I've sent an invite for a recent town hall that we're having on Friday at 4th Street Market at 9 a.m. We're going to be talking about all these things. I've invited all of you, and I hope that you can all make it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Hanna, followed by Melina Ramirez, followed by Leonel Flores.
Mr. Mayor, Council, John Hanna with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, a resident of Orange, former resident of Santa Ana. I'll be kind of quick tonight. I'm here on 2 consent items just to tell you that on item 33, we support the renewal of the MOU with the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. Santa Ana College is one of the partners, and we want to thank the city for all their collaborative work with Santa Ana College over the years. The second item is item 31. This is a first extension of the site plan review on Central Point Mixed Use Project at 1801 East 4th Street by the 5 Freeway. We would support that application and hope that this is approved on the consent calendar. This is a project where we believe that the applicant has gone beyond the requirements of environmental impact by doing a workforce not just with us, but I believe with the laborers union that will provide local hire for residents of Santa Ana and nearby cities. I've already given my comments in the past on the general plan, so I won't stick around for the public hearing, but I will say that I want to thank the council for their work, and I know it's a lot of work that you have on that housing element, and just keep in mind workforce housing. All right, thank you.
Thank you, John. Melina Ramirez, followed by Leonel Flores, followed by Ray Diaz. If you guys can maybe start approaching as the speaker in front of you is winding up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melina Ramirez. I am also known as La Sencilla Lopez. I'm an international oldie singer, born and raised in the city of Santa Ana, now representing my city, my beautiful city of Santa Ana, internationally. The reason why I'm here today is because I am here to support item 38, which is removing the banning of the cruising. As you know, I am an oldie singer, so I am surrounded by car shows, lowriders, and also this has been part of my growing up, right? I grew up looking, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys either own a lowrider, wished you had a lowrider, or know somebody that has a lowrider, right? So for me personally, lowriders have been in my life all my entire life, just as well as oldies. I know that you've seen me singing in a lot of events where I have, where we both have been together. So I also work for NAMI, which is National Alliance on Mental Illness. I'm a peer mentor there. So, I just want to say that for me, I remember all the time cruising, like with the lowriders and all that, how beautiful it was. And even now, how it is beautiful it is for the kids, even my own children. I want to own a lowrider. I want, So it's really nice to be able to keep our cultura alive and even for our own children, right? And so, I have a few friends here that are from car clubs, and I'm here to support them too, because I know that they work very hard for these lowriders, and it's nice to be able to take it out and take a cruise with nobody telling you nothing. So I think that we can all work together and make it happen, where we can, support each other and be able to not only allow them to cruise, but also we're working on trying to get a all lowriders parade happening for us in the city of Santa Ana. So I think that, music, lowriders, and all of this is very important because it is part of who we are. It is our culture. So I just want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, and I'll be seeing you guys in other events.
Thank you, Melina. I thought you were about to say, and those who like the song Lowrider. So I was going to say yes. Leonel Flores, followed by Ray Diaz, followed by Nelly Legaspi. Turtle Hawk Legaspi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Leonel Flores. I'm a resident of Ward 6, and I'm here in support of item 38, 39, and 40. For item 38, I think it's time that, that ban on cruising is removed. I'm also here in support of those car clubs and organizations that I know, a part of it being part of our art and culture here in the city. They give back a lot to our community. They do events like toy drives, fundraisers, things like that. So they're very positive contribution to our community. So I think it's time, to spark that conversation, revisit the topic, and make it something that's positive for the city and that everyone can enjoy. For item 39, I think it's important that our street vendors are protected because they're some of the most vulnerable people in our community, and they're just trying to make it by. They're not here bothering anybody. They're just trying to make a living. So I think it's important that we protect them as much as we can. And then for item number 40, I wasn't aware about this, but I'm glad this was brought up. I've been talking about in my neighborhood that it would be a good idea to have a library or some kind of community center down there. So I know there's a library in downtown. There's, I think, the New Hope Library on the west side, but I think it would be good to have a library on the east side of Santa Ana as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Leonel. Ray Diaz, followed by Nelly Turtleheart Legaspi.
Awesome. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ray Diaz. I am a resident of Ward 5 in Santa Ana. I am a student at UC Santa Cruz and a member of Chispa. And I come tonight in strong support of items 38, 39, and 41. So as many of you already know, the California State Assembly overwhelmingly showed out support for Assembly Concurrent Resolution 176, which is encouraging cities to overturn cruising bans. It's simply no reason for us to further criminalize our gente for engaging in the cultural pastime of cruising, especially cruising down Bristol, So cruising is a part of Santa Ana history, and I encourage y'all not to be on the wrong side of history tonight by trying to essentially outlaw what is ours. In terms of item 39, in the wake of numerous attacks against street vendors, I implore the council to essentially protect those of our community who are our neighbors, who are our friends, who have really contributed and are essentially pillars of our community. So when we grow up with the elotero or the tamalero in the morning on Sundays, or with the paletero on a hot summer day, just the contributions that they're able to give to our community when they feed our children, when they bring smiles to people of all ages, that's essentially about protecting those people that we all serve, those people that you serve. And so making sure that once we come together here to this city and we come and pledge allegiance to a flag that claims to be liberty and justice for all, I would urge this council to put some action behind those words and protect those street vendors that are on the streets doing the work. So with that being said, last item, item 41, campaign finance reform ordinance. The corruption coming out of this county has been making further loss of trust and faith within our public institutions. So I am disappointed, to say the least, of the news that came from our neighboring city of Anaheim. But I would hope that our city leaders here in the city of Santa Ana have the spine and political courage to root out special interest out of our city politics. You are accountable to the people in this beautiful city, or at least I would hope so. And so I would just remind everyone here in this council that elections have consequences, and I just urge you to remember that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ray. Nelly Turtleheart Legaspi, Nasano, followed by Felipe Lucero.
We almost smacked right into it. Hello, everybody. I'm Nellie Legaspi Turtleheart. I live in Ward 5. Oh, excuse me, I live in Ward 3, but I'm appointed by Ward 5 Councilmember Hernandez as the Personnel Commissioner and the new chairperson. I'm speaking tonight about item 39 and 38. First off, I gotta say that growing up in Rosemead, San Gabriel Valley, cruising was something that we all did, and it wasn't just lowriders. It was VW bugs and the buses and the sports cars. That was the whole culture, and that's something that our communities are missing. It's not all bad stuff. If you're on the outside, you might perceive it as that, but it's not. A lot of it is very good stuff going on. And I think it's important for us to embrace something from the past that is wholesome and can bring revenue to the city if you bring vendors in and let them get permits and sell items. Also about the street vendors, I gotta say that growing up in Rosemead, we had the ice cream man pushing the little cart. That was a long time ago, okay? We had the bread man, we had the ice cream truck, we had all those street vendors, and they were protected by the community because we all looked to them as resources. And so that's something that I think that we need to protect street vendors, because primarily the street vendors come from one culture, primarily. And the sad thing is they get victimized. And I think it's wrong. And I think as a city, since we are the heart of Orange County, as Santa Ana, I think we need to protect them. And we need to take that forefront of being the protectors so that groups like the American Indian Movement don't have to come out and do it. So the police officers don't have to be fighting harder than they are already to protect our community. Let's do something that makes it a hate crime and protect them. I also want to send out an invitation to y'all. BACA, Bikers Against Child Abuse, are going to be having an event here in Santa Ana at the Boys and Girls Club on the 27th, and they've asked me to convey an invitation to y'all. If you don't know about them, look them up. It's Bikers Against Child Abuse, BACA. And they have a chapter here in Orange County that American Indian Movement of Orange County has partnered up with. And they really do go out and help kids when they're going through child abuse, going to the courts. They actually walk into the courthouses with them if they have to go in by themselves. So it's very, very empowering. They will be participating in the next event I want to talk about. Save the date, October 8th, Indigenous Peoples Day here in Santa Ana. It's going to be amazing. Jonathan Hernandez made sure that I'm in charge, but it's going to be amazing. It's all inclusive, and you're not going to regret being a part of it. I hope that all of you come out and send your commissioners out too to be a part of it. I would love to see them. And again, remember BACA, because they will be there at Indigenous Peoples Day. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Nelly. Nasano, followed by Felipe Lucero, followed by Saul Garcia, followed by Tony Longoria.
Good afternoon. My name is Nazario Bastida. I've been a resident of the city of Santa Ana for over 30 years. I've done many events throughout the city. I'm in 100% full support, item 38, with the cruising. About 15 to 18 years ago, with Mike McCoy, we became into a better relationship against the cruisers and the Santa Ana police. It was a very difficult situation. I know it was because of the 90s, what had left behind of all the gangs and all that. So with Mike McCoy, we became into a better relationship of knowing how to treat each other and respect each other, of the cruising and the classic cars. So we had a meeting with Mike McCoy and over 40 police officers and watch commanders and all that. And it was a little bit of a difficult situation, but we came into better understanding that, we needed some room, some breathing room, because, we all have kids. I believe cruising is not, is not a crime. I mean, it's it's a style that we have, and my kids have grown from little kids into this. I've gotten several gang members out of the gangs and got them involved into the bikes, car clubs, and moving forward. I've given back to the community for over 25 years. We have a toy drive. We donate. We have an event that's totally free for the community, and we help over 1,000 to 2,000 kids. Phil Becerra was there 2 years ago. He was one of the witnesses. Before that, we had David Benavides, Lou Correa. We had several people who supported us, acknowledging what we do for the city, that we give back to our own community, and that we're there 100% to support them. I believe the cruising could be something that could be possible, and it could be done. With Mike McCoy, we're already working on something similar like that, to where even if we have to pay like a fast track, we get a pass from certain hours, you can cruise and have that fast track as your bypass to cruise. We're not out to harm nobody. We're not out to do nothing bad. We have several witnesses from the city here that have gone to some of our events. We're just like anybody else. I believe it's time, and we deserve the opportunity to show you
15 seconds,
different.
sir. 10 seconds to wrap up.
10 seconds. So with that in mind, I believe there's been several city officers from here that have gone to some of our events.
Your time's up, sir. Sorry.
And hopefully this can go through.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Let me have Felipe Lucero, followed by Saul Garcia, followed by Tony Longoria.
Hello, my name is Felipe Lucero. I'm a member of the Unique Car Club, and I'm here to support my club and item number 38 and 39.
Thank you. Thank you, Felipe. Saul Garcia, followed by Tony Longoria, followed by Dave Helvig.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Saul Garcia. I'm a resident from Orange, former resident from Santa Ana. I'm currently automotive instructor for Santa Ana Unified School District at Valley High School and Santa Ana High School as well. What the lowrider community has done for our students has been above and beyond. When you have students come into the program not knowing anything about cars, not knowing anything, they have a single family member, no parents, living in a foster home, homeless kids, and they come to my program, and we have a 64 Impala, we have a 62 Impala, we're rebuilding the motor, we're doing a coolant change, we're doing a brake service, we're doing something on that lowrider. And when they're done, the club members come in, they say thank you, they take off. They're seeing down the street, going down Bristol, down 17th Street, and they're like, wow, I worked on that car. That empowerment that gives that student, that kid, hey, how do I get that car? How much does that cost? And the club members will say, it costs $100,000, it costs $80,000. Wow, that's a lot of money. The impact, I need to be educated. I need to go to class. I need to go to school. I need to get impacted, okay? What I would like to do is I would like to do a mentor program within the city, within the school, within the PD department, and influence the youth of how to be successful. Just like everybody in here has mentors, have mentors for our youth. Okay, let's make history here in Santa Ana. There's word that this thing is going down the state, how they want to active cruising. Let's make it here where cruise night, we have a workshop for our parents, for our community member. Maybe there's a parent that needs help with an Excel worksheet or PowerPoints. Let's do a workshop for that parent or for that college kid, or maybe that college kid needs help with their math or science class or something. Let's do a workshop within our community, but at the same time, help them, and they can see that lowrider, they can see the people going down the street, a vendor, and all that stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. Tony Longoria, followed by Del Helvig, followed by Guadalupe Barragan.
How's it going? I'm Tony Longoria. Yeah, and
I worked with Sal. I've took my car to the school so the students could work on my car. I got a 64 Impala, and I'm here to support the 38, the ban on the cruising, because I got my car. I love to cruise it. I love to, the kids. I'm driving down the street, driving down Bristol. I get kids pulling up next to me. Can I see the car go up and down? And I'll move the car up and down. I'll let the kids see it. And to me, to see a kid smile, it's worth all the trouble that I got into, the money, the blood, the sweat, the tears. Because to be honest, these cars, they're not cheap anymore. They're not cheap anymore. So I would like to be able to cruise Bristol, cruise my city that I grew up in, that I lived in my whole life, in my car, and show it off to the community. And I've done a lot of work with Jonathan. I've done fundraisers. I've done toy drives in my club, Orange County Car Club. We've worked a lot with them, and I like to keep doing that. I like to keep doing that, and I'd like to see this ban lifted. I think it would be good for us, for the city of Santa Ana. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Dale Helvig, followed by Guadalupe Barragan, followed by Salica Diaz.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Dale Helvig, Ward 3. A lot of good people were recognized tonight, so it was good. And staff presentations were good as well. I think it's about time we start looking at COVID again. Back in the beginning of April, we had 55 cases for the week. I don't know if you looked last week, we had over 978, I think it was. That's a 1,700% increase in the last 3 months. And we know that a lot of these cases aren't being reported, and so that number is really much higher. So before it gets out of control again, maybe you want to consider looking at that again. About a week ago, Orange County Register came out with an article for lead contamination. And that got me to thinking, and I started going down the bunny trail, looking at numbers and everything else. And they had a map that showed a large portion of Santa Ana with lead contamination. And I went back and looked at the general plan. We looked at environmental justice areas and everything else. And the map that I'm handing out to you guys, which is this one right here, shows that the area east of the 5 freeway all the way north has a lot of lead contamination, but this particular map from the city PowerPoint presentation that they had for environmental justice showed that the area south of 17th Street, all the way, essentially your area, Mayberry, is listed as either an environmental justice area or a disadvantaged community. But yet, when we approved the general plan, that's not listed as an environmental justice area. And I looked at the EPA website, and it says environmental justice is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people regardless of race, color, national origin, or income with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. It doesn't look at the income factor. And I think the city has mixed environmental justice and disadvantaged communities, and that's how they came up with the environmental justice boundaries. So I think it needs to be relooked at as far as what is an environmental justice issue. Lead contamination is well above the 5 freeway, into Mayberry Park, into all the homes that border the freeways. So let's look at that. Last thing is housing element.
8
It's
seconds.
kind of sad that I think I'm the only one as of 11 o'clock today that has provided any input to the housing element. I think that says a lot. We need to get more community involvement. Thanks.
Thank you, Dale. Guadalupe Barragan, followed by Salica Diaz, and our last speaker is Victor Mendez.
Buenas tardes otra vez. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Barragán. Nuevamente quiero darle muchísimas gracias a Vicente Sarmiento, Jonathan Hernández por la gran ayuda que hemos obtenido. Pienso seguir aquí en la ciudad de Santa Ana. La amo. Ustedes ya saben, hemos sufrido, hemos batallado, pero seguimos adelante. Voy a seguir adelante porque amo mucho a Santa Ana. Soy santanera y toda mi familia somos santaneros y no vamos no vamos a dar un paso atrás, sino vamos a seguir adelante con la ayuda de ustedes. Muchísimas gracias. No sé cómo agradecerles todo el trabajo, el esfuerzo que juntos podemos seguir haciendo para poder seguir manteniendo la bonita ciudad de Santa Ana adelante. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening. Again, my name is Guadalupe Barragan. Once again, I'm here to thank you, to give you lots and lots of thanks to Mr. Vicente Sarmiento and Jonathan Hernandez for all the help that you have given us. I'm here in Santa Ana. This is my city, and I love it. And there's a lot of stuff going on and suffering going on, but we will go on. We will continue. I love Santa Ana. I'm a Santanera. My whole family are Santaneros, and we're not going back. We're going forward, and we're going forward with your help. So I'm here to thank you for all the work so that we continue working together to make this beautiful city of Santa Ana even better.
Great. Celica, go ahead, and our last speaker will be Victor Mendez.
I'm going to read an email that I sent to you guys earlier today. Sorry, I'm going to repeat myself again. But I really want, whatever happened to me, I don't want the same thing to happen to anybody else in the city. I really want other neighborhood leaders to feel encouraged and not feel afraid to come out and do neighborhood events. Okay. As you know, my name is Celica Diaz. I am the Pacific Park neighborhood leader. And on June 25th, 2022, I planned and coordinated the first annual concert at the Pacific and Resource Fair. Despite all the obstacles and challenges I encountered with city staff during the approval process, my event was a great success. It was informational, entertaining, and it brought neighbors together for a night of fun. Some of you even attended, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being there and showing support. I have put neighborhood events together in the past. This is not my first one, but this is the first time I felt singled out and hopeless. I understand there's a process and there are requirements the city has in order to approve events, but never have I experienced anything like this, like what I experienced on this event. I am asking the city to please review its process for approving special events and ensure that it is a fair process. I believe the approval process should be followed by all, and city staff departments should follow the same process for every applicant. Based on my experience this year, it appears staff in different city departments have different requirements to obtain final approval, which makes the process difficult. Some city staff will not respond to my emails and not answer my phone calls when I wanted to call to get clarification of what was needed toward the approval. My concern is some applicants or events are not required to obtain the same approvals from city staff, like I was for my free community event. I was told by city staff that one of my nonprofits attending my event required a business license to participate, even though this same nonprofit attended the city event a week before at Centennial Park. I believe every applicant should be held to the same standards and provide all the necessary paperwork to be approved. I hope I'm not mistaken and my community event was not singled out. I am asking the city to review its approval process for special events to make it a smooth process that all applicants must follow. All applicants. We must all be treated equal. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Our last in-person speaker will be Victor Mendez, and then we'll go to any members of the public that may be online or joining us virtually. Go ahead, Victor.
Okay, so tonight I want to talk about
community wellness, which seems kind of appropriate, and public safety. As I mentioned earlier in another comment, Santa Ana is the 25th most violent city in California. We just recently had a murder right in front of a 7-Eleven. We have a resolution to try to prevent hate crimes against our vendors, our street vendors. And today I was at the Firestone, and my service advisor informed me that a customer punched him in the face. We are not a well city. We are ill. Please face that fact. We have some problems here. And frankly, I don't think, as much as I admire Mr. Hernandez and his effort here, I don't think that resolution is going to solve our problem. I don't think a health strategist will solve that problem. I think you as a council have to help solve the problem. Now, I know some of you really have antipathy toward mental health and have a strong issue with it, but I'm hoping the majority of this council can see the way and realize that we can do something. We can put psychologists in our parks to talk to our kids. We can have different places to diffuse issues. But I'm seeing a community that is boiling and has some serious issues, at least at a mental health level. And having said that, mental health eventually leads to physical problems and other health issues. So please recognize we have a problem. That's the first step in trying to get a solution. That said, on item 10, I generally support this bonus for the officers, and I think using overtime money to fund this initiative is very appropriate and very supportive. My only issue is that we always seem to be in Santa Ana using money to solve our problems sometimes. We have one of the best police academies in the state right down the street in Santa Ana Community College. I don't know why there isn't synergy between staff, HR staff, and the academy to bring more people in to Santa Ana. And why do we have to spend $10,000, which I agree, it's probably going to pay it off, but I sure would like to see somebody try something first and an effort that doesn't cost any money and maybe can save some money and also get some better results. On police overtime, I did look into this special revenue fund. And what I found was really a lot of overtime for undercover officers who are protecting a multi-billion-dollar corporation, Live Nation, doing business as the observatory. I don't know about you. I don't have billions of dollars to pay for private security.
You have 15 seconds to.
Yes. We have drugs, we have guns, we have prostitution. But our undercover agency resources seem to be spending time trying to do overtime, and they're not perhaps spending the time and trying to do what they're supposed to be doing initially. I get a little confused with that, please. So please, this is something that I think needs to be really looked at. Why are overtime officers spending their time and energy protecting a multi-billion-dollar corporation and we have such big needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Let me go ahead and turn it over to the clerk so she can give direction or instructions to anybody that may be online. And I'll ask the clerk staff, do we have anybody that is wanting to address the council virtually?
Yes, sir, we do. Speakers on the queue may provide their comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, with the exception of public hearing items. When unmuted, please announce your name, ward, or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. To request to speak, dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now. Before unmuting callers, I would like to begin by reporting the following summary of emails provided to us as of today. Closed session item number 3, possible litigation waste management. We have one email from a Santa Ana resident complaint regarding trash service issues. Non-agenda items, Santa Ana resident complaint regarding fireworks. One Santa Ana resident comment regarding lead contamination in Santa Ana. Item number 17, Amazon contract. We have one Santa Ana resident provided comment for options to allocate funds for staff to purchase from local vendors. Item number 38, repeal anti-cruising ordinance and establish cruising policy. We received 10 emails from non-Santa Ana residents as well as undisclosed organizations. Item number 39, implement law that would classify attacks on street vendors as a hate crime. We have one Santa Ana organization sent us an email, and 2 residents, not disclosed, sent us emails. Okay. With that, we would like to start with a caller whose phone number ends, or Zoom ID, Lorraine. Please select a microphone icon on your device and proceed with your comment. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Y'all can hear me okay?
Yes. Yes, we
Okay,
can.
awesome. Okay, good evening. I'm Lorraine Quinones. I am a mom of 3, married for 20 years, teacher with Los Angeles Unified School District. I reside in Los Angeles, but my childhood roots are in Orange County, City of Orange and Santa Ana. I'm an avid cruiser, and we have 3 classic cars. Our pride and joy is our 57 Bel Air that we often cruise on Sundays. I am thrilled that the council members, Mendoza and Hernandez, have requested the anti-cruising ordinance to be on the agenda, item number 38. I am in 100% in favor of Santa Ana and all cities repealing this discriminatory ordinance that targets people like me and those who have spoken before me on item number 38. I commend Santa Ana for the first, I believe, SoCal city to have this on the agenda, and for ACR 176 that's authored by Assemblywoman Luz Rivas. I commend them for taking this racist ordinance to the state level. Cruising is a healthy pastime and bonding experience for family, friends, and communities. For me, cruising is a stress relief and positive mental health exercise. I cruise with my husband, our kids, family, and friends too. Cruising is part of our culture, lifestyle, and the anti-cruising ordinance infringes upon that right to carry on the tradition of custom cars, our culture of riding low and slow, and the passion that goes into these beautiful works of art that are a testament of hard work, dedication, talent, and identity. I call for all cities and our state to repeal the anti-cruising ordinance and provide the support and necessary resources and/or collaboration in order to ensure safe and successful cruising on our public streets. This will preserve and honor the culture of lowriding, cruising, and the opportunity to take a stand against all discriminatory and/or racist ordinances. Thank you for beginning that process today and setting the standard for other cities as well. I live in East LA, and I'm so proud that Santa Ana has this on the agenda today, and I hope to get this in LA as well. You guys are setting the example and leading the way. So repeal the anti-cruising ordinance in Santa Ana and everywhere. I stand in solidarity with organizations like Sacramento Lowrider Commission, United Lowrider Coalition, Albuquerque, who has repealed the ordinance, Modesto, San Jose, all those who spoke before me. I stand in solidarity with them. And remember, cruising is not a crime. I stand in solidarity with the council members Mendoza and Hernandez.
You have
and
15
Brown.
seconds, ma'am.
Thank you. Brown Issues Organization, just to name a few who are organizing efforts and have done so much to repeal the
5 seconds to wrap up.
Big ups to Assemblywoman Luz Rivas. Thank you very much. Peace and love. Cruising is not a crime.
We have Zoom ID Flavio Huizar. Please unmute your microphone on your device.
All righty, you can hear me, correct?
Yes, sir.
My name is Flavio Huizar. I am actually the Outreach Community Liaison for the Sacramento Lowrider Commission. I actually represent the Lowrider Commission in Sacramento. We were actually the first city in California to repeal this ordinance that is, when we look at the ordinance, what we see is in the early 80s, the problems with the gangs, and an ordinance that started in Sacramento literally rippled out across California. Most ordinances can look back to the ordinance of 88 that happened in Northern California, Sacramento. And when these ordinances came in, what they did was they wanted to be able to affect the gangs, affect those that were on the streets. The problem with that is when they created these ordinances, what they did was they netted a community, a brown community, an African community that had already been lowriding since the 50s, since the 40s, all through the 60s and through the 70s and through the 80s. And so this is a civil rights issue. Let's understand what it is. It's a civil rights issue when you label a community and you say, you are different, you are less than, you are not equal. And so I want you to understand that, because this is a civil rights issue, and our city removed that ordinance because they understood that. They said, you're absolutely correct. This is a civil rights issue. The signs in our city were in the brown communities. If you have signs in your community, I guarantee you they're probably in the brown communities. But it was removed. We thank God for that, me personally. But I want to just share with you that currently in California right now, the lowriding community has been here for a very long time. They've been working hard to be able to have toy drives, to be able to do things in the community. The families understand lowriding is a culture. It is something that brings families. It is a mental health issue. Here, somebody a few minutes ago was just talking about mental health. When people go and lowride and they take their families and they take these $30 and $40 and $100,000 cars out on the streets and go and have downtime, this is a time for them to be able to be with their families, to be able to have mental health time of a downtime, of a time of just being around others. Because if this was baseball, none of us would complain. If this was a soccer team, nobody would say nothing. They would say that's the thing that they do
You
in
have
their
15
community.
seconds, sir.
And so we stand and ask you to repeal this no cruising ordinance in your city. Be the first city in Southern California.
5 seconds to wrap up, sir.
We stand with Councilmember Hernandez, and we ask you to repeal this, and we stand behind the city of Santa Ana. Gracias.
Zoom caller Idalia Rios, please unmute your microphone.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Cidalia Rios. I am resident of Ward 6, and I am speaking tonight to provide a charter amendment recommendation. I ask each of you to please listen closely and truly consider it. And this is on agenda item 36. As an immigrant, I have lived in many cities. The city of Santa Ana was the first city where I felt at home. I became involved when I took the opportunity to advocate for my children's well-being in their schools. Since my advocacy has expanded, I have served on many SAUSC parent and community committees, and as a community leader with Bella in the Lacey neighborhood. I advocate for the future generations and the city's most vulnerable residents, my friends and neighbors. Along my journey, I have met amazing people that have shown me that change is possible, but enacting through change has been challenging without the right to vote. The inability to vote has been a real barrier to myself and many of my neighbors. Santa Ana is a home to many immigrants that are not yet U.S. citizens. Our neighborhoods are filled with mixed status households. All Santa Ana residents, regardless of their immigration status, pay taxes in this city. We deserve to have a say in who will represent us. We need a vote in local elections to promote the well-being of our neighborhoods. The city of Santa Ana has been a leader when it comes to immigrant rights. Just last year, Councilmember Lopez introduced an ordinance that allows undocumented residents to serve on any city commission. This is an opportunity to lead and further democracy by providing undocumented residents the opportunity to participate in local elections, such as for the city council and the school board. I did some research and I learned that other cities are doing this. Maryland has 10 cities that have done this. San Francisco did it in 2016. 2 cities in Vermont did it in 2021. And New York just did it a few months ago in January. Now is the time for the city of Santa Ana to expand democracy, include all community leaders, and become the first city in Southern California to expand voting rights to undocumented residents. De la misma forma que Santa Ana me abrazó y abrió mi corazón al cambio, es el mismo que Santa Ana puede abrir sus brazos para que más residentes puedan servir a su ciudad.
You have 15
sin-
seconds.
Thank you for your time.
Just as Santa Ana welcomed me, Santa Ana can make the change to open the arms to its residents in Santa Ana. Thank you.
Zoom caller Francine Mata, please unmute your microphone.
Good evening, council members. My name is Francine Mata, president of the Sacramento Lowrider Commission. I'm calling in support of the Santa Ana Lowrider family on item 38. And again, thank you, council, for letting me speak. I want to ask that you repeal the no cruising ordinance ban. There's already traffic laws that exist, and this is an outdated discriminatory tactic. Also impose no fees, no permits, as there are already taxes paid for us to drive the streets safely. A little bit about lowriding that I want to bring you into. When I think of lowriding, I think it's a form of moving art, which tells a story. Great pride. You'll see lowriders at the Super Bowl, movies, parades, business openings. Even during COVID, there were parades of lowriders driving by houses to celebrate birthdays, anniversaries. When you look at our lowrider culture, it's culture, unity, family, economic growth. It's multicultural, different nationalities, men, women of all ages, of all economic statuses, lawyers, students, teachers, politicians. We do community events, numerous 8 to 10 hours a day when we do events, and that keeps the community engaged. They do water drives, feed the hungry, backpack drives, library literacy, toy drives. It builds economy. It keeps businesses thriving, creating new businesses, educational programs when you see us lowriders. Once it's repealed, it shows a hand of trust from you, the city, law enforcement, which engages relationship building, collaboration, which promotes positive unity, and also voting. I foresee that it would increase voting because you're extending a hand of trust. I thank you for the time, and I want to wish all of you solidarity and love. Thank you.
Zoom caller David Polanco, please unmute your microphone.
Hello, my name is David Polanco. I'm from the United Lowrider Council of San Jose. I'm calling in support of repealing the no cruising ordinance. Here in San Jose, we had our ordinance repealed June 28th, right after Sacramento. Since then, we've had Sacramento has began to organize, other lowrider councils and communities, and throughout California, and we're working together to help with this. Through this, I've confirmed that, we all have the same struggles, we all have the same values, and we all love our culture. Yet all our cities have different dynamics within them that make us all unique. We struggle against the stereotypes portrayed by the big screen and the media, and of the past, the struggles of our youth, and the need for positive role models. Like it or not, we are those role models to most of our Chicano and youth in those neighborhoods that tend to be into lowriding. But that being said, I think it's very important to show a positive relationship between the local police, city officials, and the lowrider community. This could only just help bring a more positive to the community. So I want to just leave you with this thought that although the lowrider culture had those no cruising ordinances in place, the culture still thrived regardless of the signs. Imagine how it would be if the culture was supported by the city and law enforcement to take it to the next level. Thank you for your time.
Zoom caller Roberto, please unmute your microphone.
Hi, this is Roberto, Ward 1 resident, and I'm calling on item 19 and just trying to, I had communicated with Councilmember Taibet Fan around the handball courts and the expansion of the parking lot, as well as creating greater access for the mobile home residents. And, she was very thorough in her response in regards to the process, of the updates and renovations to Santa Anita Park. So, I think in just being able to see the process or understand the process and, trying to balance park access. And I can see how increasing the parking space, would increase access at the park. But, that's coming at the cost of the handball court there at Santa Anita Park. So, I just wanted to voice my support for saving the handball court. But I understand in terms of process, I believe it's, a done deal at this point. But yeah, and I think, in terms of increasing the parking space access, at least if in terms of, reaching to a point where we can increase parking while still maintaining the handball court. And, we can supplement that access from the parking spots, because I think, I know the mobile home residents that live to south of the park and so, there's a high density there, and the mobile home residents have to walk around to get to the park when they literally live next door. And so I know there were some questions in regards to whether the city owns that or the mobile home, the mobile home owners are own that wall. But I think the city, should support in taking on some of those costs to support in that access. In the future, I know that park itself will need to expand in the future. But yeah, we are where we are. But for sure, I just wanted to, think about ways when we think about park expansion. The various factors that go into increasing access. And so, I've learned a lot from this experience, and thank you all and thank you, Tanya, one of the mobile home residents who I was able to speak to, and she was able to share her perspective with me, and wanting to increase park access. But thank you so much, City, and have a good night.
Zoom caller Aida Castañeda, please unmute your microphone.
Good evening, members. My name is Aida Castañeda. I'm calling in solidarity. I'm from the United Lowrider Coalition here in National City, California. We're a small municipality out in San Diego County, and we're too working on repealing our anti-cruising ordinance here within the city. I just have to say that I commend the leadership within Santa Ana for taking this initiative on. This is really a statewide movement that has been empowering our communities to engage in a way that they haven't quite before. When we talk about policy changes, when we talk about systemic racism, we're at the nucleus of it with the no cruising ordinance. And I want to remind how we got to this point. And I think it's important to recognize that Prop 187, Prop 229, Prop 209, the use, no longer use of affirmative action in the state of California, were very much targeted to disenfranchise Chicanos within our communities. So to target our communities further by municipalities taking on these ordinances, it just goes to show how much animus there was towards Chicanos in the 1990s and what continues to persist to this day. So I really encourage the local community in this area to continue to get active, to advocate for themselves and for our larger community. I hope that you can continue to support this effort and have an honest policy conversation about what this means for our community at large. We're really looking up to you all to pass this ordinance and to repeal the ordinance so we can continue the movement and rectify the ills of our past. Muchísimas gracias. Best of luck to you all. And the United Lowrider Coalition from National City sends you our best. Thank you.
Zoom caller Jovita Arellano, please unmute your microphone.
Good evening, council members and mayor.
I am Jovita Ayano, and I am one of the co-chairs of the United Lowrider Coalition here in National City, part of San Diego County. I really want to thank Councilmember Hernandez for bringing this issue to the agenda. This shows that not only other cities throughout the state of California are doing this, but they're following suit. And I support the repeal of the no cruising ordinance for the city of Santa Ana. We are trying to get that done here in San Diego, but with you passing this ordinance to repeal it is something that shows that all other cities throughout the state of California can do. And we stand in solidarity with you, with all of the cities in the state of California. We all are pushing for the same thing. We all are going through the same problems, the same issues that are being, discriminate against the brown and black communities. In National City, we have those signs up, and they are in the brown communities. We're lowriders. We're family members, we're business owners, we're homeowners, we all have jobs. Our cars are worth thousands and thousands of dollars. The lowriders bring revenue to the city. They bring good things to the city. They do all of these events. Nobody hears about the good things that the lowrider community is doing in the cities. Every once in a while you hear that. But we hear the negative. We hear that stigma against the lowriders. That's not the case. That was, they're using stigma from way back in the early 50s, 60s. But today, the lowrider community, we're family. We're united. That's why we named our coalition the United Coalition, because we are all united and we stand together throughout the state of California. And I'm asking you tonight to please repeal the no cruising ordinance in the city of Santa Ana. Do this for the unity of the community, the lowrider community, and we stand behind you. We want that respect. We respect the elected officials. We respect the law enforcement.
You have 15 seconds.
We want that respect back. So I'm urging you to please repeal this ordinance. Thank you.
We have our last caller, Carl Benninger. Please unmute your microphone. Carl Benninger. Please unmute your microphone.
Thank you, and good evening to Council and to the Mayor. I'd like to talk about two issues quickly. One on the agenda tonight is number...
Carl Benninger.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Again.
Please unmute your microphone.
Okay.
Are you listening to the YouTube, sir? That's why there's a delay.
And clerk staff, if we can reset his time, because it really wasn't his fault on that. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. I'd just like to speak about two issues. It looks like I'm having trouble here. Yeah, yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Benninger. We can hear you.
Thank you. Let's start. Here we go. Sorry, guys. Carl Benninger, Ward number 4. two issues I'd like to speak about. One is about the naming ceremony labeling of the streets. I'm very much in favor of that. And number two is I think people forget why the cruising was banned. And it wasn't because of discrimination. It was because of the noise and the excitement that took place long after midnight. So I would support cruising as long as we have limited times on it. And I think it's good that we do have that. I'd love to see shows of it. So thank you.
That is it, sir.
Great.
No more comments from the public.
Great, thank you for that, staff. And let me go ahead and now bring it back to the council and bring it to the consent calendar section of our meeting. And I'll ask any members of the council that wish to abstain or recuse from any of the items, or if they wish to go ahead and pull any of the items off the consent calendar for individual consideration.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember.
I would respectfully like to ask if we could accelerate the council member requested items. As evidence, there was a lot of callers today. I would hate for them to stay on until, potentially midnight.
Great. And what item was that?
I would say item 38, item 39, 40, and 41. It looks like these were items that people called. Priority for me would be item 38 and 39.
I think those two. I don't think the others as much. So maybe 38 and 39. If there is no objection, we can go ahead and bring those before. Why don't we go ahead and see if we can pull off some items off the consent calendar, and we'll start with 38, 39, then we'll go through the consent calendar items that are pulled off, or any recusals that any council members may have. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I will pull item 20.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza?
Item number 10.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to announce my recusal from 3 agenda items. The first is item 31. I have recused on this item before, as Park Center Santa Ana Associates LP is, I believe, a subsidiary of Arnell Developments, and they are a client of my employer, Ratana Tucker. Item 33, Rancho Santiago Community College District. Again, they are a client of my employer. Item number 22, Arthur J. Gallagher. This is out of an abundance of caution. I believe he might be a client, but it wasn't careful, so I just want to make sure that there's no conflict there. Thank you.
Great. Let me just get those correct. Was that item number 22, 31, and 33?
That is correct. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other items that council members wish to abstain or recuse themselves from or pull off the consent calendar? Councilmember Lopez?
No, but I do have a comment on the agenda itself, so let me know if this is the appropriate time to provide that comment.
Go ahead.
So I noticed some of the agenda items are detailing like the vendor and the location for specific items, but it's not consistent throughout the entire agenda, and we normally see it in our staff reports. So my personal preference is that we keep them in the staff reports as opposed to adding them to the agenda because, again, it's not consistent throughout all of the items. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Seeing nothing further, the only item I'm going to go ahead and say I'm going to be a no on 13, and I'll go ahead and entertain a motion on the balance of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, and I wanted to ask the clerk staff if we can vote electronically, or do we need a voice vote?
We need you to vote electronically. Can you just repeat who made the motion? I'm sorry.
Sure. I believe that was Councilmember Mendoza making the motion and Councilmember Peñalosa with his second. My apologies. I'll make sure I recite who's the maker of the motion and who's the second. Council members, please vote.
Thank you. The motion has passed with 6 voting yes and 1 abstention, with Councilmember Lopez abstaining.
I selected yes.
Oh, I have yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Hernandez, Councilmember Mendoza, Councilmember Peñalosa, Councilmember Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento, all voting yes. And Councilmember Lopez abstain.
No, but yes.
Oh.
So I think for the record, we have a unanimous vote for the balance of the consent calendar items.
Yes, sir. I
Is that
just
correct?
Corrected that. Everyone unanimously voted.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Let me go on to the items that were pulled off the consent calendar. That was actually, let's go to the items that we said we were going to tackle on the council-led items. I believe it was item number 38 and then item number 39. And I'll turn it over to Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by first thanking all the community members from Santa Ana to East LA to Sacramento, everybody who called in. I want to thank them for their advocacy and their efforts to repeal this ordinance. And more importantly, I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Mendoza. Last year, she and I worked together collaboratively to make the city of Santa Ana the first city in the country to declare August Chicano Heritage Month. And we know Congressman Lou Correa is going to be recognizing August as Chicano Heritage Month across the state. And it's empowering to know that that history started here with Councilmember Mendoza and myself. And that children moving forward will learn about this history. Part of learning about history is also acknowledging where we went wrong. And cruising, which started in the 1940s and 50s, and to be specific to Santana, where I'm from, and where we live, cruising originated off of 4th Street. That is where many families, multicultural families, whether they were Anglo-Americans, whether they were African-Americans, whether they were, Mexican-Americans or Mexicans who came over through the Bracero movement, you would see multicultural communities cruising down 4th Street. You would see them cruising down Main Street, all of which is very well documented. The challenge that we have with anti-cruising ordinances is that it is an issue of discrimination, that we're not able to cruise here, but in Newport, there is no challenge with people driving, 1960s Porsches or, a Lamborghini. There is no ordinance there, but there's an ordinance here. When we look at the issue of discrimination, we have to acknowledge the cultural implications that cruising has had in Santana, the cultural implications that it's had in bringing families together. There is the component of understanding that cruising has helped so many people navigate challenges in our community by providing an avenue for people to have ease when it comes to their mental health. It provides an avenue for people to express themselves positively. Cruising for me as a child was an opportunity to honor and celebrate the classics that were passed down from my grandfather, Enrique Prieto, who came here from Jalisco, to acknowledge my uncle Salvador Prieto, who was one of the founders of Old Style Car Club, and his 1958 Impala. And for many of us, it is homage to our grandparents and our families. Cruising is something that we learn from them, and it creates a sense of belonging and a sense of pride in our community. And that's why Councilmember Mendoza and I work together, is we want to repeal this ordinance, and we believe that the role of government is we need to meet people where they're at. And the community is asking for change. And what's most important about how they're asking for change is that they're saying they want to be part of it. So here's what I would love to see us do today. I would love to see us work with our community members in removing the anti-cruising ordinance, and so that we can create the infrastructure to not only positively empower these community members that enjoy it, but there is economic opportunity for our city so that we can create a cost that is associated with a permit. We can create a day and a time and have cruising for a cause An example would be we have Chicano Heritage Month in the month of August. I would associate that costs related to cruising would have a permit, and that 100% of those funds from these permits would go towards gang prevention efforts, and that would fund community nonprofits. So as you came to the table as somebody who loves classic car culture and cruising, you know that every single dollar you spent is going towards addressing the very issues that have plagued our culture and our community. I would want to work closely with our police department so that we can implement traffic control, so that there's a start where before you can start cruising, we have those check-ins, where we can build a community where we can work closely with one another. The opportunity of cruising for a cause to acknowledge farm workers, to acknowledge Cesar Chavez, to acknowledge Martin Luther King, to acknowledge people that have brought diverse groups of people together. I would propose that cruising is designated on specific streets so that we can have a safe cruising culture in Santana, where we can empower our neighbors. I would propose to use the intersections of Bristol, Main Street, 4th Street, Ettinger, and 17th, and Fairview. The economic development opportunities that we have is that families would wait on all of these intersections. They would sit on the sidewalks. They would have their lawn chairs out. We can have street vendors there. We can have flower vendors there. People would line up across our city to enjoy these cruises. And more importantly, we can implement exactly what people asked for in saying, we want a parade. What a better opportunity than to have an ordinance that allows us to actually empower our community. We need to change the way that we view lowriding. And if you're not educated on the art, we're committed to re-educating community about how cruising is about bringing families together. Everyone across the globe has taken part of the culture. Cruising is now multicultural. It's not just a Latino issue anymore. There are muscle cars, there are Volkswagens, there are classic cars. And one of the best examples I can provide to you as to how cruising is a form of community and culture is take, for instance, Suavecito. Suavecito does an annual toy giveaway through the very community that they grew up on Gunther Street, where they take classic cars and they go in the neighborhood and they hand out toys, and children walk up to these classic cars and they're able to receive gifts from people who look like them that grew up in their very communities. Classic cars and cruising is about change, hope, and solidarity. And I thank my council member colleague Mendoza for understanding that our community deserves a better opportunity than what we've given them. And I think that this is the right time to make history and have Santa Ana be the first city in Southern California to remove the anti-cruising ordinance. That concludes my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me go ahead and call on Councilmember Mendoza, and then I'll call on Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you. It is true that cruising has been stigmatized as something that is adverse and negative and noisy. However, that's not the kind of cruising that we are proposing. We're proposing what it used to be initially, what Councilmember Hernandez was mentioning. This is a family event. It was a time for socializing and coming together and celebration of the pride that the young people felt in fixing up their cars and showing off how high they could jump, and the beautiful colors, the incredible murals that are painted on the cars, the shiny rims, in the interior, every little detail about these cars is a measure of love for their car and for showing off these beautiful vehicles. And so from this grew the car clubs that connects more groups together, and so now you have a sense of well-being and belonging. And so this kind of activity would bring the people together and allowed for some time to to express their culture, and so it helped to alleviate some of the for them not to go out and be out delinquents or being out in the community and causing havoc. But these young people were rather fixing up their cars and getting ready for that cruising. And so I remember here in downtown 4th Street as a child, and we were not old enough to drive, and my father certainly couldn't afford to fix up our 1966 Impala station wagon. But we did go, and just to view the beautiful cars and to experience a little bit of home, buying the food from the vendors, having the fruit from the fruit carts and the paletas from the cart vendors. And so it was a way of life and a form of entertainment because there wasn't very much for us to do in those days that was inexpensive for us because raising 10 children is and let's say you want to go to Disneyland, that's an incredible like a treasure chest that we just didn't have. And so it's less expensive for a family such as ours to come to downtown and to enjoy the time with our family and to relax, after a hard week of work and household chores and school. It was, we looked forward to having these times in our downtown Santa Ana, and so I am very supportive of removing this ordinance and getting back to a cruising that is organized and subjective to some kind of fee, so that would pay for if we have to have extra parking someplace, and it's going to be a place that is clean, no drinking, none of that. It's going to be a very family-oriented event, such as it was when I was growing up. And so I ask for support from our colleagues and in bringing some of that, a little bit of history back to our downtown Santa Ana. And thank you to all the people who called in from across California. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council and start with Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. I want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Mendoza and Councilmember Hernandez, for bringing this item forward. I know that as I believe, I don't know exactly where any of my colleagues, well, some of them actually, live, but I know that I'm the one that lives directly on Bristol Street. And nothing is more infuriating to me than Easter Sunday when I'm either trapped in my neighborhood or I'm trapped outside of my neighborhood because I can't get in because of the extensive road closures surrounding Bristol, Edinger, Maine, Warner, to avoid the cruising that we've traditionally seen in our city. So I'm happy to have this before us, repealing this ordinance. I do also share similar concerns when it comes to the timing that we would allow as a city moving forward. I know one of the callers mentioned Mr. Benninger, because I am the one council member that lives directly along Bristol Street, and I hear it. I've anytime that there is cruising or Mexico wins, which I'm proud to cheer for, and or the Lakers win, or the Dodgers, you name it. I'm proud of these things, but I do hear how loud it can get to. It's great if we see it, if we hear it at 7, 8, 9 p.m., but when it starts getting into midnight, 1 a.m., 2 in the morning, which we have heard along the past, that's when it becomes concerning. just because of safety and safety to the participants that participate in cruising and the car clubs. One of my first cars was a 2007 Dodge Challenger, and I was never a big person for car clubs or knew about them really. And I remember I'd park my car, I'd go to the grocery store or the movies or whatever, and I'd come out and I'd find business cards on my windshield, and it was join the Dodge Challenger car club. I was like, oh, this is interesting. I'd never had seen that before. So I remember calling once, and I was like, hey, I found your business card on my windshield. What is this about? And it was a pretty cool, I never joined, but it was a cool car club, and they did cool things and met up and showed off their cars. Mine wasn't really nice to show off, so I don't know why they left that windshield on, that card on my windshield, but it was a thing that I frequently saw. So I'm happy to see this before us. I know that over the last couple of years, I've discussed this briefly with some Memorial Park residents and some residents in Wilshire Square about how we could help these different car clubs and help build on this culture. I know Councilmember Hernandez talked about it briefly, how, we all know about the illegal street takeovers that exist in our city. That is problematic, and obviously that's separate from cruising, but I'm using that as an example of how can we as a city, let's say on Easter Sunday, instead of closing the street completely so that no cars could use the street, I can't even get into my neighborhood, why don't we work and see where in areas where we could safely provide a space for cruising, provide a space for if the young kids want to come off and show off their Supras and their pimped out Honda Civics that are annoying to listen to because you hear them, and they want to show them off and do some donuts in a controlled environment. There is ways where we could, and areas in the city where we could help make that possible so that it could potentially avoid the illegal street takeovers on random nights, and getting into illegal street takeovers and donuts and stuff. But same thing with the cruising. If we allowed for this to happen in a controlled environment where it's safe, where it's family oriented, where it's we make it a family event throughout the day, that would be really nice to see. I definitely want to hear the history of why the ordinance was before us. So I want to make sure that when this comes back to us at a later date, that is clearly laid out on what the history is. I know many of the callers, and I appreciate hearing from everybody, which was really nice to hear from across the state, mentioned that it was discriminatory and targeting, but I want to give the benefit of the doubt that wasn't the only reason. So when this comes before us or back by staff, I want to make sure that we hear of the reasons why and what pros and cons is. But overall, I'm supportive of seeing this. I think there's an opportunity here to help build on that culture, which is our culture, and help make this a family event and make it a citywide, multiple days, thing where we could celebrate the car clubs and the car culture, and I think it'd be great to see. So thank you to both my colleagues for bringing this forward.
Thank you for those comments. Let me see if there's any other remarks. Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, succinctly, yes, I'm happy to support your items. Thank you.
Any other comments from Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to express my support for it. I think that this ban that was in place was a knee-jerk reaction from a time long, long ago. I think that was something that we saw back then where it was something that we couldn't understand. We would just ban it. And I think as we've seen over time that bans don't always necessarily work. With that being said, I support the repeal of the ban, but I would really appreciate seeing what we can do to make sure that cruising is done in a way that has little to no impact to the adjacent residents. I like the suggestion of designated streets. I think we also have to look at times out of respect for our residents who, many who have to get up early in the morning to work and kids that need to go to school. But I think it's something to celebrate that, Southern California has a very elaborate car culture, and Santa Ana especially. I mean, some of the beautiful cars. When I was a busboy at Pop's Cafe, I would see some of the car clubs come in and eat on Saturday mornings, and it was just amazing to see the rides that they would bring in. And it was just great. And those were all local car clubs. Those are all local folks. And so I think it's something that, in this day and age, we need to, rather than try to restrict things that I think we had a kind of myopic view of many, many moons ago. I think what we need to look at today is how we celebrate this, but do it in a responsible way. And I think that there is a good way to do it. So I'm looking forward to hearing what staff, our PD, have to say about that, how we can do it in a safe, responsible way. I'm looking forward to bringing it back. And I want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Hernandez and Mendoza, for bringing this forward. It's probably long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for bringing this forward. I have a lot of questions. I love classic cars. I have a general understanding of cruising. I've seen it happen. A couple items. So I looked up the ordinance for cruising, our anti-cruising ordinance on our municipal code, and it's quite short. And it's a very specific definition. So I know, Councilmember Hernandez, you brought up the idea of, well, someone has a classic car in Newport Beach, they're not gonna get pulled over. Well, driving a classic car down the street is not cruising. Cruising is defined as driving a motor vehicle, any type, 3 or more times within a 4-hour period in a particular direction past a traffic control point established at or near a place where traffic is congested. So it's a very specific type of action that is considered cruising, no matter what car you're in, even if you're in a janky 2012 Civic like I have. So I think it's important that we really look at exactly what we mean by cruising. I think it's important to look at what exactly we mean by allowing cruising, because some of the definitions sound a little bit like a parade or a special event that we would have in the city, right? If you're blocking off streets to allow people to drive their classic cars, if you're blocking off streets so that food vendors, show vendors and people can block off sidewalks wearing in their lawn chairs, that's an event, because you could not have someone pull up a bunch of lawn chairs onto the sidewalk, blocking the sidewalk to watch cars cruising by. That is not only a public safety hazard, it is also an ADA violation. So there are a number of these types of issues that I think is important for us as policymakers to direct staff to do, rather than to tell staff, come up with an ordinance that we like and then come back to us. So my recommendation is actually to have the Public Safety Subcommittee, I believe, take a look at this, really deliberate on what parts of cruising we like, don't like, how we would do it, how we would allow for cruising, when we would allow it, what is a traffic control point, how does public safety or how does Public Works decide what that means. Because if they're, on Bristol and MacArthur at 5 p.m. on a Friday afternoon, that's horrible, because you have a lot of people trying to get to the 405 freeway and trying to get home from work. So that would be my recommendation. I am supportive of removing any type of laws or ordinance that targets any type of culture, any activity that is cultural, because I think that is important. And I do believe that a lot of these ordinances were passed in the 80s, as what we saw with the rise in, the war against crime and the war against drugs and anti-Latino sentiment in the state of California. But I also think that it is important to consider where we would allow this specific type of activity and how we would allow it. So that, I guess, would be my request of my colleagues, so that people can, or my colleagues can really get into the policy details and bring back an ordinance that we can all discuss and vote on. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. So I think you've heard from everybody, Madam City Manager. You have what appears to be at least some direction. I'll keep my comments brief. And by the way, thank you, staff, for putting the timer on, and please make sure you put it on me or else I'll go way, way overboard. But I just want to voice my support for the council-led items, both by Hernandez and Mendoza. Thank you both for putting that before us. You know, it's funny, I was at the, it was a Christmas parade last year in Wilshire Square, and they had a lot of lowriders that, were part of that parade. And so I think it turned out great. I think, it's a generational change, I think, that we've come to. I mean, our family arrived here in Santa Ana in 1965, and they used to cruise down 4th Street. That was a thing. But I think there are elements of profiling a community, because I think that it did have a negative connotation back then. The demographics were very different in the city. There was hostility towards many things that we now welcome and we now embrace. So I do think that the time has come for us to revisit this item. And so my hope is that we look at this through a different lens. Many things that we see in Santa Ana that are unique, that other communities don't have, that's an asset. Those aren't detriments. Those are things that we should celebrate, not deny or call them out and make them negative things. I think we can turn them into very positive things. And yeah, I've seen cruising. It's funny, I have gone to other cities where you see VW bugs. I used to have a VW bug, and everybody would drop theirs, and they're cruising around, and they're mostly people that have vintage, vans or bugs. There's nothing illegal about that. I mean, I think they're celebrating art. Some of them turn those vehicles into artwork. I've seen some lowriders that have incredible paintings on those, and it's part of that car culture, I think, that we were talking about. But to me, they are works of art when you see somebody that devotes so much time to it. And different than what we see where we hear people doing donuts, and those are more individual street takeovers. It looks like this would be something that's much more regulated, much more controlled, and it gives a space and an opportunity for people that want to celebrate that. And we have a lot of lowrider custom car shows throughout the city already. They're just static. This would just be a mobile show. And so long as it's done well, I think there shouldn't be any problem with that. So that said, I think everybody's had a chance to speak on this item. Okay, one more comment from Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in reference to everything, I want to thank my colleagues for their comments today. Something that was really important to Councilmember Mendoza and myself is when we, as a council, declared August Chicano Heritage Month, we figured this was the perfect opportunity for us to have this dialogue. To keep it simple, Madam City Manager, what I would propose is if we can have this brought back to us within the month of August, with staff recommendations, I would like for us to work closely with our PD so that we can have traffic control. I would respectfully ask if we can associate a cost with this permit, and that the costs related to this permit goes towards creating the infrastructure for us to fund gang prevention, intervention, and prevention programs. I think working with PD on traffic control, I would envision that the traffic control would have a start and a finishing point, and traffic control throughout the corridors. I think the main corridors that we should use to control traffic would be Bristol, Main Street, 4th Street, Ettinger, Fairview, and 17th. And I think the way that we can keep these events safe is to designate on those respective main streets a cruising lane, similar to what Sacramento did, where they used their larger intersections and they designated lanes, and they were very intentional as to how they could allow safer, community-oriented cruising. And so for us, I think that's important. And that concludes my comments. And I thank my colleagues here, and specifically Councilmember Mendoza for taking the lead and working with our community on this. I'm proud to serve alongside all of you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to quickly highlight what Councilmember Hernandez just mentioned when it comes to cost and any PD cost that would come with controlling the environment. I know that there's already just specifically speaking to Easter Sunday, there is a heavy cost through Public Works and PD of closing major corridors and the traffic control officers that are out there already. So I think shifting that and using that cost that goes on that day to help control, specific areas when we want these events to happen would be a great way to kind of be able to absorb that cost of that particular day. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. We can go ahead and move along to item number 39 unless there's any lack of clarity, Madam City Manager.
No, definitely there is support for the item to move forward. I will do my absolute best for a turnaround within just a couple of weeks. As opposed to probably having a complete ordinance ready for you, it will probably be the history, the research, and some different ideas for you to give us some more information on or direction. That's probably would be the best path.
If we can have something that presents, maybe even if it's a skeleton of it, that would be wonderful, Madam City Manager.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
clear.
Thank you for that. Last item we're going to take out of order is item number 39, and that is also Council Member Hernandez's item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over the last several years, we have seen an increase in street vendor attacks. And these attacks started off as robberies. They started off as people asking if they had permits. They slowly evolved over the last year. We saw 2020, street vendors were shot and killed in Long Beach, in the city of Los Angeles. Street vendors are being spit at. They're being terrorized in the community. And we're seeing it all over social media. This is a public safety issue. I believe that this is an issue of discrimination, and one of the challenges that we have as a minority, as Latinos, is we have faced many different levels of oppression, but we struggle to acknowledge exactly what to call it. Let's call it what it is. It's racism. The majority of the attacks that are taking place on street vendors, they're not happening on Sunset Boulevard, where people are selling CDs or where they're dressed up as characters. They're not happening at Venice Beach, where people are selling, beaded necklaces and blankets. They're happening in communities like Santa Ana, off of First Street and Rate. I met a street vendor who has provided services to our city for 27 years. And he shared that over the last year, he does not go past First and Rate Street anymore because 2 Middle Eastern men pulled over and robbed him for $250. This man is in his late 70s, and he has no choice but to go out and work in the sun. And what I'm looking for today is I would like for us to classify attacks on street vendors as a hate crime. The challenges that we face is that many of these street vendors are undocumented. Many of them are immigrants, many of whom are monolingual. Many of them are from El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, and they don't feel safe in our community. And I think the step in the right direction towards transparency and really to stick to the values of keeping our community safe, I think the right thing we should do as a city is classify these attacks as hate crimes. That concludes my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council for any comments or questions. Councilmember Lopez.
I'm happy to support item, Councilmember. I think it's important.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. Any other Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for bringing this forward. First of all, we do know that there is a huge, culture of street vending in Santa Ana, actually in Little Saigon in general, in Garden Grove, in Westminster. So it is a big issue. I am concerned, however, as to what we're asking for as a definition of hate crime, because the Penal Code does have a definition for hate crime. I believe it is California Penal Code 422-55, which defines a hate crime as a criminal act committed in whole or in part because of one or more of the following actual or perceived characteristics of the victim: disability, gender, nationality, race or ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or association with a person or group with one or more of these actual or perceived characteristics. If we are saying that, the majority, if not almost all the street vendors in the city of Santa Ana are Latino and are therefore being attacked, I think that might fall under already the definition of hate crime. I don't know, and I guess I would like to see if this is legal for us to move forward, because I do believe that it is an extremely dangerous position for individuals to be out there day in and day out, to be selling on the street, to be alone often, and many of them are women and women of color. But I am also concerned that we might be adopting a law that doesn't have any legal teeth because it is already subsumed under the definition under the penal code. And so none of these kind of allude to a job description or an occupation as a valid hate crime or a valid characteristic under hate crimes. And so that's what I guess I would ask the city council or city staff to do, is to look at whether other cities have done something like this, whether it is legal, whether it is even preempted under state or federal law, which both have hate crime definitions and that are prosecuted by the district attorney's office or our federal prosecutors. Again, I will condemn and support, I will condemn any attacks on anybody, especially if it's perceived that they are Latino or immigrants or whatever else it may be. But I also want to make sure that whatever we do end up adopting or passing passes constitutional and legal muster. So that would be my request. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there's probably some other comments, and I feel compelled to agree with the council member, but if you look at the way the requested item is drafted, it's specifically to do exactly that, right? Which is to give direction to staff to research on whether or not you can classify attacks on street vendors as hate crimes. So I think the council member's intention was specifically to do this to make sure, they are. I mean, empirically you can say most street vendors are people of color that already have protections. So maybe we find that these crimes against these street vendors could be considered enhancements, right? When you attack or assault or batter somebody, you can create enhancement situations that will have protections for these folks who are out there. Many of them have no defense. They're out there by themselves, and they are singled out for whatever reason. So that's something I believe that I would include. I'm not sure if we have included here, but I would include on this item that we have the city attorney's office also work with the city manager's office just to look at, I know that there are, and we know this heightened level of protections, and then there's mid-tier protections, and then there's lower level protections. But I think that here I think the premise and the whole spirit of what this item seems to be is to provide protections where there appear to be few. And we unfortunately are seeing an increase, in crimes against these vendors. In any event, let me go back to the council. I apologize for meandering on that. I believe it was Councilmember Peñalosa, then Hernandez, then Mayor Pro Tem. Well, let me go Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, for the record, appreciate the goal here and intent of Councilmember Hernandez, but also just had similar questions to Councilmember Fan, and in just looking at the penal code and state law and realizing that street vendors, paleteros, eloteros, are not considered a protected class by definition when it comes to hate crimes. So I did have those similar questions and concerns, but I do appreciate the fact that it's written in a way where it's to direct staff if a law like this could be implemented. I also want to definitely condemn any attacks on anyone, including our street vendors, but was just concerned that this would be allowable under state law to be considered a hate crime. Those are the only questions and concerns I had, but overall I'm supportive of seeing what staff brings back Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you for those comments. Mayor Pro Tem Becerra and then Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate this item coming forward, but I really want to express my appreciation for Councilmember Fan's comments because I don't think they're redundant or, as far as focusing on what it does say, which is to research the ability for us to actually impose this. What I'm really comforted by with my colleagues' comments are the fact that we are looking at crime, we're looking at the negative impact it has on victims in our community, and we are eager to serve justice. We're eager, in fact, if you're going to qualify these as hate crimes, that means sentencing enhancements. That means putting the bad guys away. But what I would also caution everybody to realize is that, unfortunately, in Santa Ana, we have a lot of hardworking people that are victims daily. We just had somebody shot in front of a 7-Eleven, and I hope that the person who did it, I hope they rot in hell. I hope they do. And I hope that they throw the book at him. I hope that he serves in prison forever. I mean, for the pain that he caused his family. And to see anything like that that happens to hardworking folks in this city, whether they're at a 7-Eleven or whether they're a street vendor. So I am completely opposed to seeing any of our hardworking residents attacked or in any way harmed. And so I really do appreciate that this council is talking about this sort of, strong justice when it comes to, really providing justice for the families of victims. Because I think that, far too long we've seen this debate go on what we should be doing, but there are some folks out there that are committing heinous crimes and they should not be out in the rest of society. And so I appreciate the dialogue that we're having. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to share in response to my colleagues, and this comment is specifically for Councilmember Fan. Councilmember Fan, in 2020, when Asians were getting brutalized and beat up, people called those attacks until our country created the anti-Asian hate bill. Street vendors are wearing bulletproof vests. Until we call this hate, it's going to continue, Councilmember. So I found influence in your community and how they mobilized and how they said, this is anti-Asian hate. But if I sat here and I called that hate a robbery or an attack or, somebody just trying to come up, I would be doing a disservice to you and your people. And so I want to remind my colleagues, the reason why this is important is because if we don't acknowledge that hate exists, it's going to continue. So as a leader, we have to do our due diligence in making very bold decisions. And like Mayor Pro Tem Becerra said, this is a step in the right direction to have true public safety initiatives. One of the biggest challenges we have is that crime is happening all over this city. Think about how many robberies are occurring on a daily basis. Robberies can consist of stealing, a purse, stealing a car, stealing something from a store. But what's happening to street vendors is not just robbery. These people are being targeted because they know there's no safety net for an undocumented immigrant to want to interact with law enforcement when they don't even have, their documentation. There is fear that is real and it's instilled in our community, and we have to protect them. And so I wanted to share that because as a policymaker, my job is also to have these very difficult conversations. I wish we didn't have to talk about the fact that they're being brutalized, but I found influence and I was very inspired by what the Asian community did. And I look forward to working with you all and declaring attacks on street vendors hate crimes so that this conversation can be something of the past and we can stop having to create hashtags for street vendors who are getting shot. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. While I do appreciate the concern that we have for our street vendors, that I also have concern for street vendors. I actually sold books door to door, and so I know exactly what it's like to walk door to door by myself in public to sell goods to make money. But I want to say that I find it incredibly disappointing and very offensive that you compared the color of my skin and the nationality and ethnicity that I cannot change to a job. And while I do appreciate that many of our street vendors are undocumented, residents or otherwise do not have documentation or other protections or are low income, that is not the same as the color of my skin and being shot at, attacked, or otherwise brutalized because I cannot change that characteristic about myself. And that is what originally hate crime laws were meant to do. They were meant to protect and enhance crimes against those characteristics that are not immutable, are generally not changeable, or considered a core of who we are. And while, again, I very much want us to look into the issue of whether street vending can be some type of sentence enhancement or a hate crime in itself, let's not pretend that being a street vendor is an immutable part of who we are as individuals. Tomorrow, I can get a permit and become a street vendor. That does not make me anyone else other than a street vendor. And I also want to say, if someone is being attacked because they are believed to be undocumented, that is a valid hate crime because they are being perceived for, their nationality or their ethnicity or something else. Finally, I also want to say that on this dais, we have talked a lot about justice, and I think that's really important. But I also want to remind my colleagues that the same likelihood of the same individuals committing a lot of these attacks are often also low income or other community members in our community. They're not always non-POC on POC or whatever the case might be. So I think that as we look to sentence enhancement and other punitive provisions against those attackers, which I support, I also think that it's important that we recognize that we are asking for additional sentences and other types of things that are often used against many people of color in our community in the criminal legal system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just wanted to wholeheartedly support and echo what Councilmember Fan just said. Councilmember Hernandez, you said some disgusting stuff over the last couple of years, but that was probably the most offensive comment I've ever heard come out of your mouth. Councilmember Fan, last year when she brought forward the Stop Asian Hate, people were attacking Asian people for being Asian, not for the job that they had. And I found it very offensive that you would even try to compare the two. As a Latino, I could wake up tomorrow and be a street vendor. Nobody has ever attacked me for being a brown man. I can tell you that right now. And if tomorrow I decide to wake up and say, you know what, I'm gonna go sell elotes, and somebody attacks me for selling elotes, then we have a problem. But to try to compare the two is completely offensive, and I just wanted to make sure that that is known. Thank you.
Great. So we've gone around the entire council. Go ahead, Councilmember Hernandez, one more time.
They would attack you for being a brown man selling elotes, walking in your neighborhood, homeboy. That's why they would do that.
Nobody has.
In any event, let me go ahead and take back the council. And I think Madam City Manager and City Attorney, both of you have your research before you. And again, I felt that this was a fairly straightforward request, just to do research and hopefully come back with something that would create some sort of deterrent on the attacks, and whether it can be classified as a hate crime or whether it becomes a hate crime with enhancements or enhancements. That's the research I think that we want to do. I just want to say, look, I think the goal here is to protect a group of people that have been attacked, and that's what we've tried to do with many groups of people, unfortunately, that have been the target of hate, and that's something that we should try to do. However, the law allows us to. I would hate to adopt something that would be repealed and would be challenged, and that's really my only goal. And if it can be classified as a hate crime, then let's do the research and let's put a strong ordinance together that can have those protections in them. But in any event, I think we've spoken about this, and there's been some clear, if not, stronger language than we'd like. Go ahead, Madam.
Mayor, I just want to point out one thing to the council, and I hope maybe as we look at these items in the future, we'll keep this in mind. The item that we advanced on the agenda are council member requested items. The power to place these items on the agenda does come from your city charter, but they really are intended to be really quick hits. These are items where the sponsors of the item ask the fellow colleagues, do you want us to come back and assign this to staff to research? These are not staff, city manager, staff-generated items. So I just wanted to remind you of that. I know we had a real robust conversation this evening. I hated to interrupt, but I really must remind you that when these types of items come up and you have an agenda where people have public hearings that have been noticed, we do need to be mindful of that. I know these are important to you, and that's why I gave a little leeway today, but remember, these are not staff generated, and we probably shouldn't spend under the Brown Act, half hour, 45 minutes on each of these items.
Yeah, I think that's well said. There are other city councils that don't even allow these items to be brought by individual council members, so we are definitely very liberal. I would just also, based upon our code of conduct, we say things up here that are not intended to be offensive, but what's permissible, what's disgusting, what's not, is very subjective. And so I would just ask us all to look to our right. We have something that describes what our decorum, for speaking is. And please remind ourselves that let's not be too critical of one another, because we've all said things that, depending on who the listener is, could be classified as disgusting. So let's go back to the consent calendar items, item number 10, that was pulled by Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Well, this is regarding the appointment of Manny Escamilla to the Environmental and Transportation Commission, Advisory Commission, ETAC. And so it concerns me because the timing is it's just a little odd. So Manny Escamilla was the mayor's aide for time period, and the contract just ended on June 30th. And he also announced his intention to run for city council. And so the appointment seems to be merely to get the title of commissioner for his candidate statement. And therefore, it seems to me that the appointment may not be appropriate at this time. And so I will not be supporting this item.
Thank you for your comments. Let me go to Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, for decades, there's been a cloud of corruption over City Hall, and there's been a mistrust in Santa Ana City Hall, and us as elected officials and previous city councils. I know that less than 3 weeks ago, this person was a contractor to the city of Santa Ana. And I know that for city employees, we have policy where for a year after they leave their position, they can't be city officials or run for office or whatnot. And it's just the optics of this. I don't like how it looks. Less than 3 weeks ago, a contractor to the city, and now the mayor wants to make him a city official, who coincidentally is also a candidate for public office. Just doesn't smell right. I know that these are the types of things that have always led to the Santa Ana City Hall being labeled corrupt, and definitely cannot support the item for those reasons.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Van.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was very surprised to see this item on the agenda, but that's okay. I had a conversation with the person seeking the appointment, and I thought about this issue quite a lot. Whenever I vote on a particular issue, I think about what are the requirements, what are the legal barriers, and whether any appointee meets those requirements. And in this case, I do believe that they do. They are a Santa Ana resident, they are not currently a Santa Ana employee, and that in any other way for what an ETAC committee member does, they seem to meet that requirement. And so I will be supporting this item. However, and I did have a conversation with our city attorney, as I am very familiar with this process, which is something that some of my colleagues have brought up, which is this idea of a candidate. Look, there are lots of people who run for office in this city, whether they're a commissioner, a board member, and frankly, if you quit being an employee, you can also run for office. However, One issue that I am concerned about is the idea as we are going through the candidate nomination process is the use of ETAC Commissioner or Environmental and Transportation Advisory Commissioner as a ballot designation. It is my professional and personal opinion that this individual would not meet the requirements under the Elections Code to use ETAC Commissioner or Santa Ana ETAC Commissioner as a ballot designation. The law requires that the individual has an occupation, vocation, or profession that meets certain requirements, which includes either their primary source of income, which would not be the case, I assume, because this individual would, I think, only be getting $50 per meeting, and there's only one meeting before the filing period ends. And two, whether this takes up a significant amount of time or the majority of time. And in that case, I don't think that would also either meet the requirement here. ETAC is an important advisory body. However, it only meets once a month, and often they meet for less than an hour and a half. Moreover, there are not as many, if any, community meetings or other types of things that they would have to attend or prepare for. It's not like the Planning Commission in which, for example, you might have 6 or 8 hour meetings on any major planning item. So I am in support of this item. I think that this person meets the requirements to be an ETAC commissioner, but I just want to caution and state for the record that I do not believe that this person would meet the requirements to use Environmental and Transportation Advisory Commissioner as a ballot designation if they so choose. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. Any other comments? Seeing, hearing none. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, I just wanted to say I'm supportive of the appointment.
Well, we'll all get a chance to vote on that. But I guess since I am the appointing member of the council, I just want to, I wasn't going to do this, but let me go ahead and recite the qualifications that the appointee has. The appointee graduated from the University of California at Berkeley, has 2 master's degrees from UCLA, both in urban planning and in library information. Is working presently as a planner for the city of Oakland and has extensive work here in the city, and is somebody raised in Santa Ana and who lives in Santa Ana. So for me, based upon those qualifications, look, I don't know if they're going to use this designation or not, and there are plenty members of this council that have been city commissioners. And so to say, hey, it's not a good idea now, but it was fine when, when they were running for office, it just seems like you can't have it both ways. So right now, I think, again, looking at this, I think the question that Councilmember Fan states is a good one. That'll be for the registrar's office to decide whether or not this can be used as a designation. But again, it's interesting that, appointing somebody to a commission and calling that corruption, boy, that's a stretch. That stretches logic in anybody's mind. But look, I think all of us have our opinion on this. We've stated them. Why don't we go ahead and bring it to a vote, because we have some other items we need to tackle. So council members, please, actually, I'll move the item. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'm happy to second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Council members, please vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're having technical issues right now.
Sure, why don't you go ahead and do a voice vote.
Okay. Can you give me the motion? You made a motion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I believe I was the maker of the motion. I believe Lopez was the second.
Okay. Councilmember Hernandez?
I voted yes.
Yes. Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
No.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Nope.
Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes.
We have a motion carries 4-3 with Councilmembers Mendoza, Peñalosa, and Mayor Pro Tem voting no.
Great, thank you. Moving along to item number 20, I believe that was Mayor Pro Tem's item.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is the item regarding CityNet, approving an amendment to the agreement with CityNet to provide street outreach and engagement services. I just want to begin by saying I do support directing calls for service to those that are highly trained in helping the homeless with services, especially when it comes to mental health and addiction treatment. I think there are folks out there that are not police officers that are better equipped to handle this. Per page 1 of the exhibit that's attached to the staff report, in 2019, the City of Santa Ana developed a 4-point strategic plan regarding the homeless. Point number 2 was be persistent in our contact with anyone experiencing homelessness. So the goal of this program should be to have truly persistent and proactive contact with the homeless by trained professionals that can help the homeless exit off the streets of Santa Ana. But judging by the stated goals of this effort, they seem to be weighted more towards minimizing the amount of time that our PD has to spend dealing with the homeless. And for the SMART Pilot program's goals, it states that in the staff report that the goals are to exit homeless individuals from the streets of Santa Ana and divert approximately 500 calls a month for non-emergency, non-violent, homeless-related services to facilitate a quick connection between individuals experiencing homelessness and appropriate services. But what I notice in that is that there is no specific quantifiable city goal when it came to exiting the homeless. But we do have a clear numeric goal when it comes to how many calls we want to divert away from PD. You know, in CityNet's scope of work, their stated goal is that they're going to have 70 street exits per month and 850 per year. So if you look at the point in time count from this last May, it says that Santa Ana has a total of 990 homeless people on our streets. So the great thing is CityNet's goal is to have the equivalent of 86% of the homeless in our city exit off our street in 1 year, which I think is an amazing goal. But as I've said before, I support the concept of this program. I have my reservations as far as its effectiveness, and I know there's been a slew of data presented to us, but to fund a program just to have those staff present, I won't support that. In fact, what I would ask my colleagues to support for staff to come back to us with an agreement that's incentive-based so that we actually focus on homeless exiting off the streets and not just contacts. And yes, I know that when it comes to the CityNet making contact with the homeless, I know it takes many times to get them off the streets, but just to pay them to have contacts, I mean, ultimately, we need to focus on what the goal is, and the goal is exits off the street. It may take time. It absolutely may take time, but I think what we need to do is instead of just funding the existence of these personnel to help our police, I think what we need to do is focus on incentivizing the ultimate goal, which is the exits off the street. So that's my comments on the issue. I hope my colleagues would support staff doing something along those lines, but as the agreement presented to us is today, I won't be supporting it.
Let me bring it back to the rest of the council. Any other questions on this item? Comments? Madam City Manager?
Honorable Mayor and council members, this contract is expiring in July, so if you're requesting staff to rework the form of the compensation and the manner in which their contracted services are paid for, I would certainly advise you to not have a lapse of this service in our city, and it would take some time to renegotiate a contract. And with it expiring, it's not something I could get done before the expiration.
Great. That said, I'll go ahead and move the item because I think that the service can be adapted to see what, to see how best we can use it. Obviously, we're going to have an expansion of our shelter. We're going to have more beds. We're going to have more facilities, and I think this is an ongoing effort. I don't think that, you can always get it right the first time around, and we're going to probably be morphing a little bit more into the services that we need. But I do agree that contacts are important because you establish relationships with these folks on the street, but we eventually want to move to placements, right? And that's really the goal. and not just placements, but hopefully permanent placements. So in any event, I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second your motion, Mayor, with comment.
Great. Go ahead, Councilman.
I just want to say that I do agree with what Mayor Pro Tem mentioned and his, reasoning behind it. I think that because this is an extension through next June of 2023, I think it's important that we start preparing and looking at ways that we could change any future, because CityNet, we're not going to end our relationship with CityNet anytime in the next couple of months. So I think it's something that we could work at and maybe work with them and try to see if how we could make this a contact-based approach. I actually coincidentally was driving around Standard and Edinger area in Ward 6, and I never, for as big of a problem that we have in this stretch of the city, I'd never really seen CityNet, and I saw them today. So I saw two young girls, walking up and down, and their van was parked, and I could tell they were looking for somebody, so I pulled over and introduced myself, and they mentioned that they were looking for, and the person they described, I had seen numerous times throughout that area, homeless, and it was the drug and alcohol counselor that was trying to make contact with him, kind of pointed him in some direction of where I had last seen him, so hopefully they were able to find him. But I know that I did ask him, because I hadn't reached out to CityNet for that particular person, but I did ask him how they found or how they knew about this one person, and they said that somebody submitted him through the city app, which was nice to hear that is at least working on that end. So I know that there's a lot of work that we could do and to improve the way CityNet does things in our city with contact and engagement with this community, and I hope that we could work towards Mayor Pro Tem's comment. Thank you.
I'd like to offer up a sub-motion that maybe we extend this contract for 6 months with the direction that staff will renegotiate it to orient the actual scope of service to be more oriented towards exits versus just contacts.
I think
I'll
the motion
second that.
and the sub-motion almost say the same thing, but, does staff have any?
The contract before you is for a year term, a 12-month agreement. So the first motion was approving the year, and the substitute motion is shortening it to 6 months.
I second that.
Great, so we have a motion and a second for the substitute
I have
motion.
a question.
I do as well. But before, I guess, so the original motion is for a year versus the 6 months on the substitute motion. Didn't we also say that you'd have direction from the council to work and adapt that contract, because you said you needed some time to look at maybe
I'm going to have to defer to our ACM, and I know we have CityNet here as well. Do we have a termination provision that if the 12-month was adopted, could we initiate a termination to change the compensation?
We certainly can, or we can renegotiate. What council's approving is a maximum, a fixed amount right now, and we can work within that fixed amount to create some separate goals. I certainly think we can do that within the parameters that we have that would hopefully satisfy the city council.
Pursuant to the original motion?
Yeah, pursuant to the original motion.
All right.
We can work with CityNet and do that.
So we could accomplish what Mayor Pro Tem has mentioned?
Yeah, because what we've heard tonight is that we want to see some achievements, some measurable goals in another category.
Right. So let me go back to, I think, a couple of others that haven't spoken. So Councilmember Lopez and Councilmember Fan, I believe, had some questions.
What is the other category you're referring to, Stephen?
Oh, well, the category that Mayor Pro Tem had stated, he wanted about placements.
How many people are being placed?
Yeah, he wants to find a way to measure their success and their achievement and the contract based on placements. And I'm sorry, street exits. Yeah.
And what was the second part of that? What was the second part?
That was it. Yeah.
No, I didn't hear the last part that you said.
Oh, placements and exits.
This is similar to the conversation we had earlier this year about our shelters and who was exiting and what kind of data we were tracking?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Great. So we have a substitute motion to just shorten the time of that contract from a year to 6 months. We have a motion and a second, so I guess we can vote on that. Staff, do we have the ability to vote electronically, or do you want us to vote as a voice vote?
We're going to try to vote electronically one more time.
All right. Council members, please vote.
Is this to decrease it from 1 year to 6 months?
Is it from a year to 6 months?
Say it again?
From a year to 6 months.
Okay, what was the reasoning for that?
The reason was so we can go ahead and change the parameters. So rather than compensate them based off of contacts, it's compensating them based off of actual exits from the street.
Which I think everybody was supportive of. We just had a choice of following staff's recommendation, which was for a year, and still trying to accomplish that as this contract goes through, or shortening it for 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
But Mayor Sarmiento, sorry, I do have one last question. I do want to gauge staff on this and get their professional opinion. Stephen, Christine, there's a 6 month essentially like delta here or difference. And I just want to hear your professional thoughts on that.
Certainly. So what staff is recommending is approval of a 1-year agreement with a maximum amount. And what's being requested, I don't believe it's to not compensate them for the work that they perform, but it's maybe to potentially change the method of compensation to more incentivize street exits. We would certainly, I don't think we could find anybody that we could engage with that would do contacts and outreach if we weren't paying them for it. So staff's recommendation is for a 1-year contract. The 6 month came up to provide staff opportunity to completely change the agreement within those 6 months to come back to you with a revised compensation program with the agreement. So that's the two different. So the substitute motion that's before you right now is Mayor Pro Tem Becerra's, which is to enter into the agreement, but only for a 6 month time period. Did that answer it?
Yeah, and then enter into a new agreement with CityNet 6 months after that, based on.
If we're able to negotiate a new one based on those parameters.
Okay, got it.
But basically with different incentives. So right now, we're entering into the agreement as provided, which would be for contacts. But my ask is that we do that for 6 months, and the expiration of 6 months, or hopefully before that, staff would come back to us with an agreement negotiated with CityNet that would be based on incentivizing them for actual exits.
And if the council decides to support a 1 year, can you come back before the 1 year, and do exactly what's being asked?
We certainly could amend the agreement within the 12 month. If you approve the 12 month, as AC Mendoza mentioned, we could, it's to a not to exceed, Matt, so we could renegotiate some of the terms and then come back and approve an amendment.
That sounds good to me. Yeah.
Great. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes, I just wanted to say that my reasoning for shortening it to 6 months is because we've had a lot of complaints about CityNet, and so I want to give them the opportunity to be able to really sharpen the skills and the the services that they provide, and so that we get some more reactive and prompt services to the people in need, and so. It's a lot of money, and it's over $2 million for 1 year, so I want to be sure that we're providing the best possible services.
Great, thank you, Madam City
I just want to
Attorney.
make one slight comment. I would make this recommendation based on the conversation and the current amendment that's before you in the agenda packet. And the term section, it actually says, if necessary, the term of the agreement may also be extended upon a writing executed by the city manager and city attorney without a specific extension time. I'd recommend that based on your conversation, you delete that section. It sounds like they're going to come back within 12 months anyway, but just to take that out. Otherwise, the council would not only be authorizing a year, but under that sentence would be authorizing me and the city manager to extend. Not that we would intend to do that based on your conversation, but I'd just take it out to be safe.
So I'll go ahead and add that amendment. Councilmember Mendoza, would you support that?
And as will I with the original, as an original maker of the motion, I'll go ahead and have that language stricken in the second. Would the second be agreeable with that? That's Lopez, right?
Oh, yes, it would be, yeah.
Great. Thank you. All right, let's vote on the substitute motion.
Wasn't it seconded by Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
That was Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
they
so
just
the
changed it.
sub-motion is
Ty,
move.
they just
Yeah,
changed
that's
it.
what I'm saying.
Thank you.
So we're voting on the sub-motion.
Yes.
Can you repeat who's motion we have to clear?
So we're taking the substitute motion first, and that was, the maker of the motion was Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and the second was Councilmember Mendoza on the substitute motion. There was also an underlying motion that was made by me, seconded by Councilmember Lopez.
Do you need us to vote again?
I don't remember yet.
So do you need us to vote again?
Yes.
Yes?
Substitute motion.
No, it went away.
Motion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, on the substitute motion, the maker
Yes.
of the motion was Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and the second was Councilmember Mendoza.
Okay, we're open to vote. Thank you. We have Councilmember Hernandez abstaining, Councilmember Lopez voting no, Councilmember Mendoza voting yes, Councilmember Peñalosa voting yes,
Mayor.
Councilmember Fan voting yes, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra voting yes, and Mayor Sarmiento voting no.
Great.
I'm a no.
Oh, okay. That's it.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Hernandez is a no. My apologies.
Councilmember Fan? No, that was it? Okay. With that clarification, motion passes, right? Got it. So that takes care of the last item on the consent calendar, but let me, before we go to the business calendar item, I forgot to have our appointee to the commission be sworn in, so I'll go ahead and have him brought up here, and if staff will please swear in our new ETAC commissioner.
We have Manuel Escamilla being sworn in. Yeah.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Okay.
I state your name.
I, Manuel Escamilla,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you.
Congratulations, Commissioner. You know, I have to apologize, Commissioner. You know, I just observed something very, very unfortunate. One of the members of the council would not shake your hand, and that is just unfortunate because all city commissioners here deserve respect. They don't necessarily need to be somebody that we agree with, but that's our democracy. But that was just something that was very unfortunate. I'm so disappointed to be sitting next to a colleague that wouldn't shake another commissioner's hand. So in any event, let's move along to the business calendar, item number 34. And that is the ordinance to related to ceremonial naming of streets. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to staff.
So, Honorable Mayor and council members, this was an item that was originated from a request from Councilmember Hernandez. Hopefully you had the opportunity to read the first ordinance. We were able to encompass all of the requests that you had for it. If you like, we do have a short presentation, or if you want to jump straight to questions, we will do whatever is your pleasure.
It's a little late, and I think we went through this in the first discussion, so why don't we go ahead and just bring it back to see if there's any questions or comments from the council? And if not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve, Mr. Mayor.
I will second.
Great, we have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Mendoza. Seeing no other discussion, council members, please vote.
Okay. Are we able to vote now?
Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, who motioned it and who seconded?
I
I
believe
motioned.
The motion was by Councilmember Hernandez, and it was a second by Councilmember Mendoza.
You can go ahead and vote now.
Would you like to roll call the vote?
We have Mendoza, Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I had voted, but I'll vote again.
Thank you. Okay, we have Councilmember Hernandez, Councilmember Lopez, Councilmember Mendoza, Councilmember Peñalosa, Councilmember Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, Mayor Sarmiento, all voting yes.
Great, thank you. Moving along to item number 35, this is a ordinance to require posting of property maintenance contact information on commercial and industrial properties, and I know staff probably has a brief presentation, but I think we spoke about this as well, unless somebody wants to hear the
I'll make a motion to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Hernandez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing no other questions or comments, council members, please vote.
Did you motion? Councilmember Hernandez, have you voted, sir?
Yes, I did.
Councilmember Peñalosa, did you vote, sir? We have Councilmember Hernandez, Councilmember Lopez, Councilmember Mendoza, Councilmember Peñalosa, Councilmember Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento, all voting yes.
Great, thank you. Moving along to item number 36, this is the item to discuss and provide direction for ballot measures to amend the city charter, recommendations by the ad hoc committee.
Okay, Honorable Mayor and City Council, we are going to need input on this item. There are a number of proposed charter amendments that were raised by the subcommittees, and before we come back to you with the ballot language, which we would have to do on August 2nd because of the deadline. What we're hoping tonight is to just go through all of them and determine if there's a majority to move forward on each one of the items. So I'm thinking we could probably do something similar to what we did with the budget items, where you can each just weigh in that you're supportive of this number, and this number. That would provide us all the direction that we need so that we could return on August 2nd with the more formal measure of putting it on the ballot. So with that, I'll turn it over to Daniel Soto from the City Manager's Office.
Thank you, Christine. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I have a brief presentation with some updates from the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee on some proposed charter amendments to potentially place on the ballot for the November 8th, 2022 election. Like the City Manager mentioned, tonight we are looking to have the City Council let the staff know which of the proposed charter amendments the City Council would like to have staff prepare for the November 8th, 2022 election. So that we can have the materials ready for your meeting on August 2nd. I'll highlight the first 4 new proposed charter amendments recommended by the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee. And for reference, I'm labeling these as items 1 through 4. Item number 1 proposes to amend section 402 of the city charter relating to city council compensation. Currently, the charter provides that council members' compensation or salary is established by the government code compensation formula, which sets the city council compensation at $1,000 a month or $12,000 per year. The ad hoc committee did discuss 2 options relating to amending the charter language regarding compensation. The first option would be to adjust the city council compensation so that the salary of the mayor would be or would equal 66% of the salary of a superior court judge of the state of California, and that the compensation of a council member would equal 66% of the mayor's salary. And according to data from the state controller's website, a superior court judge's current maximum base salary is a little over $214,000. 66% of that amount is $141,636.66, and 66% of that amount is $93,480.20. The second option was to adjust the city council compensation according to the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, or CPI, for the Los Angeles, Riverside, Orange County, California area. And the CPI varies depending on the study period. Item number 2 proposes to amend section 607 of the city charter regarding the voting requirements to approve the city budget. Currently, the charter requires that a simple majority vote approve the city budget. The recommended change would require a 2/3 vote to approve the city budget. Item number 3 proposes to amend section 404 of the city charter relating to the term limits for the mayor. The proposed amendment would adjust the mayor's term from 4 2-year terms to 2 4-year terms, and would also tie the beginning of the term of mayor to 2024 to coincide with the presidential election. Finally, the 4th new proposed charter amendment proposes to amend sections 401 and 404, also regarding term limits. This would remove the 8-year cooling off period in the charter that's in order to effect what is considered a lifetime ban. What that means is once a mayor or council member has served their full term, as provided for by the charter's term limits provision, the mayor or council member would no longer be eligible to serve on the city council. The next set of charter amendments are the 16 proposed amendments that were presented at the April 5th city council meeting. I'll remind the city council that staff did receive direction to proceed with all 16 of these items to prepare them for the November 8th, 2022 election. The order of these charter amendments are 5 through 20 for your reference. If the council would like, I can briefly go through numbers 5 through 20, or I can skip through them, and we can have the council members discuss and let staff know which of the 20 items that you see in your presentation that are also attached in the staff report with red line track changes, to let us know which, if any, you'd like us to move forward with to prepare for, to return on August 2nd.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Let me bring it back to the council, but I think the city manager was looking for, her and her team were looking for some direction on where there's support on these items. The only sort of preliminary question I would have is, I know we allocated some monies towards this, and I know it costs to put an item on the ballot. And I think the estimate was somewhere in the neighborhood of about $100,000 per item, roughly. It was an estimate that was given to us by the clerk staff. So what was the aggregate amount that was dedicated to this item?
Well, they check the dollar amount. I can just add that we are currently doing research, and one of the reasons we needed input from the council is there is a thing in California called the single subject rule. But when you do, meaning that you can't combine a whole bunch of different subjects into one ballot measure. However, when you do a charter amendment that's either sponsored by the council or the voters, and where we can show that they've had a series of meetings, we can congregate some of the questions into one ballot measure. So we have to look at what measures you're going to put forward, and we have to see if they are similar enough to keep into one measure. If there's something that's an outlier, then we may have to recommend that you take those separately. But it just depends this evening on what direction you give, and we can make those determinations.
Right. In other words, we can't have one ballot question with all 20 of these items in there, right? So I've seen that attempted, but I know it's been unsuccessful.
Right. When you do what's called a citizen cleanup, and you spend like a year or two, and there's lots of public meetings, I think the government codes requires like about 5 meetings that you have, then you can, you call it a major city charter amendment. What we are looking at right now, because some of these items just came up, we haven't had those citizen meetings that are usually required to do it all in one. But we're looking, because we know that we'd like to save money. That's our goal. So we will continue to look at that after you give direction tonight.
Great. And let me go ahead and see, I think there might be some additional preliminary questions. Councilmember Lopez?
I do. So how much did we budget for the ballot measures?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, Councilmember
How
Lopez?
much did we budget for the ballot measures?
Daniel Soto is looking that up right now.
Another question. Can you remind me who sits in the ad hoc?
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Mendoza, Councilmember Fan, and Councilmember Peñalosa are part of the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee.
Okay, got it. And I think the ad hoc members will probably report out if we want to do that first as to like the train of thought that's behind some of these.
Sure. Why don't we go ahead and go to the ad hoc members and let them go ahead and start out. Whoever wants to go first. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Sometimes I forgot I was the chair of that. I was voluntold to be the chair when we first met by my colleagues, so thank you both, Councilmember Mendoza and Councilmember Fan. So basically, I'm looking, thank you, Daniel, firstly, for the work you've been doing towards this the last 4 years. I know that when I first came on in 2018, one of the initial proposed changes that I had in mind was just the cleanup language in our city charter that is very, outdated. And I think there's a lot of room to update it. I know that just by, and I know that I'll leave this for the professional legal staff in the city clerk's office. I know that proposed changes like number 5 through 14, or 17 actually, could be actually 4 through 15. I mean, 5 through 15 look like they could be kind of bundled into one. Again, I'll leave that for the city attorney's office to see if we could do that. But the other 4, I guess I would touch base on the 4 new changes that we also, as an ad hoc, pushed over to the full city council for discussion. The number one listed is the city council compensation. And just for the record, during the ad hoc meeting, I did support in recommending it to the full city council, because I know that I had heard and over just past city council meetings where it's been mentioned, there has been a desire and to consideration to look at that. I am not supportive of establishing any option one. Firstly, I definitely do not want to see that before the voters. I don't think that that's appropriate to give us as city council members and the mayor that much of a raise. What I personally recommended was option two, and looking at the consumer price index and annual increase to our current $1,000 stipend. I think that the only appropriate way to do this is to look at any potential small percentage increase on an annual basis versus salary of $93,000, which I think is a slap to the face of our residents, hardworking, tax-paying residents. Section number 2, the budget. This one came about, I always thought it was interesting how our annual budget is approved by 4 members of the council, but if mid-year through the budget, we want to tell you, city manager, to transfer $5,000 from Public Works to Parks and Rec, we need 5 votes, which is kind of, backwards. So I think it'd be more appropriate and it'd be more reflective of the elected city council by a majority city council to allow for, or to make it that 5 members of the city council approved our annual budget. That would be more reflective of the city as a whole. The last 2 years that we've approved budgets on this council, they've been 7-0. So I don't see that causing problems often, but I think it'd be a more appropriate way to do things is that a majority of the city council approves the budget. So I'm not supportive of 1, I'm supportive of 2, I'm supportive of 3 is the mayor's term. I think that moving from 2 to 4-year terms, I hate to even think of using the example of the city of Anaheim, but Anaheim is a 4-year elected mayor, so that would be something that I'd be supportive of seeing come forward. And number 4 is something that I also have been back in 2020 when I first brought this conversation forward of the charter amendments. One thing that I would love to see as an elected official and as a lifelong resident of the city was that we impose a lifetime ban on anybody that is termed out, whether it's the mayor or the city council in the city. I know that we've had a history in the city of having elected officials for multiple years and longer than they probably should have. And I think that it's important that we, in a fair democracy, we wouldn't have these cooling off periods where somebody who served 12 years could come back and run for office again. I don't think that's appropriate. I think that having a lifetime ban would be the best way to do so. The only question that I have, Madam City Attorney, if we were to, and I want to make sure that if we do move forward with this charter amendment that imposes a lifetime ban, that I know that there was some concern from the public that this would potentially reset clocks for anyone who has been termed out, any one of us. It would and I want to make sure that, legally, can we make sure that that doesn't happen? That no clocks are reset, nobody starts over. It is, your lifetime ban for when, you term out.
Yes, and we have already started to explore some of the language. How we draft the charter amendment will determine that outcome.
Okay, because that would be very important and critical for me to make sure that we have, so that there isn't a loophole where somebody comes back that's been termed out and it's like, oh, my clocks are reset. So that would be important for me to do. Supportive of all the others, I want to make sure that, I really hope that we would have come forward and see which ones we could consolidate into one, because I know there's many that we can, but now it's just looking at which ones.
Yeah, so I just want to restate the general rule. There are cases out there that talk about a city charter not being subject to the single subject rule. There's also a set of procedures that we have to follow, making sure that we're giving the citizens notice. So just one of the concerns I have is that some of these issues, the ones that Mr. Soto summarized for you that we looked at 2 years ago, have totally been in the public eye. And the things that you approved when you discussed them in April, again, were in the public eye. There are some new topics that we have to make sure that we've had enough public comment and public participation in order to include them. Our goal is to make them all work as one.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but like just as an example, the issue on council compensation, as an example, was raised. We went back and looked at the video. It was raised at the April meeting, so the public had noticed that it was raised, but we didn't talk about it in specificity. Tonight is the very first night where we're raising the issue with anything specific. So we're gonna just make sure that we're complying with all the transparency rules and including them. I'm going to venture to say I think we can get them all into one, but I want to make sure that we don't get a challenge or that, the voters approve it and then it gets overturned or something.
Okay, those are my final comments. Again, just I would not support any council compensation increase to the city council or the mayor, aside from the potential small percentage of the consumer price index to our already $1,000 stipend. That's just, I don't know what the pleasure of this council is, but I will not support that. That's the only one that I'm not supportive of. Aside from that, I will turn it over to my colleagues on the ad hoc, Councilmember.
If I may interrupt, we do have the answer that Councilmember Lopez had requested earlier. It's 300,000 was put in the budget of the city clerk's office.
Mayor, before we move forward, would it be more efficient? I don't want to take away from the ad hoc committee members, but would it be more efficient for, like what Madam City Manager talked about before, just go through each item so they pull up Amendment 1, we go around the horn, Amendment 2, same thing, go around?
Well, that's what I was hoping, but I think the ad hoc wanted to flesh a couple of things out. But now that you fleshed it out for everybody, maybe we could just go ahead and kind of recite what we're supportive of.
What could even be even more expeditious is if you just say, I'm in support of 1, 3, 5, whatever they may be. Daniel has a spreadsheet and he's just logging it right in as you speak.
Perfect.
Great, why don't we go back, let's go to Councilmember Fan, then Mendoza.
Yeah, so I think just as a member of the ad hoc committee, we're trying to explain our thought processes to the council as a whole and of course the public as to, what were we thinking, right? The first, and I'll kind of go in order of importance to me, like if we had to decide which ballot measures make it, while I do like all the administrative changes and word changes, we did talk about that previously, if it can be one ballot measure, but I don't actually think it's the biggest changes that we really need to have in the charter. So with that, the first and most important item, in my opinion, is the mayoral term. I think that it's really important that we adjust it to 2 4-year terms rather than 4 2-year terms and put it on the presidential election. What we do know in the city of Santa Ana is that there is way higher voter turnout during the presidential election. There's a lot more fanfare, there's a lot more information, there's a lot more attention to that. I think it's also really important that when we do a 4-year mayoral term, we don't have every 2 years a potential majority change on the dais. I think that creates a lot of instability and difficulty, not just for staff, but also the public. Whatever the ideas or issues that we might have are, I think it's also really difficult for anyone who is serving every 2 years and running for a re-election or whatever the case that might be. So that is why I supported the 4-year term and just 2 of them, so it's the same number of years. And just so you know, this is actually an issue that we see in Congress, right? When Congress members are running every 2 years, it gets really crazy, and I don't think it gives everybody a full chance to really get comfortable in the position, to do the work that is necessary, and to help lead this council, well, not the council, but the city, and do the work. The second most important item, I think, is the lifetime ban. I remember the last charter ad hoc with Councilmember Peñalosa and Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, I had made public comments about this as a resident. in supporting a lifetime ban and removing the 8-year cooling off provision, there is no need for someone to serve 20 years and then come back 8 years later and serve some more. What we do know here in the city of Santa Ana is there is a lot of talent and there are a lot of opportunities, and we need to be able to uplift that rather than, in my opinion, continue to, frankly, recycle the same candidates, the same people over and over and over. I think that we really need to give other individuals an opportunity, and 20 years is a long time. This doesn't even prohibit someone from potentially becoming a commissioner or volunteering or working with ComLink or a neighborhood association. So there are many more ways to serve other than just being a council member. The third item is the council compensation and the salary. This was a really important issue and a difficult issue. I know that there are many people who, are saying, well, they're trying to give themselves a raise and this and that. But frankly, I think this is an equity issue. What I've seen prior to my time on the dais is that there were a whole lot of council members whose day jobs were consultant. I don't know what that means. I don't know what they're consulting. I don't know what they're actually doing with their time. What I do know is they're a government affairs consultant. They're schmoozing for their day job. I don't know. But what I believe a fair full-time salary would allow is it would allow young professionals, people who have full-time jobs, to take this position seriously and do the job that it fully requires. We get what we pay for. And if all we have is opportunity for people who already have a good paying flexible job, which is extremely rare. In fact, I took a $40,000 pay cut in order to have the time that I need to be able to do this job. I'm willing to take that sacrifice because I can afford it. I am so lucky that my employer gives me the opportunity to do this. Not everyone has that option. Not every teacher who wants to serve, not every recent college grad, not every daycare provider, a social worker, all of these individuals should have the opportunity to run. And I think having a salary that warrants them the ability or allows them to actually serve and respond to every email and work on ordinances so that staff isn't the only one writing it every 2 weeks. I think that is a good thing for all of us. I believe it's an equity issue. Doing the consumer price index, I don't think would solve the issue. I think that is a problem. Whether it's $1,000 or $1,006, it would still not help those who I think could really give back to our community from running, other than also if you were retired and already have the money so that you can serve. That's my third, and that's the reason why I supported the higher salary specifically. And then finally, the fourth issue would be the budget adoption if we got down to 4 items. And that's because I really do believe that a 2/3 requirement for budget adoption as well as appropriation forces compromise, dialogue, and it forces cooperation. And so with that, those are the reasons why I supported these items the way that I did, and I do hope that you also support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. I don't support item 1. The others I do support.
Love those comments. Let's see, who hasn't? Councilmember Hernandez, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to add an item. I wanted to make a recommendation. There was a caller who called in and they brought up some very valid points that struck a chord with me. Taking into account the large demographic of undocumented people that we have in the city, we have a demographic of our community where we have a large refugee community as well. This is a community that was built by immigrants. And I found in San Francisco in 2016, voters approved a charter amendment that read that would allow the city to, it shall allow the city to have non-citizen residents of San Francisco who are of legal voting age and the parent, / legal guardian or legally recognized caregiver of a child living in San Francisco to be able to vote. I think that that is transparent. These are people who pay taxes. These are people who live in our community. I'm going to list a couple of cities that have also followed suit since 2016. San Francisco, Maryland, Barnesville, Chevy Chase, Garrett Park, Glen Echo, Hyattsville, Mount Rainier, Riverdale Park, Somerset, Tacoma Park, and more recently, December 9th of 2021, New York City, Vermont, Montepeller, and Winooski. I would like to see us include language that would allow voters to decide if residents who are non-citizens should, I believe that they should be able to vote in our elections.
Great, thank you. Do you want to give your opinion on the other 4 items? And
I'm supportive of the other items. I want to see this added to that.
Great, thank you for those comments. Let me go to Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. So I'm just going to go down the list, Daniel, for you. Actually, you know what? Instead of going down the list, I'll tell you what I'm not supporting, because that was like, I think that'll be easier. But I do have a question, because I see that there's a new section added for the Code of Ethics and Conduct. And it's essentially stating that there would be some sort of process for folks to document unethical behavior or an abuse of the Code of Conduct. What is the process for that now?
The Stain City Charter just requires that you have the code of conduct, the one that is in front of you at here at each of your seats. There is absolutely nothing past that. It doesn't say the city attorney shall enforce it. It doesn't say the city council shall have a committee that shall look into complaints. So the current process really is one that we've come up with. I've worked collectively with each of the city managers I've worked with, and our process is that if we receive a complaint under the code of conduct, we notify the entire council that we received it, and we notify the person to whom the complaint is made, and we tell the council, the complaint's been made. If you'd like to have a subcommittee to review it and you want to discuss it, please let us know.
Okay, thank you.
That's the
Sonia.
process.
Thank you, City Attorney. Let's see. So under 401, City Council compensation. Thank you to the ad hoc members for stating their position. I was a little concerned to see the really high dollar amount that was given to this council to consider. I was unsure of how, the way I interpreted this was that it was being almost like compared to a judge, a sitting judge. And so I was a little confused as to how that comparison had been made. I think a council member, I think it's perfectly fine to give it to the voters, to say, do you want to compensate the council members to something that is sustainable, something that the public thinks it's fair. However, I do think the amount being presented is overtly high. So I would want to see something else come back before we finalize the charter amendments.
So I'm sorry. I'm just going to tell you it's a capacity issue. We are down to the wire. So what we really need from the council tonight is, do you support these concepts? Because if you're saying like come back with something else, we need to know tonight what you support or don't support, because we're going to have to actually draft the legislation for all of these changes. So it's sort of I hate to say it this way, but it's sort of a take it or leave it proposal in terms of the general concept. Do you want to send a CPI increase to your voters, I think as Councilmember Penalosa is supporting, or do you want to send a number to your voters? If it's a number, you got to tell me what the number is tonight.
I don't have a number to give to staff, so I was hoping that staff or that the ad hoc would have already done that research and said, this is how other members get paid, in cities that are approximate to the size. But the number that is being presented to me now is not a number that I'm going to support moving forward.
I understand that. You could ask your ad hoc committee members or staff, but I'm just saying to you, we those that are drafting, I have to, you're going to have to choose a number so I could draft.
I get it, but it's not my fault that this is coming to me last minute. Totally, right?
You would have to talk to your ad hoc committee members.
I can't talk to the ad hoc. I don't
Well, no, I mean tonight. You'd have to ask them if they have different numbers in mind.
Okay, so I just wanted to throw that out there. So I'm also not going to be supporting, moving the mayoral election to the presidential election. I think that perhaps can confuse voters in the city. I'm perfectly fine with the system that's in place. I think that, if a mayor wants to represent the city, they've been running for 2 years. And, if they want to represent the city of Santa Ana, you can run every 2 years. I'm perfectly fine with that. And I think that it gives voters the opportunity to really convey their approval of a mayor or their dissatisfaction with the mayor without having to tie a mayoral election and making people feel like they're tied to one mayor for 3, 4, 5 years, et cetera. Supportive of the lifetime ban for folks that have been in office. And I'm supportive of the nepotism policy. And I was trying to, section 413 for the adoption of the ordinances. What is different now? What would change?
So basically, your charter does not reflect state law. State law, and I would venture to say 99% of the charters that I've ever reviewed say that once you have a first reading of an ordinance, it stays that way on second. If you make changes, it's got to go back to a first reading. Your charter allows us to make substantive changes even at the second reading stage, which some people say that's not as transparent. So I think the ad hoc committee's recommendation is that we defer back to state law and be more like all the other cities.
Indifferent to that. And I think that's it for my first round of comments. Thank you.
Great, thanks for those comments. Let me go to those who haven't. Has everybody had a chance to speak here? Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Daniel, could you go ahead and put up the list? Can you zoom in just a little bit?
Mayor, before the Mayor Pro Tem speaks, I just want to convey a little bit of the background behind I know Councilmember Lopez brought up a great point of how that number or why the reason came to be. Maybe Councilmember Fan could help me with this. As the chair of the ad hoc, we did look at numerous cities across the country and state and the county to see what we saw everything from zero pay, like the city of Orange, to crazy amounts in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, which was crazy for me to even see. And one city, I think it was Chula Vista, Councilmember Fan, used this method of taking 66% of a county judge, which was interesting to see, but that was how we landed here was. And Councilmember Fan, I don't know if you wanted to add to that a little bit?
Yeah, so I believe it was actually Daniel gathered information for the 5 cities larger than us, the 5 immediate cities larger than us, and the 5 immediate cities smaller than us, and looked at what all their individual compensation was, and it was kind of all over the place. So you had everything from Oakland at 440,000 people, with the mayor making $203,000, the council member making $97,000. But there was, and then they also have like how the compensation was calculated, and it was extremely confusing, and they had like an independent committee and all this other stuff. So different cities had different things. Anaheim, the mayor makes $18,000 annually, the council member makes $18,000 annually. And just to be clear, this doesn't include, for example, any health or automobile or things like that. When I was looking at this, again, I was looking at it a lens of what is enough to pay an individual to do this full time so that they don't have to work a side job, a side gig, whatever else. Because I do think a city as large as ours warrants a council that can dedicate their time to that as necessary. And so Chula Vista sets it at 66% of a judge's, of the Superior Court of the State of California salary for the mayor, And then the council members received 40% of the salary of the mayor. So in the chart that I received, which may have been a little bit outdated, is that the mayor makes $126,464 and council members make $50,585. The judge of the Superior Court or state judges have a commission or a body that periodically updates and reviews their salaries to determine whether it needs to go up, stay the same, whatever the case might be. So it's tied to a third-party analysis, but it's obviously not the same amount. I think just looking at the Chula Vista, salary, one thing that I personally wasn't comfortable with, just based on what the information I had at the time, was that at least 40% of the mayor's salary was about $50,000, which is still quite low in order for someone, whether it's a professional, whether it's whoever else, wants and is able to do this full time. And so that's why I looked at the 66% number. I don't think I am 100% tied to, it has to be 66% of the judge's salary and then 66% of the mayor's salary. We can adjust that. I'm comfortable with that. I just want to support an item that, whatever number we put out there, it's enough to pay someone a living wage to do this work, because I want someone who can go to all of those community meetings and neighborhood meetings and ribbon cuttings and work on the policy issues with staff. We know so often that there's, in my opinion, a lack of that. And I know I can't make it out to all of those things. And I hope that whoever takes the seat afterwards does. And just quickly with the mayor one, it wouldn't change this mayor race, just the next one, that's all.
If I might also just add, in terms of history, the procedure that you identified in Chula Vista is not an unusual one. We do see them in California. We most often see that salary tied for the mayor and the council members where there was a strong mayor form of government and where the city manager is a city administrator. And I think the purpose for that was that they weren't full-time, but that mayor was doing a lot more work than the council members. So if that helps you, I don't know if that makes things worse, but that's where that concept came from. And there are actually quite a few charters that have it, but it's related to that strong mayor.
Yeah, and Chula Vista does have a city attorney, assistant city attorney, as well as 2 deputy city attorneys, so sorry you don't have the full team, but that is something that does exist in Chula Vista. Thank you.
Got it, thanks. So I think one more person hasn't spoken, or actually both Mayor Pro Tem and I, so go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the city council compensation, I tend to agree with Councilmember Fan's comments as far as having somebody that's able to focus. I do want to just one thing that Councilmember Fan did say that I do take offense to, and the fact is that I am a consultant myself. I'm a land use consultant. I've worked on projects outside of the city of Santa Ana since I was appointed to the Planning Commission, and I did that because I did not want to have the conflicts. So I can get up here, and I don't think in my entire tenure on the city council have I had a true conflict in which I wasn't able to vote. So I would just say, please, I wouldn't cast every consultant under the same cloud. With that being said, for the budget adoption, that was 607. Let's see. I don't have any issue with that. So that was to do it for 2/3. Term limits for the mayor, number 3. I actually want to throw something out there. I don't know if anybody will bite on this, but in some cases where you have people running for re-election, and especially in Santa Ana, where if you're running for mayor every 2 years, while the rest of the council runs every 4 years, one thing I'd like to propose is 1 term of 6 years. And I think the 1 term allows for somebody to get in there, to get to work. They don't have to worry about trying to run for re-election as mayor. And the 6-year term gives them enough time to get some work done as mayor, but it also doesn't keep the mayor on one particular cycle. So one cycle it'll be the presidential election, next cycle it'll be the non-presidential election. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I support the lifetime ban. I think that's wonderful. On the, let's see, what was that, section 400, the change of the council member's term from date specific, I support that. Code of ethics and conduct, let's see. My only question on that one, and I don't know if this is for the ad hoc or for staff, but I noticed that we call out the police chief separately from the other city department directors. Is the police chief considered separate? So no,
He's listed separately throughout the charter document.
oh, so it's just for consistency.
Sonia, is that the?
Want me to
I
restate
just
it?
recall when I was reading, I thought it was funny because it would refer to department directors, but then it would always separately list police.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know what that is. There is a uniqueness in our charter and our municipal code. The police chief's position is the one position, it is the one department head that all the department heads work for the city manager and the city manager form of government, but the police chief is the only position that's protected by civil service. And that may be why it's pulled out, I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. Let's see. So going forward, I'm fine with these. Number 10, section 413, let's see. On this one, my concern was the way it was worded. If the mayor does not sign an ordinance or resolution, I think that the amendment should also state that the mayor pro tem or a council member who voted in favor of the ordinance or resolution shall sign it within 72 hours. Right now, the way it's worded, it kind of leaves it ambiguous. So in other words, if the mayor doesn't sign it in 72 hours, does that just leave it wide open? And I think,
We have a municipal code provision that fills in that blank, but if we can make it clearer here, we should do it.
yeah, I'd prefer if we did that. Let's see. So claims, civil service. Let's see if there's any other items that I had. That was really it. I'm supportive of the others. I appreciate the work of the ad hoc on this. I also had the concern about the term limits in regards to being able to do the absolute, lifetime ban after serving. I think that's something that, as my colleagues have already said, that there's plenty of folks out there that hopefully will take up the cause of running for office and representing their communities. So to have the same old over and over and over, I appreciate that. It seems like there's a lot of support up on this dais for trying to enact a lifetime ban. With that, right now, that is, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, I have one more question. For section 406, so that would be number 9. Let's see. So I was kind of curious why this amendment was proposed in the first place. It says, so would allow the city council to meet at a special city council meeting as well as a first regularly scheduled council meeting following the certification of election results. Is there a reason why we would need to have that option to meet at a special council meeting? This is for council judge of elections and qualification of members, section
I think
406.
it's because you meet at that special, you have that special meeting, you actually certify your results on the off-council Tuesday, because you meet on the, first and third Tuesday, but I think you certify those election results in the second week of December. That's traditionally why, and it may be that we're just clarifying that.
Okay, no, I didn't have a problem. I just was curious as to the reason for that. Those are my comments. Oh, one last thing. This is just more of a typo. On section 1208, so that would be number 17. Let's see. There's something about a reference to 1206.01, but I don't think there is a section 1206.01. And then also subsection D, it says with a state or county entity, or I mean, it should say with a state or county entity instead of state of county entity.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have taken note of the typo in the red line track changes. We'll fix that.
Okay, perfect. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. I think everybody's had a chance to go at least once. We can always go back, but we should have recited. I mean, we could talk this thing to death. And here's where I'm going to start with my comments on, because everybody has had a chance to speak. I'm pretty disappointed with the way this is coming to us at the 11th hour. The recommendations they look half-baked. I don't think that there's a clear nexus with some of the logic on the premise of what's being proposed tonight. And look, it lends itself to us being random on things. So I am, I don't know what caused this, whether it was staff, whether it was the ad hoc, but whatever the case is, it's unfortunate that this is coming to us with sort of a, with an obligation to have to make a decision tonight. That is very unfortunate, because really, ideally, what should have happened is ad hocs make recommendations to the full council, but the council should have an opportunity to also make their own recommendations. We shouldn't be bound by just saying yes or no to whatever's proposed by an ad hoc. They are purely advisory. They cannot make policy nor dictate policy. So that basically takes our ability away of those of us who didn't sit on the ad hoc to be able to comment and opine and make adjustments, and that is just something that completely controverts the whole idea of an ad hoc. So in any event, look, I'm supportive of item number 2 and 4. Those are simple. I think now, fortunately, with district elections, we are not going to have people that are going to serve multiple terms now. There are going to be people that are going to be able to run, and they're not going to need special interest money behind them. They can walk their district, and we are going to see changes like we did in the last election cycle, where incumbents are taken out after one term. So I am very supportive of that. I don't think anybody should have to come back to a body that they've served on once. So yeah, having that ban is going to be something well received. I wish I could support number 1. I'm the one person here that will definitely not be on this council, so this is something that won't benefit me. But I think that this position, any of these positions, should be compensated. The problem is I can't support something I don't find there being sort of a logical reason and rationale. And I just don't know how Chula Vista does it or other cities, but I would have questioned their logic. Just because they do it and attach it to a judge's salary, I could say, well, let's attach it to a physician's salary. Let's attach it to somebody else, some other professional. So I just don't see it. Should any council that governs a city this size be compensated? Absolutely, because it does limit the pool of people that will run for office. And to the extent that we have people that become corrupted because they come in here looking for something or trying to find some way to make a living because they can't live on $1,000 a month, yeah, those are things that's a problem. And as the old adage says, you get what you pay for. So if you're going to nickel and dime a policymaker to make decisions, well, look, if you want them to make reasonable, sound decisions, then compensate them fairly, not well, but just fairly. So I wish I could support either of the options, but I just can't support those, because I think this council, or a council of a city this size, should be compensated fairly. And I thought that we were there, but I just don't see the logic in either of those options that are presented to us. If we had more time, I think we can get there. I think somebody mentioned we could adjust that amount. I think that's where we could say, okay, what do cities our size normally receive, and let's go ahead and tailor it to what our needs are. And we could have, I think, come to some agreement and finally tackle this question and put it before the voters so they could make a decision on it. So that was one. So I wish I could support that. I can't support it at both extremes. But on item number 3, I believe that's on the mayor's terms. So yeah, compensating councils, giving 4-year terms for the mayor. Boy, I wish this happened a long time ago, because running every 2 years is no fun, and running and working for practically nothing is no fun either. But we do it because we love the city, and we love the things, the people that we represent. But this is obviously unfair. Tying it to either cycle, a presidential or a non-presidential cycle, will benefit or hinder either the odd-numbered council members that sit in odd-numbered wards or even-numbered wards. This, if you attach it to the presidential cycle, it will benefit those even-numbered council members right now, because they could take a free shot. Somebody who is midterm can run for mayor and won't have to vacate their seat. And that is a benefit to those council members that are on that cycle. Those on the odd-numbered, look, they'd have to vacate their seat in order to run for mayor. And that is patently unfair. That benefits 3 council members and hurts 3 others. So I think that, as painful as it is, because running every 2 years is just unreasonable. But as painful as that is, I'd rather not hinder any council members and benefit others. So I can't support that as written either. If we wanted to be clearly fair, the reason why the council in 2012 put this matter before the voters was because we had a mayor, my predecessor, who sat here in this seat for 26 years and had no term limits on his seat. And we wanted to make sure that the seat was weakened because we saw the abuse that it had just been subjected to. So that's why I'm following the longest serving mayor. I am going to be the shortest serving mayor, but to the extent that whoever follows me can sit here and be balanced with the other council members, I think they should all be on a 12-year maximum term. That way you can have an opportunity to go ahead and exercise, because really the mayor doesn't have any more additional authority. This isn't a strong mayor city. We don't have veto power. We don't have any other authority that, except for ceremonial authority. I can tell you it's a lot of work. There is a lot more involved, but there isn't any distinctive technical difference. So, I wish we could have had more time because these are very, very profound, important decisions, and I just feel like, look, there's a clock ticking, and we have to make a decision, and we have to scramble with it, and that doesn't lead to good decision making. So those are my comments. The other, 5 through 20 or whatever they are, look, those are technical adjustments, and I certainly appreciate staff trying to get this before us. But again, this is very 11th hour stuff. So those are my comments. And does anybody have any additional? This is simply just for informational. By the way, I forgot, the one thing I do support is Councilmember Hernandez's suggestion to allow for non-residents to be able to vote. We already have precedent on that. We're able to appoint commissioners that receive compensation from the city, that vote, that pay taxes, that live in the city, that sometimes are more vested than voting members and citizens, and that have lived here for generations. So they should have the opportunity. And we have other cities that have done this, and this can be legally upheld. So I think that that's something that, because we have such a large immigrant and refugee population, I think that's something that I would definitely support. And I wish we could have it in writing so we could written a more, a little bit more robust explanation for it. But those are my comments. I think I saw Councilmember Hernandez's hand. And
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify on item 1. I share very similar sentiments. I don't support the amount where it stands, but I would like to see it adjusted. And I'm looking forward to doing that with my colleagues. I do think right now is not the time for it. I also want to make it clear, Madam City Attorney, I also am not supportive of the mayor terms, and I am supportive of the lifetime ban, very supportive of that. And if we can perhaps go have a roundabout, and I would like to ask my colleagues who is supportive of adding the request that I had to include non-citizen voters in the charter amendment.
Councilmember Penalosa.
Thank you. I think just for Daniel's sake, I think maybe if you want to, and I don't know how you want to, if you want to designate all of us here, Mayor, a number, or just go in alphabetical order. But if Daniel, if you want to just go Charter 1, and then we could all go yes or no, Charter 2, and then I guess Councilmember Hernandez's charter could be the last one, whatever number that is. Is that?
Did we already do that, though? Don't you have a count, a tally of where we were? I mean, I know it's a little messy, but everybody.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Penalosa. I did receive responses for items 1 through 4. I didn't receive responses from most of you for items 5 through 20, the administrative and cleanup items that were previously considered in April. So I would need a response from all of the council members on items 5 through 20, and then I can report back on your responses for all of them.
Real quickly, I thought on 5 through 20, those were technical, more sort of single purpose?
Yeah, so I had taken, and Daniel, maybe we could clarify this, I had taken the council's direction at your April 5th meeting as being supportive of all those others. That's how I interpreted it. That's why we went ahead and drafted the language for it. So I don't know that we need, I took it as we drafted the language, you wanted to see those come back. That's how I took that. But if there is not support for that, let me know. And those are the last items.
All right, Councilmember Fan, then Lopez.
Thank you. First, I would like to apologize to my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. I think when I mean consultant, it evokes a particular individual, or particular individuals that I've had to deal with. I always consider you a land use planner at heart. So I do want to state that on the record. The other issue is I do actually remember us taking a vote of the majority of this council to approve all of these technical amendments at the last meeting. However, I think it was brought back individually only because of the confusion regarding whether we can consolidate into one ballot item or multiple. But I'm comfortable with some of these technical changes being one item. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lopez, Councilmember
I do.
Lopez.
Thank you for reminding me of that conversation because I said it then and I'll say it again. I was not supportive of the budget suggestion that the charter ad hoc made then. So I'm not going to be supporting it tonight again. And I think it's just, so I'm not going to be doing that. I'm also not supporting of the 6-year term that was recommended by Mayor Pro Tem Becerra for a mayor. Council members are not even elected to serve 6 years at one time, so it would not be consistent, I think what folks are trying to do here. So I think if those are gonna be it for now until we do our roll call.
Great. So has staff received sufficient direction from each council member?
Mayor, if I may I ask for clarification on the council members' positions on whether or not they support each of the numbered 1 through 4 items?
So I'll go first. Councilmember Peñalosa, I do not support Charter Amendment 1, which is a council compensation. So no on that. Number 2, I do support, which is making the budget a majority approval by the city council. So yes. Number 3, I had in my notes a question mark next to the mayor terms, and Mayor Sarmiento made a compelling argument, and so I'm not supportive of 3, so no on that one. Lifetime ban, yes, which is number 4, and then I'm supportive of 5 through 20, and I am not supportive of item 21, which was Councilmember Hernandez's proposed amendment. So no on 1, yes on 2, no on 3, yes on 4, and then yes on 5 through 20, no on 21.
Thank you, Councilmember. And what about Mayor Pro Tem Becerra's recommendation regarding a 6-year term for mayor?
Oh, no, I'm not supportive of that.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and go next and just say, on item number 1 regarding council compensation, given the confusion that somehow permeated regarding the proposed compensation, I don't know if it's viable to have staff return at our next meeting with the language in place, but options on the numbers, so that there's a range, a menu that if for some reason there are enough council members that support maybe a lower dollar amount threshold for compensation, that maybe that would move forward. So I kind of share the same sentiment of let's see what gets brought back. I support item 2. I made my statement on item 3. I support item 4, and I support the rest of the items. And then on item 21, I do not support it because I think that while we're sitting here talking about things being brought to us at the last second, we literally had something brought to us on the dais tonight. And now we're saying that we should go ahead and move forward with that. But all the other items, which by the way, had been before the previous Charter Amendment Ad Hoc Committee. So some of us up here have seen this, whether they were on the dais or, as one colleague brought up, came to the meetings as a civilian and spoke in favor of some of them. So I won't be supporting item 21. Thank you.
Do you need anybody else's clarification, Daniel?
Thank you, Mayor. It looks like I have a recording from all of the council members on items 1 through 4.
I have not provided my feedback. I'm not supportive of the 6-year term. That's, I believe, the only area where I hadn't commented. Thank you.
I'm not supportive of that either.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a recording from all of the council members regarding their positions on items 1 through 4 and the items relating to voting for people who are undocumented and the 6-year term for mayor. Thank you.
Great.
I'm not sure if I mentioned, but I am supportive of undocumented residents voting as a charter amendment. Did I say that?
No, I apologize.
Okay, I don't think I commented. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed it. What was that?
I am supportive of a charter amendment allowing undocumented residents to vote in local elections. Thank you.
Daniel, do you need other clarification from me on any of the items?
Councilmember Lopez, I don't have a position recorded for you for the recommendation to amend the charter or to provide for voting for people who are undocumented.
Yes, so this would be a recommendation we make to the voters, so yes.
That's a yes for me too, Mr. Soto.
I'd love to see that Excel spreadsheet, man. It's like, we apologize.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I've received direction, and staff will prepare proposed charter amendments accordingly to bring back on August 2nd.
Do you want them to repeat each one of us?
I don't need the whole 5 to 20, but I want to hear the ones that got majority support.
Sure. Give me just a second, council member.
If some of them didn't get some more, like, don't bring it back.
I get it. That works.
Okay. So, 4 and undocumented. Mayor and City Council, we did receive a consensus among the members of the City Council tonight to move forward with preparing a proposed charter amendment to amend Section 607 regarding the budget adoption. That would provide that the voting requirement be 2/3 vote of the City Council to approve the city budget. There was consensus among the council members tonight to impose a lifetime ban by removing the 8-year cooling off period. And the third item where we received consensus among the council members tonight was to draft a charter amendment that would provide for voting for people who are undocumented in our municipal elections.
That's what I heard. So no other direction given? Daniel, that's pretty good. I am very impressed. Let's move along to item number 37, which is a public hearing. Let's see, the proposed amendment includes analysis of barriers to fair housing and proposed programs and services to comply with state mandates. So let me go ahead and ask the city manager if there's any.
Yes,
Well,
Honorable Mayor.
this is the general update to the update to the general plan housing element, correct?
Correct. And we do have a presentation for you. And I'm sorry, did you open up the public hearing?
I'll do it now. Let's go ahead and open it up.
So would you like the presentation and then take public comment, sir?
Can you do a brief one?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. For the purpose of the discussion and presentation tonight, in light of the hours, I just go straight to the main points. This is a public hearing to adopt the housing element of the general plan as well as the associated CEQA determination, and for us to submit to HCD for certification of the housing element. The proposed update is to comply with state housing law and to address local housing needs, also to be responsive to local housing issue, and to implement the number allocation from the regional housing allocation process, of which we're required to accommodate about 3,100 units. The main takeaway from this slide is that based on the 37 units that we have to accommodate, we as a city can accommodate all of the units within the current existing pipeline projects that are in the pipeline for the city, and we do not have to make any zone changes to the local land use plan in order to accommodate the housing allocations. In terms of next steps, this is the first step to the certification of the housing element for the city by HCD. The Planning Commission did recommend that the City Council approve and adopt this housing element back in December. Once, if adopted tonight, and we do recommend for the adoption, we will submit to HCD for adoption for certification review on July 21st. And our goal is to be able to have HCD certify the document in September of this year. The recommendation: adopt resolution approving an addendum to the program environmental impact report for the general plan update, and adopt a resolution approving general plan amendment number 2021-01 for the sixth cycle housing element update, subject to conforming edits by the Executive Director of Planning and Building Agency and the City Attorney
Excuse
to
me,
comply with state housing law and mandates.
Director Min, your presentation is not showing up on the screen. Are you sharing?
Yeah, I was wondering what slide you were referring to. I was trying to guess.
It's on here. I apologize, but that in summary is my presentation.
Got it. You gave us a
Hopefully-
you gave us a verbal presentation. All right.
Yes.
You illustrate a nice picture.
Before I conclude my staff report, I just want to quickly introduce our team who's been sitting here patiently tonight. The housing project team is led by Planning Manager Fabiola Zelaya-Meliker with her staff Ricardo Soto as well as Jerry Guevara. Also assisting with the development is Housing Manager Justin Brown and his staff Holly Safran. They really work hard on the project and tirelessly, also having to work on competing projects of completing the general plan update, the comprehensive update, as well as the housing element. So I do thank you for their participation. We do have a handout that we're going to provide to the council. This is for the purpose. Oh, great! Yeah, it's for the purpose of documenting the additional comments that we received before the hearing tonight, and that will be entered in the records, responding to some of the written comments received. With that, it concludes my staff's report.
Great. Thank you for that. Good morning, everybody. Let me go ahead and ask the clerk staff if there are any members of the public that wish to address us that are virtually or on the phone.
No, Mr. Mayor, we have no public comments, but however, I do have to read that we have 2 emails submitted to the clerk's office. One from the Santa Ana resident provided various comments and suggestions to the general plan housing element update, and another one from Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters provided various comments and requests. The city require local skilled and trained workforce.
Great. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there's any questions or comments from members of the council. Just a quick question for Director Tai. What is your timeline on this? I know you want...
Our goal is to submit it on the 21st as soon as possible. HCD has issued a letter letting cities know that in order for them to review the document in time, we need to do it by August 15th. But our goal is to submit it immediately after, if approved tonight.
So I would just have you take, legislative notice, I guess, of another public comment that was received regarding from one of our commissioners. So Nathaniel Greenside submitted an email. I don't see his comment in this packet. It might have come in too late. Could you incorporate that by reference and make sure that it's reflective in the final version?
Absolutely.
That would be my comment. Any additional comments? Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for this housing element. I personally know how difficult, exhausting, and laborious it can be, and extremely technical. I have to review these as part of my day job, so thank you so much for that. I know it was a long time coming. I do have a couple minor comments, just because it is a draft item that's coming before us. On page 29 of the draft housing element report, it's section 25. I think there's a typo. It says knows as in the second line of the first paragraph in 25. It should be known as. We have, I'm just going down on my list of comments. On page 32, I'm very excited that we added the language to ensure existing residents continue to have a home in Santa Ana, and that new affordable units coming online are made available to existing community members first. The city will implement a local preference program, explore a right of first refusal ordinance, and pursue a collective ownership model for mobile home parks. These are all ideas that I had raised as part of the Housing Ad Hoc Committee, but because of their kind of different topics, I did recommend that a future ad hoc can maybe take up each of those items as they come along. These are just ways that we look in the housing space to find a more equitable way for renters or mobile home park residents to own the property where they live. On page 36, the first, so that blue add-on, I guess, it says annually the city send out. It should be sends out. We have, okay, and then to get to a little bit more substantive stuff, on page 46, which is the housing implementation summary, number 28 at the bottom, it says parking study and management. Build on results of recent parking studies and programs to identify need to mitigate parking constraints for affordable development, and evaluate residential/mixed-use standards. Utilize the results of the studies to inform parking standards in the zoning code update, December 2023. I would like for us to also work with Caltrans or any other transportation agency to look at citywide or regional transportation programs that are not specifically vehicle-focused. What we do know is that there is a high bus population, and that transit and metro and rail are other additional opportunities for a lot of these developments, especially if you're on major arterials or easy to get to work from, if you're working in, say, near South Coast Metro, and getting there from development on Bristol might not require so many parking spaces. I just wanted to put it out there to explore those opportunities, especially as we're looking at the infrastructure bill that's coming down the line with the federal government. My next comment is relating to page 47. I guess it's a continue of the last item. Part B, reevaluate the residential parking permit program to provide an equitable citywide parking permit program that incorporates best practices and complies with state law. Timeframe, December 2024. I believe this is the RFP that we had previously allowed or voted on to be issued for, I guess, a consultant to study the parking permit program. December 2024 is way too long, in my opinion. This is an issue and has been an issue. It's been issued for years. And so I do think that we need to hurry it up. 2024 is a very long time to be bringing something like this back, so I would like to see it come back even sooner. Another is develop a pilot program to partner with commercial property owners to utilize parking at centers adjacent to residential uses to expand parking options for residential neighborhoods. I think that's a great idea. I didn't see anything relating to our school districts. I am adamant that our school district literally has property that is available and open and vacant 15 hours a day because, you only have staff there during the school hour and maybe a little bit later. But I think those should also be options, and that they should partner with our residents who are living in the city, who are taxpayers for those properties, and they should be able to utilize them too. So those were my comments throughout, and I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Let me go ahead and see if there's any other questions or comments from the council. Seeing none. So I think I guess, can we put that into a motion? Does anybody want to move that with the adjustments that were recommended by Councilmember Fan? And then I also am wanting to incorporate by reference the comments made by Commissioner Greensides.
So I'll make a motion to approve as with those additions. So a motion to adopt resolution approving an addendum to the program EIR for the general plan update, and adopt a resolution approving GPA number 2021-01 for the 6th cycle housing element update with those edits that I mentioned in comments, as well as including Commissioner Greenside's comments.
And I'll second that motion. So let's go ahead and have council members vote. Do you need us to do a voice? All right. Council members, please vote.
Really quick, I don't want the motion to fail, and I'm about to vote no, just because I don't know what comments were submitted by this commissioner. I haven't seen the letter, so I don't just want to blindly list that.
It was sent to all of us, but yeah.
The comments.
At what time, Mayor?
My understanding is the comments are being incorporated as part of the records, but not necessarily having any modification impact to what's been drafted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where is everybody anyways? I mean,
Are our other three colleagues not going to vote on this?
yeah, I mean, you only need 4 on this, but
We do need 4 on this.
Well, mine's a yes now.
Thank you.
But I just want clarification from the makers of the motion. So it's not going to be incorporated into the document, it's just as a matter of
Incorporate into the records at having received the comments, and that it is a part of record of the decision.
Okay, but not amending the text of the element.
It doesn't impact the changes to the element itself.
Correct, like Mr. Helvig's letter, it's part of the record, not part of the actual document.
Correct.
Okay, we're in agreement?
yeah, we are. I guess, is this going to come back for a second, or is this?
No, this is it.
Okay.
Where are our colleagues? Seriously?
I mean, I'd like to get the others on the record just because it's a public hearing. All right, so we're, just for those council members that are joining us now, we're voting on the housing element, item number 37. We're in the middle of a public hearing. We wanted to make sure everybody had an opportunity to vote on this. We had some discussions. Any questions on this? Are you all ready to vote?
Yes, thank you for waiting for us. I appreciate it.
Great. Council members, please vote.
Not working. You can just voice your vote, Councilmember Mendoza.
Okay, it's yes.
We have a unanimous vote with Councilmember Hernandez, Councilmember Lopez, Councilmember Mendoza, Councilmember Peñalosa, Councilmember Fan, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, and Mayor Sarmiento all voting yes. The motion passes.
Great, thank you. Let's go ahead and recess the city council meeting and convene the housing authority meeting, and ask that roll call please be conducted of the authority members.
Authority Member Hernandez,
Present?
Authority Member Lopez,
Here.
Authority Member Mendoza,
Present.
Authority Member Peñalosa,
Present.
Authority Member Fan,
Here.
Vice Chair Becerra,
Here.
Chair Sarmiento.
Here, do we have any members of the public that wish to address the authority?
I believe we have one, sir,
One?
on Zoom.
Okay.
Nathaniel Greenslade, if you can just unmute yourself.
Meant to public for or comments on the public hearing, but my comments were raised, and I appreciate the council's diligence in getting that entered into the record. I'll make sure to get it submitted before 3 p.m. next time. Thank you.
I love it. Thank you. Was that our only comment? Great.
Yes,
let me
Mr.
go.
Mayor.
Let me go ahead and entertain a motion for the consent calendar items.
Mayor, I do have to recuse myself from item 2. It's the same conflict with the Rancho Santiago Community College District. It's a client of my employer. So if it is taken off consent, I will leave the room. Thank you.
Great. So noted. Is there a motion for the consent calendar items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Becerra, second by Peñalosa. Council members, please vote.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can we do that again? Who made
Sure.
the motion?
The maker of the motion was Mayor Pro Tem Becerra, second by Councilmember Peñalosa. My apologies. I know I'm going a little bit quick.
Now we're open for voting.
All right.
That's a yes
Council
for
members,
me.
please vote. Or authority members, please vote.
Yes, for yeah, okay.
Yes.
We have all authority members voting yes, so the motion passes. Authority Member Hernandez, Authority Member Lopez, Authority Member Mendoza, Authority Member Peñalosa, Authority Member Fan, Vice Chair Becerra, and Chair Sarmiento.
Great, thank you. Let me go ahead and adjourn the Housing Authority meeting and reconvene the City Council meeting. I believe we took care of the two first items on the council requested items 38 and 39, so that brings us to number 40. And these are items by Councilmember Peñalosa, Mayor Pro Tem, and Councilmember Mendoza. So we'll start with them.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. So item 40 is, the Santa Ana Armory has been a problematic and eyesore property for the Delhi and Madison Park communities for as long as I can remember. As a young child, I remember riding to church on Sunday morning to Our Lady of Guadalupe Delhi and having to drive down Warner and past this property. I vividly remember looking out the window as we drove by and wondering why on earth there were literal military tanks, Humvees, and other artillery equipment sandwiched between a neighborhood park and an elementary school and just north of Delhi Community Center. As we move forward with my hope and vision and that of this council's to clean up the environmental justice corridor, which predominantly makes up a big part of Ward 6, which I represent, I humbly ask my colleagues to support my effort of directing the city manager to pursue the possibility of purchasing the Santa Ana Armory and putting this site to better use. A use that will have a positive impact in our city and this community would be the possible expansion of Delhi Park or expanding our library network with the potential addition of a third brick and mortar library. The Santa Ana Armory is currently owned by the state of California, and I've heard that from various officials that there potentially is a desire to divest of this property. I know the County of Orange has used it in the past for a low barrier cold weather shelter that has come with its own operational challenges and has caused additional unintended consequences to the surrounding community. In speaking with numerous Delhi and Madison Park residents over the last couple of months, the idea of acquiring this property and cleaning it up would be a very much welcomed effort in this part of our city. We have the opportunity to address the lack of open space, lack of library space, while at the same time fulfilling our goal to address the environmental justice concern in this neighborhood. And for those just kind of wondering which property this is, it's along Warner, and the exact address of this property is, for residents wanting to get, is 612 East Warner Avenue, which is currently operated by the Santa Ana by the U.S. Army, the National Guard. With that said, those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you.
And thank you for indulging me, and I will turn it over to my colleagues, Councilmember Mendoza and Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Thank you. Before we do that, given the time of night it is and the city attorney's comments on us not going beyond the scope of these, this is simply to see support. I don't know if anybody's going to be opposing this. This was something that staff recommended to us, and so why don't we just say, is there any opposition to this? Seeing none, why don't we just go ahead and move on to the next item? I think we're all in support of doing something like that. So let's go on to item number 41. Thank you, council members, for bringing that to us, and we'll bring this one back to Council Member Lopez and myself. This is to direct staff to look at creating a campaign finance reform draft ordinance for the council's consideration. I'll turn it over to Council Member Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I guess it is late. It's 12:30 a.m. So I did ask, to have this item agendized so that this council can publicly, hopefully, have a robust discussion about specifically implementing campaign finance rules here in the city of Santa Ana. We do have, donation limits of $1,000. We also have the 460 forms that we have to upload and fill out, but those are more state mandated. In terms of the 460 forms, the $1,000 limit is really our local, what we can control here. But, I think even with everything that's happening, with the FBI probe and the report that came out of Anaheim, the corruption, the play-to-play politics, all of that influence that has really taken a hold of the city. I think it's important for us as one of the sister cities, as a city that has had its own fair of talks of corruption here, whether it's because of a $25 million vote or because council members refuse to meet with the community over things like that. I think, having some sort of campaign finance reform here in the city of Santa Ana is gonna only provide more accountability for not just the electeds, but also transparency to the public. We have a big issue in the city with PAC money, with dark money, that really makes our local elections be very nasty, very, very nasty here. And our residents are sick and tired of that. They don't want to be bombarded with mails that are just trash talking people. They want to know what the candidates' platforms are going to be. What have they done? What will they continue to do? And I think that's fair. And yes, we have moved to, implementing a lobbyist ordinance, but again, Anaheim has a lobbyist ordinance, and look at all of the issues that they're having. And so I think, in order for us to restore the trust and, give that trust or a sense of trust to the public, I hope that this council, it is my ask of my colleagues here, all 6 of you, that you help move this item forward so that we can have a robust and transparent conversation for the public, and so that we can discuss in detail what is it that we want to see and what is it that we don't want to see here for the city of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Great, thank you, council member. So I want to thank the council member for bringing this up. I simply joined the item. It was her initial concept. I know that this item was proposed to the council before, and I believe, Madam City Attorney, you may have some language from the previous time this was raised, and so you may have some starting point for a proposed draft ordinance on this. And this is timely now. I think what we see going on in Anaheim is unfortunate. They can't get a simple campaign finance adjustment made over there. We, on the other hand, have the Sunshine Ordinance. We have, a lobbyist registry that we just approved. Those are all good open government disclosure policies, but I think we still have issues here that we can address and we can remedy. And hopefully if Madam City Attorney has something that she can bring back to us for us to consider to make our campaign finance ordinance even stronger. We know that we don't have Disneyland here. We don't have, Angel Stadium here. We don't have SOAR or some of those other sources of funding that have unfortunately decimated the city of and the residents of Anaheim and their public trust in their elected officials. But we do have other special interests here that play, and they have also wreaked havoc with this city and the public's trust. So to the extent that we could remedy that, I certainly think that we should attempt to be as open and transparent as we possibly can. So I will be supporting this item and supporting that staff comes back and gives us some guidance on some potential campaign finance reform language. Oh, yeah, is there, okay, let me do it the other way. Is there any objection to this?
I do have a comment.
Councilmember Pham, please.
Yeah, so this specific item says, discuss and consider directing the city manager to direct staff to prepare a campaign finance reform ordinance and bring back during the next council meeting. It's not possible, and it's not possible because we have a 1-week posting period per the sunshine ordinance that we approved, and it takes another week prior to that for staff reports and ordinances and stuff to go through the city staff team. So I assume agenda reports were due today for the August 2nd meeting.
Thank you for that catch, Councilmember Fan.
So I would report this, excuse me, not I would report, I would support this, but I would recommend that it come back at the end of August at the earliest is probably what's potentially feasible. And I would also say that I hope that next time, I guess I would like to see something where you say what the policy is, because I'm not sure as staff I would know what parts of campaign finance reform we are looking for to prepare an ordinance. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Great, and that is a good catch. Next council meeting is no longer feasible when we say that on any item almost. So yeah, I would say to the extent though, I know I did have conversations with the city attorney, so I believe there's already some draft there with items that we've discussed. And these are very similar items, I believe, that Anaheim is discussing right now. So to the extent that we can do something that is at least as strong as that, but that is a good catch. We can't do anything by the next meeting. So is there any additional comments?
So I just wanted to say, Mayor, that I want to appreciate Councilmember Fan's comment. I also want to make sure that we are, when we're speaking about this, we're not speaking just throwing blanket general comments and innuendos without really being specific as to what those special interests are, Mayor. So can you please, I know you mentioned there are special interests in the city. Can you please, that have wreaked havoc, can you please list them so that the public's aware and we're aware of what we're discussing?
Sure. And so not to go beyond the scope of what we're supposed to be discussing, because it shouldn't be with specificity. The whole idea is for there to be a draft ordinance that's brought back to us so we can consider. So those special interests are any PAC money, any independent expenditure monies, any large sources of money that come from groups that try to dictate what public policy is in this city.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have a perfect example. I would love to see staff include the rent control vote that we had. Some of my colleagues who voted no shortly after received contributions. I would look to make that something that we include in this ordinance where that is not allowed, where we have a time frame. And I think that if we do that, I think a lot of pay-to-play won't take place. That's an example.
Yeah, go for it.
Just for clarification, I believe that under our municipal code, there is already a prohibition on receiving a donation of $250 or more 3 months, within 3 months after voting on an item in which an individual or person or applicant receives, I think, approval for a permit, contract, or whatnot. I don't think it, just to put it out there, I don't know if it's legal to say that if you, or maybe it's a sunshine issue, but I don't think it's legal to say you can't vote on an item that affects, for example, all landlords, because then you would say, well, if you're a resident who rents, then you can't donate to someone. So that would be my concern, but there is already a prohibition on that in our municipal code.
Right. And so I guess to the city attorney's point earlier, I don't want to get into the details of this because that's not really the purpose of these council-led items. It is for staff to bring back some options for us and for them to tell us, these are campaign finance reform items and provisions that other cities have had, things that aren't covered by our existing sunshine ordinance, things that aren't covered by the lobbyist registry, and so those things we would consider. And that's when we get into the detail of things. That's how I understood the direction from the city attorney's office.
And Mayor, that would work out. So what we can do is, because we have discussed this, it's come up a number of times in the past as well. So I can work with the city attorney if we're not comfortable with the details and the fact that we're going to draft a complete ordinance, we could return back with you with less than an ordinance with various options if there's no objections to moving forward.
Perfect, and that way we don't go beyond the scope of what we're supposed to tonight.
Mayor, if I may suggest maybe to add on to the city manager's comments, maybe it's a work study session if you have any sort of concerns of vagueness or ambiguity.
Councilmember Lopez.
Last comment, Councilmember Fan, thank you for your constructive feedback. I appreciate that. Normally, I do provide some sort of language. We did it with the climate resolution, we did it with the lobbyist registry. But for this item, I chose not to, just because I do want this to be something that we all work on together. And so, I wanted to open that door up for all of the colleagues. Thank you, everyone.
Is direction fairly clear for staff? Great, thank you.
Just one point of clarification, Mayor Sarmiento. With this item, which I am supportive of the general intent, it's only restricted to campaign finance, obviously, because that's something that was listed. Because I know Councilmember Lopez mentioned transparency and helping, moving in that direction. But I mean, there's just so many areas that within, our purview that we could improve on transparency. So would that just come as an additional item? And one perfect example would be, there are council members here that claim they work full-time but can't report their income to the public through their 700 form. So that's, a lack of transparency on behalf of this council. So is there ways where we could incorporate that as part of this campaign finance reform?
The way that I'm interpreting this is just campaign finance reform, and that's pretty clear. There's parameters on it. That's how I am interpreting it. So you guys want me to go beyond that and work with staff that goes beyond that, I need direction. But to me, campaign finance reform is just that you're actually regulating campaign contributions.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, for example, if somebody receives like a big, support through one of our bargaining units, for example, the POA, that's an example, disclosure of that. So in any event, moving along to I think that takes care of all of our council-led items. That it brings it back to you, Madam City Manager.
And I had several items, but I am going to scale back in the interest of time. But I really want to thank the individuals over there. We have Rowena Morales, who in her day job, she works for the Public Works Agency, and Fatima Gutierrez, who is the Executive Secretary to Mintai of the Planning, and then our great help from Melanie one more time from IT. So they stepped up and to make sure we could have our meeting okay. And we also have helping from the front row over there is we have Norma from the city clerk's office. And then just a quick shout out. I know most of you have had the opportunity to meet him, but good, he's still here. We're looking at you. Hawk Scott is the newest executive director of the Parks, Rec, and Community Services Department. If you haven't had a chance to talk to him, I will warn you in advance. Big hugger, big hugger. The only other thing I want to report on is because of the issue with the solid waste transition, I did want to report out information that we had received from Republic, who is our current waste provider. As of yesterday, they are reporting that all residential, commercial, and roll-off routes are fully staffed and operating on schedule. They have established streamlined processes for handling missed pickups, escalations, container requests, and other general inquiries. They've hired a total of 51 employees that are dedicated to our city's contract. They've also utilized 20-plus emergency relief workers for daily collections as they continue to recruit, hire, and onboard new drivers. As expected, the inbound call volumes to Republic services that were dedicated to our line. There has been a lot of volume on it. Republic Services expects to observe a significant decrease in that call volume, which would certainly decrease the wait times as well, since they are now caught up with the collections. And they do have several crews deployed in the city who are canvassing the streets to locate any old waste management containers that are left on the curb. And when encountering those, they are able to remove them and replace them with the new Public Services containers. And that's it.
Great, thank you for those comments. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council for their comments. Let me start with Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to thank our residents and my colleagues for their time today. Anytime that we have a city council meeting, it's an opportunity for the public to be able to directly participate in affecting change locally. There were two items, council member requested items. I want to start by thanking Councilmember Mendoza for her leadership in supporting the repealing of the anti-cruising ordinance. It takes a village, and in this village, we got us. I'm proud to serve alongside you. I also want to thank my colleagues who supported seeing the classification of attacks on street vendors as a hate crime. I want to share with you, Lorenzo Perez, was 45, was killed in Fresno, shot and killed execution style by somebody who pretended to be a customer. He didn't deserve to die that way. I also want to talk about Jose Rangel, who died February 20th, 2022. He was killed by a driver, tragically. And since then, the city of Fresno, the attacks have been so significant on Latino street vendors that they have had to invest money in hiring security for street vendors. In the city of Long Beach, street vendors are wearing bulletproof vests, and in the city of LA, street vendors are having to, stay stationary and have security, while they're selling. The issue is a racial justice issue. We have to also remember the historical context that it wasn't until 2018 that we decriminalized street vending with the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act, SSVA, which decriminalized street vending in an immigrant-dominated industry that operates within urban spaces in California. So I want to thank my brave colleagues who stood on the side of public safety and protecting our community. Councilmember Lopez, Mayor Sarmiento, Councilmember Nelida Mendoza, and Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. Thank you guys for your leadership and for standing boldly on the side of victims who are being brutalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. So first and foremost, I just want to thank Fisher Park and Riverview for allowing me to spend a part of my 4th of July with them. They had beautiful neighborhood celebrations, and I had a really, really good time. And I also want to thank OCFA for always, being there and making sure that they have time to participate in the neighborhood 4th of July celebrations and helping whenever they need to. I also, Mayor Sarmiento, do want to ask you to close this meeting in honor of the young man who was senselessly killed during the 7-Eleven shootings, Matthew O'Rule, who was standing up for an unhoused person, and that is how he was confronted by the gunman, or he actually confronted the gunman, and that's how he died. And I want to thank SAPD for their work, but I do want to thank SAPD for their work. I also want to thank our Santa Ana zookeepers. It's National Zookeeper Week, and I'd like to acknowledge all of their hard work, dedication, and education. Please visit the Santa Ana Zoo, say thank you, take your family, have a good time. And I also want to congratulate our very own Zedna Kakula from Public Works, who was awarded the 2021 Hero Award for his exemplary effort, stewardship, and professionalism from Pure Cure America. I've always said it, we have some of the best staff working in Public Works. They work hard. I know it. I talk to them almost on a daily basis, and I want to thank you for your work and congratulations. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Mendoza.
I too wanted to close the meeting in honor of those 3 people who were killed in the 7-Eleven stores. And don't know the other 2, but we have Matthew Rule from the city of Santa Ana. And in addition, I'd like to give credit to our very own Santa Ana PD detectives in tracing, locating, and arresting the 2 people who were responsible for these senseless killings. And good night, everyone. Just a reminder of the Wilshire Square summer concert on the 30th at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Fan?
I'm never ready when you call on me.
You always follow
Peñalosa
through.
comes first. Well, first, I do want to say that, at least regarding the sidewalk vendor item that was brought forward tonight, I actually think it was the entire council who unanimously supported staff looking into this particular issue, including myself. Secondly, I do want to mention that the city of Duarte lost an incredible council member, Mayor Pro Tem Zaidal Paras Karachi. She served on the council there for over 20 years and was the longest serving Filipino-American elected official in America. And I just wanted to say that because as an Asian American woman in politics and local politics specifically, we don't always have a ton of people to look up to. And she worked, even though she was diagnosed with terminal cancer, brain cancer, and she worked until the end. So I just wanted to recognize an incredible public servant and someone who is a star for us to all look up to. And with that, have a good night.
Great, thank you for that. Councilmember Peñalosa?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also remind people of the Wilshire Square 24th Annual Summer Concert on Saturday, July 30th from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the corner of Ross Street and Russell Avenue. Please come out. It's a big, nice, really nice neighborhood event. Live music, food, all kinds of activities. And come enjoy it in the neighborhood, in Ward 6 specifically. And just wanted to also remind the public, I also in agreement with Councilmember Fan, the City Council unanimously supported directing staff to come back and look at potentially having that as street vendors, as attacking them as a hate crime. But it's just interesting how certain people could want to skew the narrative to their liking. So definitely disappointing to hear that. But in any event, good night, everybody.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Just want to welcome Hawk to the city family. Very importantly, he has great taste in baseball, so go Dodgers. I wanted to thank all the residents who came out to Thornton Park on July 9th. We welcomed our new park host, Katie Rivero. We had a great turnout. A lot of folks brought their dogs, which was nice because Katie has a great puppy as well. It was just great for all the folks to come out, both the neighbors of the park and just folks from throughout the South Side to come and support this program, which I hope, right now it's a pilot program. What I'm hoping to see it is, spread throughout the city and be a success. I also attended the July 11th OCTA board meeting to deliver the message directly to OCTA board members that we wanted to see OCTA staff provide an update to this council at the very least monthly. I'm very happy to report that after I made my comments, the CEO for OCTA announced that staff will be presenting to this council in August, so I want to thank them for doing that. This Friday at 6 p.m. over at Thornton Park, the Pacific Symphony is going to come back. They were there last year with their Symphony on the Go performances, and they will be back this Friday at 6 p.m. It was something I was happy to sponsor. Last year they were providing free concerts. This year it required a sponsorship, and I was happy to do that just so that residents on the South Side and throughout the city would be exposed to the wonderful music of the Pacific Symphony. And tomorrow night, because there's not enough going on the South Side. Tomorrow night at Lily King Park, we'll have the movie Luca in the park. So I hope to see a lot of you out there for that. The fun begins at 4:30 with, of course, the movie beginning at dusk. So with that, thank you and have a good morning.
Thank you, and let me begin by thanking the residents and staff. Hawk, this isn't normally the time that we get out, or else you'll never join us again. So hopefully we'll keep some better hours for you. Let me begin with one housekeeping note. I know that we have an ad hoc committee for the Police Oversight Commission item. Madam City Manager, why don't we just go ahead and bring it back to the full council for a study session so we could address that? And you may have a date already certain, but if not, to the extent it's soon.
Already underway, sir.
Perfect. That's one. The second one is I want to, I think others have already alluded to the 7-Eleven crimes that were addressed in, last week, and they were addressed within 5 days of the occurrence of that, of those 5. 3 people that were wounded, 2 people that were killed, at least that were connected right now. There looks like there may be some other crimes that were related to that crime spree. I want to thank our police department that worked with the ATF and other multi-agencies because it was a 3-county area that was covered by this. And that's one big accomplishment. But the other one was another homicide. 2 other homicides were resolved within a matter of days. There was one on July 11th, also at a 7-Eleven, just 12 hours after the crime that hit the first 7-Eleven. And so that person was deceased after the incident, and hours after that, the suspect was caught by our detectives. So props to them, and also with the assistance of some Greensboro Police Department. I guess there was another homicide that was resolved there. So I want to just thank our police department for effective policing. Thank the chief for his leadership. And finally, I just wanted to read this for everybody. This is our city code of ethics and conduct, section 3, core values: respect for fellow elected or appointed officials, staff, and the public. I treat my fellow officials, staff, and public with patience, courtesy, and civility, even when we disagree on what is best for the community. I just want to extend my apologies to our newest commissioner, Manny Arellano, for coming up here. When he came up here and extending his hand to shake everybody's hand, and Mayor Pro Tem did not shake his hand. So my apologies, Commissioner Escamilla, and with that, I bid you all a good night.